Preventing a 2 degrees Celsius climate emergency in 2040, what's the plan? The latest science confirms a dramatic acceleration in global heating. Temperatures are now rising nearly half a degree per decade, twice the rate of just 20 years ago. We've already crossed 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming, far earlier than expected, and the Paris Agreement's target is no longer intact. The Earth is absorbing more heat than it reflects due to cloud loss, melting, and fewer aerosols. Earth's energy imbalance is widening, the gap between incoming solar energy and heat radiated back to space. This imbalance is heating the planet faster than ever. We're now on track to exceed 2 degrees Celsius by the late 2030s and 3 degrees Celsius by 2060. These are not extreme scenarios, they are most likely. At least 9 climate tipping points could be triggered before we even reach 2 degrees. These include ice sheet collapse, Amazon dieback, and permafrost thaw. Emission cuts and carbon removal are essential. But the only tool that can reduce temperature within a decade is direct climate cooling through sunlight reflection. 2 practical cooling solutions include stratospheric aerosol injection and marine cloud brightening. Both are feasible, low-cost, and effective. Sunlight reflection works. One natural example is the Philippines' Mount Pinatubo eruption in 1991, which cooled the planet by half a degree Celsius for 2 years. While some say, hands off Mother Earth, we have already been interfering with the climate. We must now become much better stewards of her climate. Without action, billions in the global south face unbearable heat, floods, and food crises. We must launch an emergency plan that integrates all solutions: emission cuts, removals, and cooling. Join us on October 15th and 16th for the Global Virtual Conference on the Accelerating Global Heating Emergency, where we will be discussing the urgency of the situation we now face. We will be identifying the basis for a new, integrated climate plan that can avert 2 degrees and the practical steps to implement it. And we will be examining the dire implications if we fail.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining us from across the globe. We have over 760 participants registered today. Thank you all so much for joining us for this incredibly important conversation. I'm Aria McKenna, one of the founding members of the Healthy Planet Action Coalition, an organization founded to ensure that the world adopts a global climate strategy capable of restoring a safe climate for our children and our grandchildren before we cross the point of no return. It's an honor to welcome you to this incredibly important conversation about the global heating emergency, preventing 2 degrees Celsius by 2040. Now, over the next 2 days, we will hear from some of the world's foremost experts on climate who are dedicating their lives to the fight for a livable planet. Together, we will explore what's at stake, what's possible, and the ways we can work together to prevent global warming from crossing this 2 degrees Celsius threshold. Now to start, everyone put your virtual hands together for Dr. Dennis Garrity, Distinguished Research Fellow, former Director General of the World Agroforestry Center, and current chair of the Healthy Planet Action Coalition, or HPAC, as we like to call it. Thank you, Dennis.
Well, thank you, Aria, and hello, everyone. You are probably here today because, like me, you're on a journey to understand what's happening with our climate, learn how bad things are going to get, and determine what humanity has got to do about it, and fast. This conference won't be talking about how to stay within the Paris threshold of 1.5 degrees C. That's because we're there already. In fact, 2 degrees is coming up very soon, and 3 degrees is looming not much farther ahead. In the first session today, we'll be delving into just how much temperatures are now accelerating and why this is happening. We'll be examining how this global heating acceleration is changing our expectations of when the planet will cross new dangerous temperature thresholds decades earlier than expected. In the second session, we ask, what are the impacts going to be on vulnerable people and ecosystems as temperatures approach and exceed 2 degrees C within the next 15 years? In the third session, tomorrow, we'll assess our options to at least stop temperatures from rising above 2 degrees and to bring them back down to safer levels. Here we have 3 pathways: reduce, remove, and reflect. We'll examine the potential of these pathways to stop the temperature acceleration and stop the rise, particularly by 2040. Finally, in the closing session, session 4, we'll focus on how we mobilize to create and implement a new climate plan that integrates all of the most promising tools at our disposal. We'll focus on the coalitions needed to do this, coalitions of climate vulnerable countries and coalitions of activated citizens, and on the key next steps needed to realize this more comprehensive approach. That's the journey, and our guides will be renowned experts in each of these areas. So let's pick up our walking sticks and get started. And please, Aria, please launch us on the road by introducing our first speaker to show us where we are right now. Aria?
Thank you, Dennis. So session 1, we're going to start talking about the accelerated global heating emergency. To open our discussions, we will learn about the science of nonlinear, rapidly accelerating global heating. Our first speaker, Dr. Leon Simons, the Executive Director of the Club of Rome in the Netherlands, is a climate and energy researcher, communicator, and host of the Climate Chat Science Education channel on YouTube. He's known for translating complex climate science into actionable insights and for his tireless work on sustainable innovation and global energy solutions. Here's Leon Simons.
Hello, my name is Leon Simons, and today I will be talking about the accelerated warming that we are witnessing globally, and especially recently. And of course, when we're talking about warming, what's important to note is that the world has agreed to holding the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels, pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. and as they mentioned during the Paris Agreement, recognized that this would significantly reduce the risks and impacts of climate change. And of course, that's crucial to know because these temperature limits are agreed upon because it's estimated that this will reduce risk. And we are now finding out that we are already experiencing a lot of climate risks with lower levels of warming. And then what's important also to realize is what drives global warming. And the main drivers of global warming are, of course, greenhouse gases, the anthropogenic greenhouse gases, human-caused greenhouse gases cause already over 1.5 degrees of global warming. But with the burning of fossil fuels, there's also a lot of sulfur being emitted. And this sulfur has a cooling impact because it reflects sunlight and it makes clouds whiter and larger, which also reflect more sunlight. And these sulfur emissions are estimated to have cooled the planet or reduced global warming by about 0.5 degree globally, and by as much as 1.5 degree over the northern hemisphere. Because of course, about 90% of the global population of now 8.2 billion people live over the northern hemisphere. And that's where they grow food. That's where they burn fossil fuels. And that's where the regional cooling was mainly realized unintentionally, of course, by this unintentional cooling impact of air pollution. And as we published back in 2023, we now see a disentanglement, so to say, of CO2 emissions from fossil fuel burning and of sulfur dioxide. And this sulfur, this caused a reduction in the cooling of the sulfur. And also here it's important to know that this cooling of the sulfur is nonlinear. So the more you reduce this air pollution, the more the unmasking of the cooling impact will be. And already back in 2021, Norman Loeb and his colleagues from NASA and from NOAA showed that the rate at which the Earth is retaining heat, which is called the Earth's energy imbalance, had doubled. So the planet was accumulating twice as much energy, or energy twice as fast as before, and that occurred between 2001 and 2019. And in 2022, James Hansen and his colleagues, including me, first published this paper as a preprint. It's called Global Warming in the Pipeline, where we warned about accelerated warming, and that the rate of global warming, so surface warming, would double or increase by about 50% to 100%. And that was based on evidence from the past climate, from paleoclimate, from these NASA satellite data, from ocean heat content, and from our understanding of the main drivers of global warming. And those are the greenhouse gas and these sulfur aerosols, which I mentioned. And now, back in 2022, there was quite a lot of skepticism about this, but with 2 years of additional data, of course, 2023 and 2024 were very warm, and now we see this accelerated warming materialize. And that's now already quite accepted science. The consensus, there's now the scientific consensus acknowledges that the Earth's energy imbalance now has more than doubled. So a few more years of data, and now all these, you see many authors here. So these are really many of the world-leading climate scientists acknowledge that the Earth's energy imbalance has more than doubled, and that global warming has accelerated significantly. And again, led by James Hansen, that there is a global warming acceleration, and that the public and the United Nations are not well informed about this. And that brings me to this table where we can see This is from Grant Foster and Stephen Ramsey. There's a preprint, but that's based on a methodology they published already in 2011, where they correct the global temperatures and the warming rate for El Nino and for volcanic aerosols and for solar variability. And then if we extrapolate the table 1, and we look at the warming rate, we are now around this time, for all intents and purposes, with all these in all these different data sets, we are now crossing the 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming threshold, and we could already within decades around or even before 2040 reach 2 degrees Celsius of global warming if this rate of warming continues. So as the paper mentions, the most important insight from these adjusted data is that there is no longer any doubt regarding a recent increase in the warming rate. Although the world may not continue warming at such a fast rate of about 0.43 degrees Celsius per decade, it could likewise continue accelerating to even faster rates. And this is a warning call by the German Meteorological and Physical Society from September 2025, last month, where they warned that we could even see 3 degrees of global warming by 2050. And that might seem extreme and unlikely, but all it would take is for the nonlinear warming rate to continue, and then we could reach this threshold of 3 degrees even by 2050 already. And that brings me also here to back to this NASA satellite data, where you see that if you look at the climate models from the IPCC, the 3 degrees by 2050 would be really extreme and unlikely. But if you look at the satellite data, it's outside the range of all these models, and that's whatever way you look at it, it's outside it's even outside the uncertainty range of these models. And then to conclude, I want to show you the greenhouse gas forcing. So the forcing is what forces the climate to change from the past 130,000 years. And then you see that even during the Eemian, when global sea levels were 6 to 9 meters higher than they are today, the greenhouse gas forcing was almost as high as it was in the pre-industrial times. And now it's really off the charts. Within 250 years, if you include other greenhouse gas next to CO2, and this is based on IPCC methodology, the greenhouse gas forcing has already more than doubled relative to the CO2 concentration of 1750, and that's really worrying, and that's one of the main reasons why we will see a lot of fast warming in the decades ahead, and which is why we need to limit this warming and adapt rapidly to these changes. Thank you.
That was a sobering message from Dr. Simons on how intensely global heating is accelerating. It's up to us to take that message and help spark the global action necessary to turn that around. Now, let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. James Hansen, a climatologist of the Earth Institute and Columbia University's adjunct professor. He's one of the most influential climate scientists of our time. As former director of NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies, his early testimony before the United States Congress helped create the foundation of the world's understanding of global warming. Dr. Hansen continues to advocate boldly for science-based action and intergenerational justice.
The following video was presented by Jim Hansen last February 2025 during the conference entitled, Global Warming Has Accelerated, an intimate conversation with leading climate scientists.
global warming has accelerated. Between 1970 and 2010, temperature increased almost linearly 0.18 degrees Celsius per decade. Since then, the warming rate is twice as fast, 0.36 degrees per decade. In the last 2 years, temperature leaped more than 0.4 degrees, spurred by an El Nino. But the El Nino was weak and could only cause half of that warming. The warming was too great to be entirely a natural fluctuation. A climate forcing must contribute. In the next chart, the portion that is not natural must be due to one of the two significant human-made forcings, greenhouse gases or aerosols. Greenhouse gases are well measured and their forcing is known accurately. The other forcing, aerosols, tiny particles in the air, which serve as cloud formation nuclei, are a negative forcing and cause cooling because they cause increased clouds, brighter clouds that reflect sunlight. But aerosol forcing is not measured. The blue line is IPCC's estimate, which we will find to be an underestimate. The next chart notes that humanity made a bad deal, a Faustian bargain, when we used aerosols to offset almost half of greenhouse gas warming. Particulate air pollution kills 6 to 8 million people per year. We can't let that continue. So our Faustian payment to the devil has come due. And the next chart shows the International Maritime Organization since 2010 has ratcheted down the limit on sulfur in ship fuels, providing an opportunity to study aerosol forcing. Emissions were limited first in emission control areas, ECA, near the coast. But the most important change was in January of 2020, when a strict limit was imposed on the global mean. And the next chart, with fewer aerosols and clouds, Earth should become darker. In fact, it has. Earth's albedo, or reflectivity, decreasing 0.5%. Part of this darkening is aerosol forcing, but much of it must be climate feedbacks. The surface becomes darker as snow and ice melt, and clouds decrease on a hotter planet. So, shown on the next chart, we can separate these factors based on their spatial and temporal distributions, as Pushkar will discuss. Ship aerosol forcing is largest in the North Pacific and North Atlantic, where it dominates over natural aerosols. And on the next chart, I show that the largest increase of absorbed sunlight as a function of time on the horizontal axis and latitude on the vertical axis. It does occur especially beginning in 2020 at latitudes where ship aerosols dominate. And as shown on the next chart, sea surface temperature, which is a great diagnostic, an indication of heat content in the ocean's upper mid-layer, energy imbalance over time.
That, by the way,
At latitudes 30 to 55 north, SST went up rapidly after 2020. This is an equal area projection. So in the last 2 years, high latitudes contributed as much to global warming as the tropical El Nino. You can see that between 2020 and 2023, the tropical cooling was increasing and offsetting high latitude warming. But beginning in late 2023, they worked together and each provided half of the global anomaly. The next chart shows an alternative analysis in which we subtract the global temperature trend caused by the average climate forcing and subtract global temperature variability due to the El Nino cycle based on its known relation to the Nino index, which leaves us the green curve, which is global temperature change due to all other forcings. For example, global cooling from the Pinatubo volcanic eruption in 1991. Since 2020, a unique anomaly has grown to 0.3 of a degree, which must be mainly the ship aerosol forcing. So the summary on the next chart, we infer a ship aerosol forcing in our analysis from of about 5 watts, 0.5 watts, and ice snow feedback of 0.15 watts. The rest must be cloud feedback, which is a huge cloud feedback in just 20 years. That implies high climate sensitivity. For double CO2, the CO2 forcing, water vapor feedback, and surface albedo feedback already yield almost 3 degrees. So this large cloud feedback means that climate sensitivity is substantially higher than 3 degrees. So we must understand this situation better. Models used by IPCC are not realistic. IPCC defined a scenario, RC 2.6, which gives a 50% chance to keep warming under 2 degrees. But it is an implausible scenario that assumes power plants will burn biofuels, capture the CO2, and bury it. That scenario is now impossible. 2-degree target is dead. The next chart shows why. Because the global energy use is rising, and it will continue to rise. And most energy still comes from fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are amazing. 1 gallon of gasoline contains the work equivalent of 400 hours of a healthy adult. It's convenient, portable, and has raised living standards in much of the world. The next chart, the rest of the world wants to raise their living standards, and they have the right to do so, and they will. So the next chart, the current United Nations policy approach is hopium, hope that actual emissions can be net zero in 25 years. I already showed that that is nonsense. We have retained a policy approach that makes it now impossible unless some miracle occurs that we don't understand. The world only reduced carbon intensity from 0.8 to 0.7 in 50 years. The only country reducing carbon intensity fast enough is Sweden. They built 10 nuclear power plants, and they have carbon-free electricity, and they heat their homes with electricity. And now we know how to build nuclear to produce high temperatures needed for industrial process. But that's a technical detail. The basic problem is that the waste products of fossil fuels are still dumped in the air free of charge.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen. I found that especially profound because the world failed to respond quickly enough the first time that he warned us about climate science. And now is our chance to learn from the past and act on the most recent science. We must fold his insights into a new strategy with the teeth to address our emergency situation. Next, we have Sir David King, the founder of the Center for Climate Repair at Cambridge, former chief scientific advisor to the UK government. Sir David King has been instrumental in shaping international climate policy and continues to call for urgent, coordinated global response to restore a stable climate. Thank you.
My intention in this very brief introduction to the state of the climate crisis is to give a very quick overview of where we are and then really focus on what needs to be done to create a manageable future for humanity. So if we first of all take the state of the North Pole. At the North Pole region, we know that we've been losing sea ice at a rapid rate. And what this means is the very thin layer of ice that is formed during the polar winter disappears within a few days of the summer sun returning. And that change in albedo, reflected sunlight no longer entering space off the ice, but warming up the blue sea, means that the North Pole region is now melting far more rapidly than before. And I can tell you that in February this year, the measurements show that the North Pole region was something like 25 to 30 degrees above what it would be expected to be during the polar summer months. That is a frightening figure. But more interesting is and impactful is what is happening on Greenland. Greenland is now losing ice, and this is a measurement made in some detail over the last 10 years, 2015 to 2025, is losing ice very rapidly. Now, when all of Greenland ice melts, global sea levels will have risen by 7.5 meters or 24 feet. That will take some time. But in the shorter term, I'm afraid we're talking about meters, which would really change the map of the world quite quickly. Greenland is now losing ice over the last 10 years at an average rate of 30 million tons an hour. Now, let me just say a word about the state of the Earth's living systems. We do know that we've got several billion systems that have been documented, but there are many, many living systems that have not been documented. So looking at the loss of living species is quite a difficult game. And I say game because it's a real estimate, but the best estimate I could find is that we're losing 200 living species every day. Now, when you're losing 200 species every day, together with what we're doing to the weather systems of the world, this means that the global footprint of 8 billion people plus on the planet is such that our ecosystems, as we've known them for very many years, are now being destroyed through our actions. It is our economic principle that we give no value to our ecosystems unless governments step in. And let me just move on to the loss and damage caused by climate change today. The estimate at the moment is globally we're losing something like $500 billion, maybe more, dollars per annum through loss and damage. And that's the global figure. But if we just glance forward at what is likely to happen in the future, we can take an analysis produced by the actuaries based in the City of London. These are the actuaries that work for the global insurance and reinsurance sector, and their whole life's work is based on risk analysis. These are the right people to do this sort of analysis. And they have recently published a piece of work this year in which they have estimated the annual cost going forward in time for loss and damage. And they're saying, for example, in 25 years' time, by 2050, loss and damage will have risen from that $500 billion a year at the moment to about $15 trillion a year by just 2050. So we are in the middle of a crisis, and we need a strategy. We need a comprehensive strategy that can be rolled out around the world to see that we do create a manageable future for humanity. And when I say a manageable future, I'm not talking about 200 years hence. I'm talking about 50 years hence. What will the world look like as rising sea levels caused by warming seas, but also caused by loss of ice from land, such as in the North Pole region, that is transforming the systems of the world in such a way that we are losing land mass through rising sea levels at this increased rate. For example, we're estimating that the country of Vietnam, which is very close to sea level, but is the third biggest rice producer in the world, these very large paddy fields will be under seawater at least once a year, 2 months perhaps a year. And we're talking about 80% of the landmass of Vietnam being under seawater. Of course, rice production will collapse around that point. That's in 25 years' time. So what is the strategy? First of all, it's a 4R planet strategy developed by the Climate Crisis Advisory Group, a global group of leading scientists that I chair. And what they say is, first, reduce. We must reduce emissions deeply and rapidly. So R number one, reduce. Secondly, we've got far too much in the way of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere already. We are probably in excess of 500 parts per million, counting methane and other greenhouse gases, as we should do. And the pre-industrial level was 275. A safe level is probably less than 350 parts per million. We've got a massive task to remove excess greenhouse gases from the world. The third R is repair. We need to repair those parts of the climate system that are tipping already, such as the Greenland ice. And fourthly is resilience. Each part of the world needs to develop a resilience strategy. And when I say each part, every city, every region of the world needs to develop a strategy to manage the changing climate systems that are already enveloping the whole world. Now, what this means is, as the resilience strategy is rolled out, we need to see that climate scientists are able, and they are able, to predict for each city, for each region, what the challenges are likely to be so they can prepare already to defend themselves against those changes. This is a very critically important factor. And now I just want to say one more thing. Fossil fuels are actually on the way out. The commercial reality in the world today is that the cheapest form of new electricity production for almost every part of the world is now renewable energy. And so when I say fossil fuels are on the way out, yes, of course, Europe has significantly reduced its emissions. Here in Britain, 55% reduction since 1990, but we are heading towards reducing our emissions by 81% by 2035, the promise we've made in Azerbaijan, that is our commitment on climate change. But there are other countries following suit. There's Germany, Italy, France, Scandinavia, and California, other countries around the world, other states. And so we know it's happening, but I wonder how many of you realize that one of the countries that's leading the way on this transition is Kenya. Kenya is now more than 80% of its electricity from what? From geothermal. They sit on the Rift Valley, and that Rift Valley is a tremendous source of geothermal energy. And so they've switched across from buying in fossil fuels to create their electricity to putting people to work on local geothermal energy production plants. And of course, putting engineers to work on that process. It's all good for their economy. So what we're seeing today is the order of investment has been inverted when we look at new electricity production around the world. We have now in 2025 reached the point where solar energy is by far the biggest annual investment in new electricity. Number 2 is grids. Number 3 is wind. And number 4 is coal. Coal is down there at number 4, but coal is reducing its investment by 10% a year. The others are increasing rapidly year on year. And then number 5 is hydro. So out of the top 5, coal, number 4, is on the way down, and the others are all on the way up. There's the good news, but we have a considerable task on our hands, and we need to focus on the delivery of that 4R comprehensive strategy. Thank you.
I really love Sir David King's approach. As overwhelming as our current situation is, one of the world's most influential people is convinced that while we are losing the climate emergency race at the moment, there is a way to win. And regenerating our ecosystems while restoring Earth's capacity to draw down greenhouse gases must be a central part of our plan. Now, we are extremely honored to share a message from the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, a leader who has been a beacon of moral clarity in mobilizing the world to face the many interconnected challenges of climate change, inequality, and peace.
The following video is courtesy of UN Web TV. It is the remarks of United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres at the Climate Summit 2025.
Excellencies, dear friends, as we have just heard, it is still possible to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by century's end. We know what permanently breaching that limit would mean for people and planet. The science compels climate action, so does the economics. Clean energy is powering jobs, growth and sustainable development, generating the fastest and cheapest electricity, insulating economies from volatile fossil fuel markets, providing energy security and sovereignty, and helping to deliver clean and affordable energy for all. Despite vast fossil fuel subsidies distorting markets, clean energy received double the investment of fossil fuels last year. The bottom line, clean is competitive and climate action is imperative. Excellencies, the Paris Agreement has made a difference. In the last 10 years, projected global temperature rise has dropped from 4 degrees Celsius to less than 3 if current NDCs are fully implemented. Now, we need new plans for 2035 that go much further and much faster, delivering dramatic emissions cuts aligned with 1.5 degrees, covering all emissions and sectors, and accelerating a just energy transition globally. Your new plans can take us a significant step forward. A UN report will calculate their impact for global emissions. If they fall short, we must create the conditions for a decade of acceleration. We know it can be done. China met its 2030 wind and solar target 6 years ahead of schedule. India reached 50% electricity capacity from non-fossil fuels 5 years early. We are in the dawn of a new energy era. We must seize this moment of opportunity. COP30 in Brazil must conclude with a credible global response plan to get us on track. 5 areas are crucial. First, energy. Fossil fuels still dominate. We must supercharge the clean energy transition, investing in grids and storage to unlock the full potential of renewables, lowering capital costs for developing countries, and redirecting fossil fuel subsidies to a just transition. Second, methane, a potent global heating gas. Drastic cuts this decade are essential, and most can be achieved quickly and cheaply. The International Energy Agency estimates fossil fuel operations could cut 40% of methane emissions today with no net costs. Third, forests. We must end the destruction of nature's greatest carbon sinks. This could deliver a fifth of needed emissions reductions by 2030. Fourth, heavy industry. We have seen important advances in technologies to cut emissions from steel and cement and heavy transport. They must be deployed urgently. Fifth, climate justice. Developing countries that did least to cause the crisis are suffering the most. Climate disasters are inflicting damages that exceed the GDP of some small islands. Droughts and floods are taking lives, fueling anger and inflaming conflict, all while finance gaps prevent investments in adaptation and resilience. We need urgent action to unlock funds for developing countries, to seize clean energy benefits and protect lives and economies. And that requires reforming the international financial architecture to strengthen developing countries' participation. We need effective debt relief and scaled-up solutions like debt swaps and disaster pause clauses. We need a major increase in the lending capacity of multilateral development banks and significant contributions to the Loss and Damage Fund, including from innovative sources, and a major boost in adaptation finance, with developing countries meeting their pledge to double funding this year. COP30 must show a credible path to mobilizing the $1.3 trillion annually in climate finance by 2035, as agreed at COP29 in Baku. Identifying sources, existing and new, outlining policies, instruments and actions to make finance accessible, affordable and at scale, and establishing credible accountability measures to verify progress. Excellencies, the science demands action. The law commands it. The economics compel it, and people are calling for it. I look forward to hearing how you will respond, and the UN stands ready to help you to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Guterres, for your inspiring leadership and unwavering commitment to global cooperation. We'll now move into our panel discussion and Q&A. Let's welcome back HPAC Board Chair Dennis Garrity to moderate.
Well, thank you, Aria, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome our 4 panelists. First, we have Dr. Phoebe Barnard. Phoebe is a global change scientist, biodiversity and ecosystems vulnerability scientist, social change strategist, and climate film producer. Second is Dr. Doris Capistrano. She is chair of the board of the Center for International Forestry Research and the World Agroforestry Center, and senior fellow at the Southeast Asia Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. Our third panelist is Mr. Matt Reddy, senior private sector specialist at the Global Environmental Facility, and serves as the financial mechanism. The GEF serves as financial mechanism for several of the environmental conventions. And fourth, we have Mr. Ricken Patel. He is executive director of the Climate Hub and founding CEO of Avaz, the world's largest online civic movement community. Well, Phoebe, let us start off by you giving us your reflections on what statements from the speakers that we've just heard were most striking to you. Phoebe?
Thank you, Dennis. And I'd like to welcome my fellow panelists. It's really good to see Doris again after about 22 years when we last worked together during the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. And really nice to meet you, Matt and Ricken, face to face, at least, if not in person. Thanks for the question, Dennis. I think a lot of us are gathered here because we are either incredibly aware of the urgency and the risks of our situation and the need to act. There are clearly a few people in the audience too who are here because they are still skeptical. But I feel that some of the most important things that have been said today are the ones that really drive home the point. The maths do not add up for us to still be following business as usual, perhaps wishful thinking policies and plans. Events are overtaking us. Everything that we know and love is at stake. We are not acting as humanity quickly enough. And particularly Jim Hansen has been always very good at this for decades. And so I'm really pleased that he was able to join us with at least that pre-recorded talk that he gave earlier this year. Net zero UN policy is impossible, according to Jim. I think that stands out because a lot of the business community is still following that. Whole regions of countries around the world are still following that. But I always find very entertaining and grim and important our friend and colleague Sir David King on these matters. And I specifically want to highlight a couple of things. He said, one, species loss and ecosystem loss, combined with 8.2 billion people, is significant and the most important thing that we have to get a grip on. Ecological overshoot connects with climate overshoot. And we will not solve the problem if we continue to look at things in a silo. So we can go on further about that later. I'm pleased that he mentioned some of the global South countries that are really trying to make a difference and not wait for their own governments to lead or for the global community to lead or, for that matter, the global minority North to lead. And I think we're very lucky to have Antonio Guterres as our Secretary General. He's led with big, bold moral ambition in a way that the UN needs to lead. And I think all of us need to lead with extreme, big, bold ideas for change, willingness to collaborate, and particularly a need to focus on the things that we must accept are now inevitable, even if many of us, and I include myself as an ecosystem scientist, like Doris and many other people in the audience, have feared that we would one day need to talk about, that we are now here. Humanity has failed to take preemptive, proactive action when we needed to. And so now our risks are increased. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you for the question.
Very, very good reactions. And I think we can actually see Doris build a little further on that. Doris, the previous speakers have emphasized that it is very likely that global heating will exceed 2 degrees by 2040. Indigenous peoples and billions of small-scale farmers and the urban poor will bear the brunt of humanity's failure to avert this catastrophe. How will these vast numbers of vulnerable people cope with this situation? And how can they raise their voices to awaken national and global leaders to recognize the dangers and to act urgently at this point in time? Doris?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Dennis, and hello all fellow panelists. Local people, indigenous people, communities, both at the rural and urban areas, will continue to struggle and try to cope as best they can. There is no other choice. And what would be very different, though, is that we are going to be going through turbulent, uncertain times for which there has been no precedent. And therefore, the risks are very different. The knowledge and the coping mechanisms that they used to know or serve their purposes before may not be sufficient. And therefore, while some will make it, unfortunately, many others would not. And these are clusters of people that you lump together, Dennis. But the way they intersect with the issue of with the issue of global warming and climate change really varies slightly. Local people, indigenous communities, for example, have been recognized as stewards of biodiversity. Their practices and more sustainable practices have been instrumental in protecting and conserving large areas of natural resource and has shown the way for more sustainable use going forward. Our smallholders, especially in agricultural areas, serve as the backbone for our production system. 70 to 80% at least of food production comes from these groups. They're motivated and driven by slightly different mechanisms, going after markets, responding to subsidies, for example, increasing areas of land holdings, increasing agricultural production, and in some cases contributing to deforestation, feeding into this cycle. Urban communities are slightly different still, but all of them together would have to be helped, to be empowered, to be able not only to cope as best they can, but also to have a say in how we decide actions going forward. And part of the difficulty that we have been having, they have been having, is one, they have not only the scientific information or the information that they need to have to make decisions, but also because they have been marginalized to all these decision-making processes. Decisions about climate are not only scientific decisions. How we move forward are not just based on what is good science, what is evidence, but these are inherently social, political processes. And all of this would have to be woven together and recognize the driving motivations for each of these actors that together lead us to the situation we're in. In many cases, these marginalized groups are also the ones that fight against the systemic root causes of what's driving global warming, unsustainable consumption. In many cases, unfortunately, corruption, inequities, bad policies, unhelpful subsidies, all the lot. They drive deforestation, choice of fuel use, land use decisions, land use, planning, who gets to participate or not. So going forward, what will it require to make sure that, one, their concerns are embedded in decision-making going forward, but also for governments to listen, to them, as well as to their allies, shouting with them, or creating institutions that will amplify their voices at many different levels, not only at the local level, but at the regional level and the global level. For example, how do you ensure that land use plans and local and decisions, development plans at the national level and regional level as well. You know, regions like ASEAN, the Southeast Asian nations, for example, and international are able to then reflect priorities, you know, so that they don't at cross purposes. So what does that mean for them? One is they have to be empowered by themselves, and ideally governments also should work with them along with like-minded actors to amplify their voices. One, to build institutions at different scales, at different levels, that would make sure that they sit in places and forums where their voices would have to be heard and count towards making decisions. So whatever options for which scientific approaches, the plurality of knowledge and information that will have to be brought to bear to make sure that whatever decisions are made reflect not only a single perspective, but to the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. You know, when these are taken into account, the outcomes are far better. So reflecting the different knowledge systems, the different values and visions for the future, but also a very clear, you know, on the table analysis, the kinds that people are, which subgroups are being forced to bear, and how they will be compensated, you know, for these risks, you know, because we have to make trade-offs, and how these trade-offs would be navigated and negotiated and finally decided. So one of the things that, of course, we work in forestry and agroforestry, I think one of the bright spots, which was also mentioned in the presentations, was forest regeneration, regreening, agroforestry, of course, that's a low-hanging fruit. And that could be supported more, but shows that it's not just carbon that they are sequestering, but they're also contributing to the cooling of temperatures. And it varies, you know, but in the tropics, it seems that they could contribute from 0.2 to, you know, 2 point something. So that's a low-hanging fruit. And I would suggest that efforts be direct in that area. Elimination of harmful subsidies, you know, so that you contain agricultural expansion, and that you factor in the costs and the externalities, and pass on the costs to those who do the harm, in other words. But the other thing really is to ensure that there are institutions and platforms for knowledge exchange and mutual learning and conflict resolution, because invariably there will be conflicts, and this will have to be negotiated before, you know, things get out of hand. And at the end of it, we have to make sure that ideally communities or local groups can finance themselves, but they have to be facilitated and assisted to be able to find resources with which they can implement their decision, invest in their institutions, and also demonstrate, even if proof of concept, of what possibilities there might be going forward, which perhaps might not even be in our equations at the moment. So I leave it there. Thank you, Dennis.
Well, thank you, Doris. You are obviously a very eloquent spokesman for the perspectives of vulnerable people in rural areas across the globe, and we must continue to integrate those perspectives into these solutions. Well, moving on, let me now turn to Matt Reddy, who, as I mentioned, is private sector specialist at the Global Environment Facility. Matt, you are working closely with a great many companies in the private sector, companies that are engaged in environmental efforts. How do you see businesses stepping up to lead humanity away from the precipice?
Great question. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for inviting me to join this panel. And Doris, you have such a fan club. All the emojis that are floating up my screen while you're speaking is incredible. But you unpacked a whole suitcase there of issues that need to be addressed. And, you know, I'm going to focus on one of those, which is the role of the private sector. How is business responding to this challenge of global heating? And I think the way the business community looks at this is through risk. It's risk to their business continuity, it's risk to their production systems, and ultimately risks to their profitability and the viability of having shareholders within their companies. And I think historically, the risk for climate has been about climate transition risk, moving from, a fossil fuel-based economy to a renewables-based economy or a bio-based economy. But now we're seeing business really look at this question of physical risk. What is it going to mean to my business? And over time, we've seen business look at physical risk from a perspective of its own operations, or what will happen to my factory, what will happen to our employees if there's a flood, etc. So very sort of tight, narrow focus on their own assets. And what we're seeing now is a much broader, more expansive view from the business community that takes into account some of the systemic risks we've heard, from Sir David and others today, about how they can operate through value chains and how they can operate at a much more systems level. And that requires a lot of collaboration. One of the key points that you opened with, Dennis, in your comments today. So the World Economic Forum, everybody knows the World Economic Forum produces the risks report, the annual risks report. And if you look at the one for 2025 this year, top of the list, of course, is, armed conflict, because, that's the world we're living in at the moment. Second is extreme weather events. That's for this year. So that I term an acute assessment. When we look at those risks for a 10-year period, what are the business leaders that are interviewed for this risks assessment? What do they say are the biggest risks for them? And let me read over the next 10 years, and that's the time frame I think you're encouraging us to think about, Dennis, isn't it? This immediate short-term period that we have. What do they see as the biggest risk? Number one, extreme weather events. Number two, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. Of course, that's highly related. Number three, a critical change to Earth's systems. And number four, natural resource shortages. So this is top of mind for the business community. This is something that they're acutely aware of and are responding. This year, last year rather, in December last year, we were at the UNCCD at the COP16 in Riyadh. And we learned from the Arab Fund based in Kuwait about the prevalence of dust storms, that, they shut down the airports, they stop people going to work, a real systemic problem that needs to be addressed. And in the past, they've put in things like physical barrages to stop the dust, Band-Aid type solutions, which only made things worse, because when there are extreme weather events, there's a surplus of dust that then comes across the Middle East. So, they exacerbated the problems, and now they're turning to the restoration of landscapes, of restoring degraded land. And I think this is the key point, and it's come up through Sir David's discussions. I think we heard a little bit about that as well through Doris's interventions, is that physical risk, the business community recognizes that physical risk and ecosystem health are enmeshed like this. And so we see the business community now focusing much more on ecosystem health to help them manage their physical risk. And I think two examples come to mind immediately. We mentioned rice. So David mentioned rice, about rice landscapes, and Doris mentioned the role of smallholders. So what the business community has done with the GEF, with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, Sustainable Rice Platform, IRI, GIZ, FAO, formed a consortium, a private sector consortium, Sustainable Rice Landscapes Initiative, to bring all of the private sector actors together. This is, the value chains, the people that sell and market rice in the Northern Hemisphere, the producers, the millers of rice, the value adders of rice within the countries, and of course, the smallholders themselves that are producing the rice. So they've come up with an investment plan, which the GEF is now supporting, hundreds of millions of dollars investment into sustainable rice landscapes that, yes, it addresses the methane emissions, the mitigation aspects that we need to address, as was highlighted in those 4 Rs that we heard about, but also resilience to climate change, better water management, techniques that enable a more robust root mass and resilience against extreme weather events, and of course genetics as well, with shorter stems for the rice to make it less vulnerable. And we see these types of activities again occurring in the Cerrado for soy production, where the farmers have now recognized that they need to shift to regenerative practices. And we see a lot of investment coming now from Europe and North America into the Brazilian landscapes to restore the Cerrado. Importantly, this is driven by business. These are business-led initiatives. So, without the governments being involved, although they are important stakeholders, businesses are taking on these plans themselves. And I think that's the key thing here, is that we need to be able to support business, embrace the ingenuity, the financial resources that the business community has, and work out how we can equitably work with the private sector to mitigate physical risk and address this challenge of global heating. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Matt. Your summary of what business leaders are most worried about was very revealing. Climate risks at the top. And now I think they need to figure out bolder ways that they can combine their efforts to focus on these climate-related factors. Great. Well, let's now turn to Ricken Patel. Ricken, what particular things did you hear from the speakers that were striking to you?
Well, there's a few things that were striking and scary. One of them was the Vietnam scenario, honestly, to think about such a populous country with the third biggest rice producer, with 80% of it under seawater within 25 years. I mean, if you just reflect on that for a minute, that is one of the worst things that I can think of happening in human history. And we're staring it in the face in 25 years. And that is just one of the things that we are staring in the face. And that's where I found those graphs scary. But I think the reason I found them scary was because I've watched a lot of other presentations by including some of the similar people about what overshoot means when you're in that territory, when you're in 2 degrees, when you're beyond 2 degrees. The reason why those numbers matter is because life is temperature sensitive, and our planet, our ecosystems are temperature sensitive. And we, your body rises 2 degrees, you get a fever. It's a very vulnerable situation we're in, and there are tipping points and feedback loops in our ecosystems that, for all the heroic, discussion of adaptation here, and it is heroic and it is essential, there's no adaptation to the kind of disruption that we are risking right now. It is civilizational risk. And, if AMOC, as Jim Hansen wrote a paper recently suggesting that the Atlantic Meridional Ocean current, overturning current, could slow substantially within the coming decades. If that happens, yes, everybody knows that Europe gets 10 degrees colder. That's the kind of, but what I think might be less known, but maybe all of you know it, but is that current drags the rain belt, the monsoon belt of the world north. And it's actually, that current has slowed substantially twice in the past 12,000 years. And we can look at the record and see what happened when it did. And those rain belts, those monsoon belts, went south. And so the one estimate I saw is that if that happens, as Jim Hansen is projecting, we're looking at 3 billion people losing half their rain. I mean, just imagine the kind of devastation, the kind of conflict, the kind of migration, the kind of, and I work in politics, and I'm not a scientist. I work in politics, and I see how vulnerable our human systems are to small shocks. Like, we get a bit of inflation, we get a recession, and we kind of lose our minds a little bit. These shocks are, we will throw a lot of stuff out the window if we allow these shocks to hit us. And so my starting point on this work is, how do we prevent that level of risk and shock? What is the plan? I love your conference title, What is the Plan? Because I've gone around governments and said, hey, what are we doing about this? How are we thinking about it? What's happening? And I am not kidding. they are not thinking about it in any depth. It's a bit like the public health experts who warned, hey, a pandemic is coming of this type. We've seen it. We've seen small versions of it. We have to prepare for it. And government sort of half prepared for it. And we saw the consequences of that. Well, we know that there is a risk. We don't know anything for certain. We know there's a risk of these massive tipping points being hit and that they interact with each other, that they can cascade. That is a cascade we do not want to get on. We've got to be able to have better science to understand where we're going and when we might be heading towards those things, and better interventions that are safe, sustainable, just, equitable, and effective. And we need to work on those now. Like we can't, some of those solutions are going to take 25 years to develop, and so that's my kind of top line on this is just, I agree with David King's optimism. Like, I think we can do this, but we have to get serious about the risk that we're facing, the consequences of them, and the kind of preparation, policy development, scientific research that we need to be investing in right now to be able to get ahead of this problem for all of the people and planet that we serve and love.
Thank you, Ricken. And I'd like a quick follow-up from you. I know that you often talk about the importance of people needing to own the problem before owning the solutions. And I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on that, because that brings us to the messaging of these issues that is so critical for mobilizing public understanding.
Yeah. I spent my adult life as a climate activist, and that work has involved emissions mitigation. We've been trying to stop, get government agreements and signal to markets to invest in renewables. And that's going, I know it's not enough, but man, we have had a lot of progress. Like solar is exploding. We are seeing a renewables revolution. And it's important to recognize that was the work of a symphony of people coming together to achieve that. And I think it's something we can draw hope from. It is no small task to change the source of energy for a civilization, but it is nowhere near going to be enough. And so, people like me that have dedicated their lives to a particular solution have to make sure that we're not hammers looking for nails. It's going to take many solutions. Adaptation is one of them. Carbon removal is something that the IPCC has said is going to be essential. You cannot get out, you cannot reverse out of overshoot territory unless you do it through carbon removal. So some people say, oh, well, that's geoengineering and that's scary, that's tampering with the planet. It's like, okay, fair, but how else are we going to do it? We can't just compare the things we're against to a utopian and fantasy idea of the alternative. Like, we have to grapple. These are real world problems that are going to affect billions of people's lives. So we have to say, okay, how do we make this work in safe, just, sustainable, and effective ways? How do we be in love with the problem and fixing the problem rather than married to any particular solution about that problem? And that's where I'm coming down on all this kind of geoengineering stuff and stuff like that, is like saying, okay, there's a lot of scary stuff out there, let's be agnostic, let's be evidence-based, science-led, let's be focused on the solution and do the best we can, choose the best options we can. That's our moral responsibility. It is immoral in the face of this level of devastation to throw your hands up and say, I don't know, I'm not going to be part of the solution. I'm just going to be against a bunch of things. As an activist, that is not a moral, idealistic position to take. That's a bit of a nihilistic position to take. And so, that's the be in love with the problem. Let's all get together and maybe suspend judgment a little bit, be a little bit tolerant, listen to each other more, and have a good discussion about how we proceed based on science and research.
Thank you so much, Ricken. Very, very well articulated. Now, I'd like to bring the audience into our conversation, both with the speakers who are with us, as well as with all of the panelists. And I turn to John, who's been collecting and sorting the questions. John, could you start us off with a good question, and then I'll help direct to the appropriate person.
Yes, absolutely. So we had an early question in from Mika Opondo. The question is, how do vulnerable communities know about global temperature rise? Can they trust the data?
Okay, well, I think that might be a good one to direct to Doris, who is her finger on the pulse of the indigenous and vulnerable communities. Doris?
Well, in an age of disinformation, I think this is not only a problem for local communities. we have all levels within society that question whether in fact the data can be trusted. And I think here is where it is very important for transparent processes and mechanisms that people understand where information is coming from and what motivates, the search for information, the monitoring, etc. And I think that here is where we know quite a bit of what works and what does not work. In terms of multi-stakeholder processes, of stakeholders with conflicting interests that do not necessarily trust each other. And I think the process could be designed in a way that is open and transparent and verifiable, in ways that people can agree, is it the metadata that they, so there's all sorts of protocols for that would then make sure that everything could be scrutinized at each level. And therefore, by the time you get to the decision point, and by the time you get to the conclusions and recommendations, you would already have agreed each step of the way whether and how to proceed going forward. And this is actually what I had suggested when I said that local groups, indigenous peoples, more especially the most vulnerable ones, actually be part of the process, and that they be capacitated with trusted partners, boundary organizations, neutral technical translators of knowledge in forms that they can understand, to be able to engage in the process, because otherwise, if it is so esoteric, small groups of people who speak that language will be the only ones who will talk to each other. And it doesn't have to be indigenous peoples. So the process would have to be designed to make it as open and transparent, but also for the protocols to be out in the open. And that is the only way you can actually trust the data. If it is verifiable, everybody gets whatever it is at the same time, in the same form, and they could be further processed in a way that makes sense to the different users of that information for them to take meaningful action. But it also requires that there's enough time. I don't think we should get into this mode of, oh, we're in an emergency situation, act now, act now. No, we have to think slow, think deeply. And then when we decide to act, then we act fast, you see? You cannot, act fast now and then we'll think about it later. I think we have the process reversed. So that would be my, and then make sure that that information is out there in a repository that everybody can have access to. So the gatekeeping of information is part of the problem that has led to a lot of the, lack of trust and alternative realities, as people call them. No, we cannot afford that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Phoebe, I'm sure you might have a quick follow-up to Doris's views on this with your experience in Africa working with vulnerable communities.
Well, I was just thinking that a number of people have referred to these times, and I've just been chatting about it in the chat a little bit, about these crossroads of humanity. And I was lucky to be at the crossroads of history for two African countries negotiating their independence from colonial rule, Namibia, and their transition to democratic rule in South Africa. And so it's easy for me to say these are the times that we now face as humanity as a whole. What kind of a society do we want in the future? And how are we going to get there from here with the vested interests, with the rigid systems, with a lot of the baggage that we have been facing, but much of which we need to clear away. How can we navigate that? And so, as you know, Dennis, and a number of the people in the audience probably know too, developing a new global platform to bring together a lot of the people talking about these issues on futures for humanity. And I do feel that we need to confront not just the research, both planetary and societal and governance research, but also the policy and social action that needs to happen, that Ricken and many of you in this meeting are engaged in, and the media and narratives that we need to start seeding more concertedly, more effectively. There's so much disinformation, and it's very well funded. And we cannot just lie on the ground with our feet in the air on this. We have to take charge and get people talking, understanding that, these are not top-down narratives. It's seeding innovation, ideas, experimentation. And that's one thing, Doris, that I really appreciated from the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, is that we came forward putting out at the end of this 5-year process, at the end of, or the beginning of this millennium, that the best thing that we could do is local experimentation and seeding innovation and ideas all over the place. Some will catch fire, some will not.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know, Phoebe, you are actually working with Sir David King on that platform that you just referred to. John, could you throw us another question from the audience?
Yes, another early question from the audience was from Manish Koirala. The question is, what are your thoughts on scientists like Judith Curry and Richard Lindzen who claim that there is no real climate emergency? And even if we were to cross the thresholds, would we still be fine? We would still be fine, as the overshoot would be a momentary one, as per them.
Okay. Well, I'd like to address that one to our two speakers who are with us, Leon Simons and David Spratt. Maybe, Leon, you could take the lead, and then I'll follow with David. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's in a way a bit of a strange question, of course. Like, if we lose all the tropical coral reefs, I think that will be a big problem. If I lose my country in the Netherlands through sea level rise, I think that will be quite a problem. We show that all this heat accumulating in the Earth system has now more than doubled, and it takes a lot of heat to melt all this ice from Greenland, which will rise, which will cause 7 meters of global sea level rise. But if the amount of heat that now comes into the system and accumulates every year, if they would be all directed to increasing the global sea level, every year the global sea level would rise by 30 centimeters. So if you just understand the basic physics of what's happening, and if you understand how, for example, the AMOC could change and how that could impact the global climate, I think it's quite ridiculous that there are still some people who call themselves climate scientists and pretend like there's not really a problem. Well, everyone who understands the basic physics and who lived in the real world should be able to grasp that.
Yeah. And I see that David is with us, and he'll be speaking very shortly. But David, I think you've been working on this problem for quite some time, of scientists who claim that there is no real climate emergency. I thought you might have a comment on that.
Thanks, Dennis. I mean, I think we face a choice here. Emissions are still going up. Temperatures are still going up. Emissions haven't peaked. We are in what I would call a business as usual mode. Of course, Pierre, the question is, are we in an emergency mode? And we can see what a business as usual mode has done, where climate is just another issue amongst many, where it's subject to the normal rules of politics, that is, deals, compromise, trade-offs. And that's why we fail, because it's just another issue we can deal with in that way. And that has clearly failed. That has clearly failed. And there is another mode of operation, which in a book many years ago we called emergency mode, which is where you say this is an all hands on deck moment. I mean, we saw this with COVID, where we said this threat is now so severe that we have to suspend some of the normal ways we do things. We had lockdowns, we had rapid development of vaccines, we had government subsidies in a way that was completely abnormal. And I think, given that we're at 1.5, given that we have past tipping points, which we'll talk about soon, given that people like Stefan Rahmstorff are saying we might trigger the Atlantic circulation in the next 25 years, and that makes agriculture in northwestern Europe non-viable. We are in a do or die moment, or hands on deck moment. And I think we are defying the science if we pretend that this is normal and this is okay.
Okay, David, thank you. John, shoot us another question from the audience.
Sure. We had a question from Brian Jones, who asks, what effect have forest fires had on reflectivity?
Okay, I think Leon probably would be the best to take a shot at that. Very technical question. Yeah,
I think that's a very interesting question, and there's two ways to answer it, because what most might not know, that reducing air pollution also really can cause more forest fires. For example, reducing air pollution from, again, these sulfur emissions, which cause about 1.5 degrees of cooling over the northern hemisphere. Reducing these emissions removes in a way the sunscreen of our planet, and then more sunlight reaches the forests, and these forests can dry out, and then there's more fuel for fires to burn. And now we saw in 2023 and also the past 2 years, but 2023 there was really an enormous increase in forest fires from Canada, and of course that caused a lot of carbon emissions, so more CO2 in the atmosphere, but that also indeed produced air pollution. And the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, assumes that this air pollution is anthropogenic, so it's caused by humans. So in their accounting, they assume that that is the same as air pollution from shipping, for example. But that, of course, it's very different, because the smoke is not is not being emitted over the ocean, so it has very different impact on how much sunlight is reflected. These are different particles. They have a different impact on cloud formation, and there's a lot of uncertainty there. In many ways, these sulfur particles are relatively simple. Of course, it's still very complex. It's the biggest uncertainty in climate science, is how much these particles are cooling the climate. But these particles from forest fires are much more complex. They are different shapes, different emitted at different times, at night, during day, and so there's a lot still unknown. But we do think that can also increase warming. For example, if these dark soot particles from these forest fires deep in the north deposit on sea ice or on the Greenland ice sheet, that can also darken the ice, and then it absorbs more sunlight. So it's quite complex. So it can absorb sunlight in the atmosphere, whereas the surface, for example. So there's many things involved there, but yeah, I think that the simple answer is we don't really need more forest fires to help us cool the planet.
Yes, it is complicated. Thank you. John, I saw an interesting question in the Q&A from Robert Tulip. Could you read that one out for us?
Yes, absolutely. So the question is from Robert Tulip. The information from Leon Simons and James Hansen about the darkening of the Earth overwhelms the short-term heating impact of new emissions. Can a coalition be formed with a narrow focus on restoring planetary albedo as the most immediate practical crisis response?
Very interesting question. I wish Sir David King were able to join us to have a shot at that. He's on a plane from Kigali to London at the moment, so he wasn't able to join us for the. But would any of the other panelists like to take a shot at that? I think.
Dennis, I'll put my neck on the line. the planet is becoming less reflective for a number of reasons. The first is because we are losing large amounts of floating sea ice at the poles. This is not the politics, this is the physics. The only way to restore that sea ice is to cool the planet. The only way we'll get the sea ice and reflectivity back is to have a cooler planet. We are also getting, as Leon has led some work on, we have less reflective aerosols, and so more heat is getting through. And the largest, and here's a contradiction, because those aerosols cause sulfates, and they cause acid rain, and that's the reason why they're being taken out of the system. But a large driver that, of Jim Hansen pointed out, is the loss of aerosols over the North Atlantic, because the International Maritime Organization has mandated lower sulfates in bunker fuel, and so we've got this incredible warming of the North Atlantic because of less sulfates in shipping fuel. I know there are people out there advocating that IMO policy be reversed. And this is the world of least worst options. So is some work being done on this? Are there advocates in this space? Yes. But the big ones are to do with sea ice, and that requires a lower temperature than we have now.
Yeah, I just want to add there that it's not just, of course, the North Atlantic, but also the North Pacific, where a lot of shipping happens from North America to China and back, of course, with a lot of goods being shipped from China to North America. And if you look at the region east of China, that the sea surface temperatures over the past 5 years increased more over this period, over only 5 years, than over the preceding 150 years. And in 2020 is the year when this global sulfur regulation came into effect, where these sulfur emissions were reduced by 80%. And indeed, even in 2013, there was already a study looking at the impacts of allowing ships to emit sulfur. For example, they could use different fuel with high sulfur fuel, which had been, of course, been using for over 100 years over the open ocean. So not close to the port, because indeed then the impact of these sulfur emissions will cause acid rain and will cause health impacts. But if they would only be allowed to emit over the open ocean, where there is already some sulfur there from algae, so there's a natural background load. But if they would be allowed to emit them over the open ocean, that could cause regional cooling. And that's really, of course, from a scientific perspective, that makes, if you want to cause rapid cooling, if you want to reduce this extreme, really, it's like beyond extreme. It's like increasing the greenhouse gas forcing from the past 270 years over this ocean, from all these greenhouse gas emissions that happened over the past 270 years, firstly from one day to the next over much of the northern hemisphere oceans, right? That's what happened. So if you want to reverse that, that's the only way we can do that within 10 years, I'd say, is by allowing ships to keep emitting these sulfur particles over the ocean.
Okay, thank you.
And that's of course, that's very controversial. It's extremely controversial. But I do think that once civilizations realize what the impacts will be from these extreme sea surface temperatures, these extreme policy decisions will really seriously be considered. And
thank you.
Yeah, I wish we wouldn't be here, and it's not we're not advocating for anything here, but technically that is a possibility, and I do fear that we are now at the point where this will really be considered and potentially will be done. And I do hope that this will not be an excuse to not reduce greenhouse gas, which of course is really needed. Otherwise, we will just keep hiding the real warming, and what we call it
Yes.
increase
Leon,
termination shock, which means that if you stop emitting dissolved particles,
yes,
that there's really rapid warming of over 0.2 degrees Celsius of additional warming, which we are now starting to see already.
Okay, thank you very much. We are just about out of time. I wanted to open up if any of the panelists have some urgent point that they wanted to get across and we didn't have the chance for them. Very briefly, 30 seconds max. Anyone have a point that they were sitting on the edge of their chairs to get into the conversation?
Say something very quick, which is just, I saw some comments questioning the climate science, and I appreciate the response of the scientists saying that's not where the science is. But I think part of the problem that people have is they don't know what the science is, and they hear this stuff, and one scientist is as good as another. And I would just say very quickly to those people as a non-scientist, why the heck would Xi Jinping be taking climate change seriously? Why would Vladimir Putin be taking climate change seriously? Why would all the corporations in the world be taking it seriously if it was a completely flawed science? Why are they spending money, billions of dollars? Like, it doesn't make any sense why these actors would be responding to this if it was all a sham. And the second thing I would say is just, are you really going to trust some random scientist with your kids' futures? Like, at very least, acknowledge the uncertainty. We don't know. To some degree, all this stuff is uncertain, and that's scary in itself.
Yep.
Yeah, and we look at the data. And everyone can look at the data. The data is often freely available, and you can look at the data and try to understand what's happening. And there are uncertainties. There really are. And the NASA satellite data we present, there's a big uncertainty, but that also means that it could be even worse, right?
Yeah.
That there's uncertainty doesn't give you an excuse to say, okay, then it probably won't be as bad. And because the risks are so high, we better assume that it's even worse than what the satellite data tells us that it likely is.
Right.
And finally, I really would like to thank the organizers for organizing this important event. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon and Ricken. That's a good set of points to close our panel and Q&A today. And let me warmly thank you all for joining us. Some of you, like David, in the middle of the night, and contributing your reflections. Aria, let's have me pass the gavel back to you to launch a session 2 on what happens if we fail to avert 2 degrees C. Aria?
Thank you so much, Dennis. That was an incredible panel. So many incredible questions and profound insights from the panelists about how complicated so many of these issues are and how interconnected all of these challenges are that we're currently facing. And now let's learn what happens if we fail to prevent 2 degrees by 2040 in session 2. What happens if we fail to avert 2 degrees Celsius? Now, our next session dives deep into some extremely sobering realities, but it's crucial that we understand exactly what's at stake so we can strengthen our resolve and we can address these challenges and find our way to do what it takes to create a safe climate while we still have the chance. So to begin, we are going to hear live from Dr. Tim Lenton, Professor of Climate Change and Earth System Science at the University of Exeter. Many of you may be familiar with Dr. Lenton as he is world-renowned for his pioneering work on climate tipping points and positive pathways that can massively accelerate emissions reductions. Welcome, Tim.
Okay, good to be here. I've got, I'll share my slides. I'll try and keep it to 10 minutes. And I've been asked to talk about the risks of triggering feedbacks and in particular tipping points. And I'm speaking to you in the week in which we just launched our second Global Tipping Points report, the 2025 edition. So if you want to read more about this critical subject of climate an Earth system tipping point risks. You can see the website there, or you can scan the QR code, and I'll put this slide back up at the end. Let me just start a stopwatch to make sure I don't run over. Okay, so let's talk about what a tipping point is. Here I've got a simple system with two alternative stable states, and it's in the one on the left, the ball rolling around in the valley, but I'm making that state of the system less stable or less resilient over time. This could be global warming that's forcing some part of the climate system towards a tipping point. So as it's losing stability or resilience, damping feedbacks are getting weaker and amplifying feedbacks within the system are getting stronger. And then there at the tipping point, that amplification within the system is strong enough to support a self-propelling change that's very hard to reverse as the ball rolls down out of the valley that's disappeared into the other valley. So that doesn't happen in all systems, but it can happen in some complex systems under particular conditions. And you saw the qualities of tipping point change. It's abrupt in this case, and it's hard to reverse, and you could stop forcing the system, but it would carry on under its own feedback momentum. The actual timescale of transition is going to depend on the timescale of the system. So some systems like ice sheets are very, very slow. So the rolling of the ball down the hill would still seem slow to us, but be hard to reverse. Now, in the new Global Tipping Points report, we highlight that we're in a new climate reality for two reasons. One, we're now saying that we've passed the first major tipping point in the Earth system, and that's for widespread die-off or die-back of coral reefs. And we can say that because we already assessed that the tipping point for coral reefs in terms of global temperature was best guess around 1.2 degrees centigrade of global warming, or if upper range 1.5 degrees centigrade. And in the last 2 years, we've seen the Earth at 1.5 degrees C of warming. We've seen extreme marine heat waves, and we've seen more than 80% of coral reefs experiencing extreme bleaching and dieback. We also know now that we're going to transgress 1.5 degrees C of warming by probably around 2030. So that's a sad reality now. Not everything's lost for the corals. We can talk about that in the question time and how we might protect a fraction of them. But a major ecosystem that supports an estimated $2 trillion per year of ecosystem services is now in some kind of large scale and irreversible decline. Now, they're just one system, the coral reefs, that I'd flagged up out for some years as being potentially prone to a tipping point that would lead to widespread impacts and damages. Here are a few of the other systems that we highlight, and some of the evidence that they're changing in an accelerating rate in a bad direction, like the loss of ice accelerating from the Greenland and West Antarctic ice sheets, or the extraordinary droughts and fires that are affecting the Amazon rainforest, or something I'll focus on more in a minute, the slowdown of the Atlantic overturning circulation. I also indicate some arrows here because these indicate we have the empirical evidence that tipping points interact, and they interact in a way that starting to tip one thing can bring forward tipping another. At least the interactions are of that direction more often than not. There are some cases where tipping one thing would inhibit tipping another, but unfortunately it's more like the proverbial dominoes most of the time. And in fact, the fact that the Arctic is warming up 4 times as fast as the global average, thanks to losing a highly reflective white sea ice surface and replacing it with a dark ocean surface, and the corresponding fact that the warmer atmosphere is holding more moisture and there's more snow and rainfall in the net in the Arctic, and that the amplified warming is melting the Greenland ice sheet, all of those factors pouring extra fresh water into the North Atlantic are why the Atlantic Ocean overturning circulation is slowing down. And we know from Earth history that has profound impacts, including if it slows down or collapses, it will leave heat behind in the Southern Ocean, threatening the ice sheets down there. Now, I've been looking at this tipping point risk for a quarter of a century now, and this is a summary of how the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change assessments have adjusted their risk assessment or strictly speaking, their likelihood assessment of tipping points over time. And it's a pretty straightforward but alarming story. We used to think it would take 4 or 5 degrees centigrade of global warming for it to become as likely as not that you cross these major tipping points. Now we say we're in the danger zone at 1 to 2 degrees of warming, and really in the danger zone if we go over 2 degrees C. We can look at that in a tiny bit more detail from the latest tipping points report, where we highlight some of the key systems we should be concerned about, talked about the corals and mentioned the West Antarctic and Greenland ice sheets. I want to focus in for the rest of my few minutes just on the risks of tipping changes in the Atlantic Ocean circulation. That's a mixture of 2 related systems, one area of deep convection or deep water formation in the subpolar gyre, and then that's part of this larger Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, or AMOC for short. We're not saying that they will be tipped at 2 degrees. You can see that, though, that it'd be about, we'd assess it about as likely as not for the subpolar gyre deep water formation, and there's certainly a significant risk of tipping the AMOC as it's known. And that these risks are real already at the current level of warming. In fact, if you asked me to put an estimate on it, I'd probably say we're in the range of a 1 to 10% probability that we've already tipped the AMOC. So what is the overturning circulation of the Atlantic, and what are these systems? We're interested in this red surface current here heading northwards, and then sinking formation of deep water either side of Greenland. The left-hand one is the subpolar gyre formation of deep water in the subpolar gyre, it's called. The other region, the Greenland ice and Norwegian seas. This deep water formation propels this blue current, which is going southwards thousands of meters down in the ocean and forming some kind of loop of circulation. Key thing is this is transporting a huge amount of heat from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, particularly on up to northwest Europe. If you lose or collapse the formation of deep water, first in the subpolar gyre and then in these other seas, it's going to have profound impacts, as we'll see in a minute, on not just on the climate of Europe, but globally. And we already see that in several of our climate models, this can happen. And we know from Earth history that there have been tipping points of collapse in this overturning circulation, well, 25 times during the last ice age, has it tipped off and then somewhat later tipped back on again. So this can definitely happen. Why should we care? Well, if the tipping point in the AMOC were to happen, then here's an indication of what it would mean for where I am in Europe. On the left-hand plot, in the sort of bold contour lines, the black, the blue, and the red, you're seeing what are the decadal climate extremes in terms of minimum temperatures in the winter. They're minus 30 degrees centigrade in Edinburgh or minus 20 degrees centigrade in London. There are 3 completely frozen months of the year in London. There are nearly 6 frozen months of the year in Edinburgh. And yet in the summers, it's going to be hotter than today. So still hot heat wave summers, and yet there's a kind of ice age winter. And there's an ice age winter because in this scenario, in a state-of-the-art climate model where this tipping point happens at 2 degrees of warming, in the winter, the sea ice edge extends down to the black line on the right in December, the blue line in January, and the red line in February. So for me living in the UK, the sea ice is covering most of the North Sea, most of the North Atlantic, and hence the absolutely frozen conditions. In simple terms, it's very hard to see how our infrastructure would cope or would under such a radical shift in the climate. And just to take a slightly parochial British view on this, we'd previously worked out that this tipping point would eliminate the possibility for growing crops in the UK, and that would be the least of our worries because there'd be a overall drying of the climate that would mean there was in the summers a major water deficit for where all the people are in the UK around London in the southeast. So we'd have like a food and water security crisis. But in the global scale, think we know that this tipping point in the AMOC would severely disrupt the monsoons in West Africa and India. Actually, when we made some simple calculations, we found that the changes in climate, drying in many key crop growing regions would radically reduce the viable area for growing these two staple crops, wheat and maize. In fact, they reduced it globally by more than a half. So I think that would constitute a food security crisis underlain by a water security crisis. So a summary on tipping point risks would be that we're already facing them. We're already at risk of crossing at least 5 climate tipping points. We've said this week, we think we've crossed one. Every fraction of warming increases that risk. A 2 degrees warmer world would risk an AMOC collapse that would make much of Northwest Europe, I said they're delicately inhospitable, you might say uninhabitable, and certainly cause a sort of global food and water security crisis. My view is that, to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees C, the only really viable way to do that now is to trigger what I call positive tipping points that accelerate the change to zero emissions technologies and behaviors. And you can entertain yourself separately if you want to. Read the book I recently published explaining the evidence that we're already seeing those positive tipping points towards zero emissions in major sectors and markets of the economy, and outlining the policies and the actions we can all take to bring those forward. That, I think, is the most important message for maintaining a livable climate. Yeah, that's my 10 minutes, folks. Thanks for listening. And there you go. If you want to scan the QR code or go to the website and read more of the report, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. I think you highlight how even 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius warming is really an unsustainable goal, and the importance of cooling and the need for new warming goals. Now, to focus on the real world global impacts expected at 2 degrees Celsius, let's welcome David Spratt, Research Director at the Breakthrough National Center for Climate Restoration. He's known for his clear-eyed assessments of existential climate risks while calling for urgent systemic transformation to ensure humanity's survival. Here's David Spratt. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been asked to speak briefly today about climate impacts if warming exceeds 2 degrees. And first, I just want to review some of the things we've learned today and in recent observations and science. In practical terms, warming has reached 1.5 degrees. The warming rate has quickened over the last couple of decades by around 50%, from 0.2 to 0.3 per decade, perhaps a little more. 1.5 degrees has arrived 15 years ahead of the IPCC 2018 projections, which said around 2040. In other words, 15 years have been lost from the Paris emissions reduction timetable, so that, politically speaking, 2035 is the new 2050 for net zero. In terms of future warming, the rate will continue at a faster rate due to the continuing high emissions, declining only slowly to 2050 as shown in the recent production gap report, decreasing aerosols, which you've heard a lot about today, decreasing reflectivity, partly aerosols, sea ice, but also it looks like a low cloud feedback. The terrestrial carbon stores becoming less efficient, and the ocean heat sink also becoming less efficient. We also know from the literature that tipping points have been breached for the West Antarctic ice sheet, for the Greenland ice sheet, for coral reef systems, and likely for soil moisture loss. In addition, tipping points are imminent for Amazon forest, for the AMOC, for boreal forest. And we also know that current model projections do not adequately account for all reinforcing feedbacks and systemic tipping points. So how hot will it get? Today, at 1.5 and 430 parts per million CO2, climate change is already dangerous. That is, 1.5 is a political goal, not a moral or a scientific one. On present path, 2 degrees will be reached around 2040, and on present commitments, and with those feedbacks not in the system, warming will likely exceed 3 degrees. As John Schellenhuber said at a conference just recently, 1.5 is dead, 2 degrees is in agony, and 3 degrees is looming. And we know that 2.5 to 3 degrees, in fact, even 2 degrees may be enough for hothouse Earth, and at 3 degrees, we are heading towards systemic collapse. And worse still, a plausible high-end scenario is 4 degrees or more. So let's look at some snapshots of heat, and this work by Tim Lenton and his colleagues on what they described in the red area, that at 2.7 degrees of warming, that is 30 or 40 years from now, those parts of the world that will show levels of heat beyond that ever experienced in human history, resulting in near unlivable conditions, which are currently only found on 1% of the Earth's planet, that is the Sahara. And by near unlivable, that is the inability to work or be outside without air conditioning, and even a lot of heat stress and difficulty inside without air conditioning systems. And translated by the World Resource Institute into cities, here's a map at 3 degrees of warming for 197 cities around the world that will experience 150 days per year or more of at least 35 degrees, and often, of course, above 40. Half of those cities are in India. And of course, that's not just about people, it's about food. And we know that temperatures exceeding 35 degrees, in some cases 33 degrees, can impair rice seed germination, pollination, and grain quality. And we'll return to this issue shortly of crop yields. There are also questions of water stress. This again from the WRI, showing extremely high dark red brown water stress areas by 2040. And in addition to those areas of extreme heat, there is also the Western United States and Canada, Mediterranean Europe, much more of Central Asia, and Northern China as well. At 2 degrees, 3 billion people experiencing chronic water scarcity. At 4 degrees, that increases to 4 billion. And coming back to food, this work on the change in land areas suitable for cropping, 2 degrees the dark brown, 3 degrees the orange. And we can see here that at 3 degrees, for wheat and rice, the decrease in available land and therefore roughly yields is about 25%. And the authors conclude that beyond 22 degrees of warming, the decline in suitable areas for more than 30 crops they studied becomes pronounced in some cases, like yams and pigeon peas and coconut and soybean, approaching 50%. And this rather stunning piece of work from the Planetary Solvency Report earlier this year on the impact of an AMOC collapse, which we may be heading for towards mid-century, and 2.5 degrees of warming on crop yields, with dark purple being a decrease in yields of 100%. And if we can see here the devastating effect on the 5 largest wheat exporting areas in the world, that is the United States and Canada, Ukraine and Russia and Australia. And of course, the transformation of natural systems as well. So this work from Spratt earlier this year. At 2.7 degrees, the Arctic would be transformed beyond contemporary recognition. The Arctic Ocean would be essentially ice-free for several months in summer. The area of Greenland that reaches melting temperatures for at least a month would roughly quadruple, and the area of permafrost would be half of what it was in pre-industrial times, and all the feedbacks, of course, that entails. And lastly, this report looking at impacts as a proportion of temperature. Temperature here, proportion of impacts felt. And we can see here at the 2 degree line, to the left of the 2 degree line, that is before 2 degrees, For 3 of the metrics, 60% of the impacts are before 2 degrees, and for another 3, 40% of the impacts are before 2 degrees. So for coral reefs, freshwater scarcity, UNESCO sites, terrestrial vegetation, staple croplands, and river flooding, altogether, on average, half of the impacts before 2 degrees. And then, of course, there is sea level. This work on 2 degrees, the light red circle based on 4.7 meters, 4 degrees based on 8.9 meters. These are understatements because in the long run, sea level rises are 10 to 15 meters per degree. Nevertheless, we can see here at 4.5 meters, which Jim Hansen said he would bet $1,000 to a donut is closer to the number by 2100 than the IPCC's numbers. We see 39% of Shanghai's population, 30% of Hanoi, and 39% of Mumbai's population affected, with devastating consequences. And lastly, the impact on people of that extreme heat we looked at earlier on. So 7 countries which are largely covered by these red areas, including Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and so on, and Indonesia, 2 billion people in those areas. And it is hard to imagine the displacement that unlivable heat will cause across those 2 billion people, leading to estimates, which of course are difficult, that warming of 2 degrees could provide 500 million people incentive to emigrate, and for 3 degrees, it could be 1 billion people. I think those numbers could actually be underdone. So in summary, where does this mean we're heading? The Chatham House assessment report from 2021 says without a sharp reduction in emissions before 2030, which is not and will not happen, impacts likely to be locked in for 2040, 2050, include a 30% crop in crop yields. Food demand will be 50% higher. Put those 2 numbers together and you get an unbelievable answer. 1/3 of cropland affected by severe drought each year, leading them to conclude that the cascading climate impacts will, quote, drive political instability and greater national insecurity and fuel regional and international conflict. And I think that's a polite way of putting it. And likewise, if we look at 3 degrees, we know that there will be extremes beyond all past human experience, sea level rises of tens of meters inundating both cities and deltas, large parts of the tropics suffering near unlivable heat, large parts of the dry subtropics dry out and desertify together, having catastrophic impacts on food and water security, which led in a 3 degree scenario by some US security analysts more than a decade ago to conclude that in these circumstances, and I quote, armed conflict between nations over resources is likely and nuclear war is possible. Social consequences range from increased religious fervor to outright chaos. And so just to end, what does this mean? Sir David King, who's with us today, on our current path, the path we're still on, civilizations we know will disappear. If we meet current commitments only, perhaps some form of humanity will survive. And Hans-Joachim Schellenhuber, a very big risk that we will just end up ending our civilization. The human species will survive somehow, but we will destroy most of what we have built up over the last 2,000 years. And I think they are sobering and realistic assessments. And thank you for your time.
Wow. Thank you, David, for the big picture overview of where we're currently heading. I know the implications for that are extremely overwhelming. And of course, it reinforces again how important it is that we develop a new strategy that focuses on reducing temperatures to safe levels and regenerating our ecosystem so that we can start turning this situation around as soon as we possibly can. We've got another panel coming up right now for this session, and to moderate, I want to go ahead and call back HPAC Board Chair Dennis Garrity, who will welcome session 2 panelists. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Aria. Our second panel also has 4 distinguished individuals in addition to our speakers. Let me welcome them. And may I ask that each of you now turn on your video and your microphone. First, we have Dr. Portia Adade Williams, a climate adaptation expert from Ghana. She is Senior Research Scientist and Head of the Environment Unit at the Council for Science and Technology Policy Research at the Institute in Accra. Second, we have Dr. Delia Catacutan, an accomplished environmental scientist and development leader who is currently serving as chair of the Healthy Planet Action Philippine Initiative. Third, we have Dr. Devashree Nayak, an integrated systems specialist with almost 20 years of experience in agroforestry and based at the Food and Agriculture Organization in Delhi, India. And finally, we have Mr. James Donovan, co-founder and CEO of Adade Innovations, and he is also chairman of the Global CEO Alliance. Jim is recognized globally for his contributions in environmental leadership and sustainable finance. Okay, so turning to Portia. I lived in Kenya for 21 years. Recently, I saw the rainy season there fail 6 seasons in a row, and millions of people were hungry and desperate. Now, you've been studying the impacts of climate change across the entire African continent. What are you learning about the impacts of climate change so far and the likely impacts of global temperatures exceeding 2 degrees in the near future? Portia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for this kind invitation, and hello to all my fellow panelists. I'm really happy to be here on this all-important conference. Very, very critical moment and to join this dialogue. So I'll just go back to your question, and I think it's a really excellent reflection that you have given on Kenya, which is actually capturing what we are seeing more broadly across much of the African continent today. So my reflections, I'm going to bring it mainly from the last assessment report of the IPCC, where we were working on the state of climate and impacts in Africa. And we learned a lot about the impacts of climate change and even what could happen if indeed temperatures go beyond what has been stipulated. And so even hitting it on the nail is to raise the point that it is well known that Africa contributes the least to the global emissions, yet the consequences we are really facing, and it's very severe. Across the continent, we see that our economies, when you talk about the food systems and other livelihoods, they are deeply embedded and tied to the climate. And we are already feeling impacts, which we don't even now say are projections, but they are lived experiences, like you were saying for Kenya. And we are seeing more frequent and intense droughts, we are seeing floods, we are seeing heat waves. And these are really affecting crop yields, water security, talk of human health. But even at the time of the last assessment, where we would say we were at 1.2 degrees of warming, the evidence was very clear, and declining crop yields were seen. We are seeing shifting rainfall patterns, growing pressures on our water and our energy systems. But most importantly is the fact that at COP21 in Paris, the world had agreed to limit global temperature to 2 degrees Celsius. But from the last speaker, we have already arrived, even 15 years ahead, where we were supposed to be thinking around 2040. The projections for Africa actually continue that we are going to see warmer and faster global temperature increases. And for areas such as the semi-arid areas within the Sahel and for South Africa, for instance, it's expected to get hotter and even drier and see more variable rainfall, among others. But in contrast, it's part of West Africa, where I'm originally from, where we would experience wetter conditions, which are more intense rainfall, with flooding, among others. But what is particularly worrying to us is that with what we are seeing across most regions, rainfall is becoming less predictable. And also, when we see these increasing temperatures and the impacts they are having, they have deep social implications. And so, according to the IPCC, even beyond 1.5, and as we've heard already from the earlier speakers, we are seeing biodiversity loss, we are seeing ecosystem disruptions, we are going to see mortality and morbidity increasing from heat and infectious diseases. And also, when you talk about food production, which is really driving most economies, we are going to see reduced food production from crops and fisheries and livestock. Then what do we say when we are going to cross to 2 degrees of warming? Then those risks are even going to be much more severe, and we are likely going to see more irreversible losses in key ecosystems. We will see bigger declines in agricultural productivity and even leading to tension on our resources, our water and land resources. So we really are learning, what we are learning from this for Africa is that our future resilience depends both on what we're able to do locally and on the global ambition. Because if warming continues unchecked, then adaptation that we keep saying is our key priority alone won't be enough. So in ending this, I'll say, what are we going to do? And I want to agree more with Sir David King, who said we need a comprehensive strategy. But for my own personal reflections, when we say comprehensive strategy, I think we need to link science, policy, and then action. And climate actions and interventions are super critical. It's not an option, but we really would need to have that in order to protect lives, to sustain livelihoods, and to build a resilient future for the African continent. Let me end it here and then maybe come back again as the discussion is continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Portia. And let us now turn to the situation in Southeast Asia. Delia, the Philippines is rated as one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. And I'm aware of that since that's where I'm living. And Filipinos are now witnessing an increasing frequency and intensity of super typhoons with incredible wind speeds and massive flooding. What is your sense of how much worse these disturbances would get at 2 degrees? And has this been a motivating factor behind your move to launch the Healthy Planet Action Philippines initiative? Delia?
Thank you very much, Dennis. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having me in this panel discussion. Yes, absolutely. The Philippines is widely recognized as one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. And the evidence of that vulnerability is no longer theoretical. It's here and it is accelerating. Over the past 2 years alone, we've seen record-breaking marine heat waves around the archipelago. We've seen also unprecedented hot seasons like the one we had early this year, and a worrying trend of super typhoons that are not just more frequent, but also more destructive. These are no longer outlier events for Filipinos. They are becoming part of the new normal. Several recent data sets show how severe this trend already is. Sea level around the Philippines has been rising by up to 7 millimeters per year since 1993. This is nearly twice the global average. This means that storm surges and coastal flooding are now reaching farther inland, threatening cities, farms, and small island communities. Tropical cyclones like the ones we have actually 2 weeks ago are also changing. We're seeing a higher proportion of the most intense storms and an alarming increase in what scientists call rapid intensification, wherein a typhoon can jump 2 categories in just 24 hours, often close to landfall. This gives local governments and communities much less time to prepare and evacuate. Now, if the world breaches 2 degrees of global warming, the implications for the Philippines are profound. The government's projections suggest that our national average temperature will increase by 1.8 to 2.2 degrees by 2050. I think this is a very conservative estimate, in fact. This will shift everything, affecting everything from food production and water security to public health and economic productivity. Heavy rainfall events will become more frequent even as dry spells grow longer. This is a really dangerous combination for agriculture and water resource management. It's going to be a disaster for this sector. The economic toll is already very significant, with climate-related disasters costing us billions of pesos each year and placing roughly 3 to 5% of GDP at risk annually if climate actions do not accelerate. So, Dennis, it is precisely this science and the urgency it conveys that led us to launch the Healthy Planet Action Philippines initiative. This is a very nascent group that is designed to serve as a platform to translate climate data into actionable policies and programs. First, by calling upon a comprehensive response to the climate emergency. Aligning with Sir David King's assertion earlier in his talk. This response is characterized by a combination of reduction, removal, cooling strategies, and resiliency. I remember the 4R earlier. At its core, the Healthy Planet Action Philippines initiative will focus on trying to shift national response from being reactive to proactive, from recovering after disasters to reducing risks before they happen. Because at 2 degrees of warming, we are not talking about isolated emergencies anymore. We are talking about systemic disruption to food systems, to water security, to health, and to our economic stability. And if we act decisively now, guided by science, grounded in communities, and aligned with a just transition, we can still build a climate resilience Philippines. Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you, Delia. And let us now turn to South Asia. Devashree, David Spratt emphasized many devastating impacts of 2 degrees in South Asia during his presentation. We know that in recent years, India has already had extreme heat waves and just recently suffered from massive flooding that disrupted the lives of tens of millions of people. What are your observations from your perspective in Delhi on how the Indian people are coping with these disasters, and your assessment of how much worse it could get if temperatures rise from the current 1.5 degrees to 2 degrees Celsius in the coming decade? Devashree?
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Garrity. I think this is a very important and an extremely timely question with respect to Indian context. Indeed, India is already living in the reality of climate crisis. As you mentioned, we have seen record-breaking heat waves, where some of the cities have also experienced temperatures touching 50 degrees Celsius. It has been catastrophic with floods, landslides in states like Assam, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, going towards south in Kerala. So it's coming across all the states across India. And these events, like my previous panelists mentioned, these events are no more one of them or rare events. They are becoming kind of a new normal every season, every year. But for me, these are not just these environmental crises. These are also the social crises that we are facing up, and the climate impacts that we are seeing in India are not equal. They are very unequal. The women, the smallholder farmers, the indigenous communities, they are basically the first level of people or in the community who are facing these, feeling the stress of any change. may it be their crop failure, or when the water runs out. It's dry taps or dry wells, when the forest fires are increasing, or there is an increase in human-wildlife conflicts in the areas there where they are living in. But what I see over here is that they are also the first among all the rescuers or responders. They are the first one to respond to these crises. And what I'm seeing across the country is that they are the one who is shining out. They are giving extraordinary examples where the community-led efforts are bringing the climate resilience. We have seen like women collectives, especially in some of the states like Orissa, Uttarakhand, goes to Madhya Pradesh, where they are leading the local, adaptation practices, where they are restoring the degraded lands, where they are converting the abundant farms, fields which are infested with invasive species like lantana, growing up, adopting more trees into the landscapes. Farmers are, we have seen farmers adopting agroforestry policies, agroforestry practices, especially with the national agroforestry policy in India being implemented through sustainable agroforestry mission. So they are blending the trees with crops and their livestock. Farmers are also at a large level adopting climate resilient technologies, natural farming. They are moving towards growing more climate resilient crops like millets. But what I'm seeing over here is that these adaptations are not only limited to farmers or the rural communities. Even in the urban cities, like in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat, there are plans being implemented which are talking about early warning systems. Heat action plans for the cities are being prepared and implemented in the urban landscapes also. So what I'm saying is that in India, the communities are adopting, building up resilience, and they are also doing another one thing is that they are hand-holding with the government policies, the policymakers, for preparing the development plans for their gram panchayat, for their villages at the landscape level, which we generally call as the landscape approach or landscape management plans. So basically what they are doing is they are addressing the local threats, but their threats, their plans are rooted with their traditional knowledge. And these plans are aligned with a lot of modern climatic science interpretations. But like you mentioned, we have heard in Dr. David Spratt's presentation that there are chances that we will be moving beyond 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. So we are looking towards that future, and the warning is very, very clear. The vulnerabilities are going to deeper further. There will be more extreme heat, which will push to the extent of work that I'm doing in India. The outdoor agriculture work will be pushed towards more dangerous levels, wherein what I see from my work is that the women farmers will be at the brunt of taking the impact of it, largely because that's where they are working in. There will be more erratic monsoons, which we know it will bring more drought, flash floods, which are more damaging. We could also see a sharp decline in agriculture, which will impact both income of the farmers, impacting health, nutrition, and education, and especially impacting the children, especially impacting women and girls from the impact of all these rise in temperature. All these things are also doing one more thing, which will increase with further in the future, is migration and increased inequality within the community. When we say when I'm saying about all these things, what I also observe is that adaptation, what we are doing right now, will not be enough in the future. And what we will require will be a systematic change in our approach, wherein we have to integrate the nature, resilience, and the community's equity at every layer of climate actions and planning. So we need to ensure that the women, the local communities, the indigenous communities, they are recognized in the planning of process, but not as the beneficiaries of climate action, but as co-creators of those climate resilient plans. India has a mission life, which basically is pushing the use of renewable energy and is promoting and advocating a change in lifestyle for to address the climate resilience. It's also creating awareness among school children through its eco clubs. There are grassroots innovations, which are some of the very positive steps which I'm seeing in India. So as we put this social inclusion and gender equality at the center of the planning, I think India is demonstrating that development and climate resilience can go hand in hand in together. So to answer to your question, how people are coping, I would say in India, it's remarkable courage, creativity, and solidarity. But to me, the bigger question over here is, can the global system, our policies, and our advocacy, our collective urgency, can we match up with the local enthusiasm, with the local resilience that the communities are building up? Over to you, Dr. Garrity.
We've now had perspectives from Africa, Southeast Asia, and from South Asia. And now I'd like to turn to Jim Donovan. And Jim, you have your finger on the pulse of the private sector as chair of the Global CEO Alliance. Now, as heating impacts multiply, the ramifications on many industries are starting to get serious. One example among many is the hit that's being taken by the insurance industry. And overall, financial analysts are now projecting massive losses in global income as temperatures rise above 2 degrees. How are businesses preparing for these impacts as the damages mount up? And how are you seeing the business sector playing a role in formulating a new and more aggressive approach to stopping global heating before it gets out of control? Jim?
Well, Dennis, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation and for the organizers. There were so many great interventions before. I'm going to try to add my small part in this journey. Frankly, everyone in proceeding is 1,000% right, but I think one of the challenges has consistently been in the last 2 decades of being in this space is how do we communicate a value proposition? We really have to compete with such a disruptive time in history where we have, let's be frank, we're competing against fake news. We're competing against AI, one of the most disruptive times in politics, biodiversity. The list goes on. But the challenge is every one of us, have been on a journey in trying to translate, this new value proposition. And to be frank, I don't think we've done a great job. And I don't proclaim to have the answer, but somehow, on this journey as we cross, the Rubicon, where we're crossing a global economy that begins to destabilize, for the private sector, it's really not just about sustainability. That ship has sailed. It's going to be about survival. And I think one of the things that I did learn, I was just getting used to on a personal basis that 60 was the new 40. On this conference, I now have heard that 2025 is the new 2050. And to be very frank, that's bloody scary. And for this survival, for us to create a new business model, insurance is a great canary. Insurance and farmers, I've always believed, have been sort of the canary in the coal mine. They've known about climate change for the longest time. You could ask any farmer that 20-something years ago, they could tell you things are changing. Insurance companies have had the actuary tables forever. Dennis, you would be of the same generation you remember when there were commercials that said 4 out of 5 doctors recommend Pall Mall cigarettes. We are in a time of, frankly, the model has just been, put on climate change, and we need to do a better job of how are we going to, evolve this. But let's just take insurance. I come from the financial industry, and frankly, insurances and large swaths of the economy are becoming uninsurable. And with that, our financial models that we've built so wonderfully over the last 100 years are all starting to become, there's a domino effect to how that unravels across mortgages and infrastructure and investment confidence. And what we're seeing, in a good way, we are seeing, and this was mentioned, industries or companies moving from just listing down listing down what their carbon footprint or water footprint is, to actually starting to do something and look at the supply chain. And this is frankly not because they woke up and became so much aware. They realized that without their supply chain is, let's say, flooded, or their people couldn't get to work, all of a sudden they didn't have a business. And I think it was touched on by previous speakers. We know society, we stepped up, things changed during COVID. We realized that if the world needs to turn on a dime, we can do it. So we do see that businesses are, starting to map these climate risks through their operations and supply chains. Stress tests are being done, making capital allocation is becoming a trend. We need to have it a lot more. If I could touch a little bit on our journey as Global CEO Alliance, we believe that the private sector has a major role to play into this. And we need to move something like $4 trillion a year towards impact. And for that, I think we all need to do a better job of speaking each other's language, of government, of science, of private sector, to create these value propositions. So we know that adaptation alone isn't the plan. It's a stopgap. We need aggressive mitigation. We need proactive mitigation. And that requires strong, predictive policy signals, private sector alliances to fund this resiliency. If I could summarize, we somehow need to put a value on risk avoidance. Everybody hears about AI, and frankly, every company around the world is running around the world with their hair on fire, saying they have a fear of missing out. And they have a fear of either being overtaken by something of AI, or that they're missing out and they're just rushing into it. And because of that, we have, for a lot of reasons, energy shortages, etc. We've not brought that type of zeal to how to create this value proposition or value creation from looking at how do you avoid risks and how do we put a price on that. So obviously the truth is a 2-degree, God forbid I keep hearing 3-degree, and it's not insurable, it's not investable, it's not stable. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but business leaders know this, but they also need a license to help execute. In the current environment that we are in is very disruptive. So they need coalitions. They need more players to be involved. So allow them the license. Literally, most of them are trying to deal with quarter by quarter results and those challenges, and along with all those other disruptions that I had mentioned. So what we've been trying to do is help mobilize capital, technology, and influence to help steer towards what is a more sustainable future. Now, I hear that is we're now trying to keep that just at 1.5. That's a terrible thing. But as we are, on this journey together, I don't portray to have all the answers, but I do know that whatever we're going to do, I think it has to have that key word. It's going to be and. Whatever it is, it's going to be X and something else. It's going to be mitigation and policy development. It is going to be science interventions and private sector engagement. With that, I would just leave it that no matter what we do, we have to embed trust, transparency, and accountability. And I know all of us can do more. And I'd like to thank everybody on this panel and the organizers for bringing this together. And I know we all have parts to play. and I appreciate everybody's interventions. Thank you very much, Dennis.
Well, thank you, Jim. And now, in the interest of time, we're going to move to our audience participation with the Q&As, and we have a big stack of questions and answers with or Q&As, which we'd expect from about 800 registered participants in this program. And we're running out of time. So, John, let's take 2 or 3 questions, and I would ask those that I'll direct them to be very brief in their responses. John, the first question that you've picked up from the Q&A?
Yeah, sure. So a couple of questions that are related. First one being, are any of the IPCC authors behind you? And will this topic of accelerated global heating dominate the COP30 agenda and discussion?
That sounds like a good one to direct to David Spratt, who I know has been deeply engaged in those issues. David, I see.
Thank you. Look, absolutely. I mean, if the work that Tim's done on tipping points, people like Eric Rigno, who is a world-leading expert on West Antarctica, people like Jason Box. I mean, the science that is quoted on Zooms like this and reported everywhere is done by the most eminent scientists, and whose report is reported in the IPCC. So there's no contradiction there.
That's right. Yeah. Thank you, David. Now, John, do you have a second question for us?
Yes, the second question that came in is, do you think that the necessary changes can be made by the free market, or is it state and superstate action that is necessary? If coordinated state action is necessary, what signs do you see of that emerging at sufficient scale and speed?
I saw Jim just look at the ceiling because he knew that I was going to direct this question at him. Jim, can you take a shot at that?
Thank you. I'm going to give it my best. I would be very frank. While the nation or at the higher level, frankly, they've got so much on their plate. What we are seeing is real action happening at the city level, and actually, there's a lot more that city mayors, city local government units have more skin in the game. They're closer to the problems. So I guess I would go back to that magic word. It's going to be and. While lobbying can be done at the national level, local government units, local industries have so much more skin in the game and can move the needle a lot faster. That's where we're seeing some action in the past couple of years.
Okay, back to you, John.
Yes, another question has to do with marine clouds. So what about loss of marine clouds as a tipping point? Hansen estimates cloud loss at half of albedo loss, and albedo loss as causing more short-term warming than new emissions.
It's clear that less aerosols, less clearing aerosols is also producing less clouds. So there's a relationship there. So yes, it is a feedback, and it is significant, and it can't be underestimated. James Lovelock and Lee Kump 30 years ago did a paper on this and said if you get hot enough, you actually lose all the clouds in the atmosphere, and then you are in a hothouse Earth. So I mean, this has been well established for 30 years.
Yeah, John, I wonder if any of the questions you've seen are directed to any of our lady panelists from the regions.
Yes, there's one question. I'll just read it verbatim. This is John Balamku Sumbo from Green for Change, Ghana. How can we effectively support vulnerable communities that are most affected by the impacts of climate change to adopt climate mitigation and adaptation practices? Specifically, what strategies can we use to advocate for increased funding to enable CSOs and NGOs to promote and scale up these practices at the community level?
Oh, okay. So that would naturally go to Portia, I believe, your colleague from Ghana.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. I think that was a full question pack. But then Advocacy and CSOs very critical in this space and in this discussion. But from the African point of view, I think one key point is to say that it's very, very important to note that even if global warming is limited, our socioeconomic conditions are strongly linked to climate that will still be substantially affected. And so it's very important indeed for the CSOs to be driving climate mitigation and adaptation practices. But how to go about that would be promoting adoption of these practices and investing in adaptation and mitigation practices, for instance, looking at climate smart livelihoods, reflecting more on the earlier impacts I have talked about, early warning system, capacity building, but importantly ensuring that these are more inclusive and gender inclusive, responsive, because the people closest to these impacts understand the realities on the ground, and that's why we need the CSOs to be advocating. And also advocating for increased funding to demonstrate the impact. We need to showcase that and show evidence that of how local actions are really delivering resilience. And if you're able to show and demonstrate impact, then it means if you're advocating for increased funding, it's more justifiable in that way and in that sense. And also, we are always talking about disjointed efforts in a sense that coordination is very limited. And so CSOs need to build stronger partnership between research institutions and between governments so that their efforts are very much aligned with what government efforts and what government seeks to achieve. And if these are done, then it means if you are driving and advocating for more funding and for more actions on the ground, you can see these happening a lot. I think these are few I could touch on for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Portia. Well, it is unfortunate, but time is against us, and I will have to, at this point, close down our discussions and turn back to Aria to finish us off for today's session. Aria?
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you again for a really amazing panel. That ends session 2 and concludes our first day of the Global Heating Emergency, Preventing 2 degrees Celsius by 2040 Global Forum. Today, we got up to speed on the latest science, and we gained a deeper understanding of the catastrophic tipping points we're currently facing. Tomorrow, we will turn our focus towards solutions and how we can all work together to urgently restore the balance of the planet. Please don't miss it. Welcome back to day 2 of the global heating emergency, preventing 2 degrees Celsius by 2040. I'm Aria McKenna of the Healthy Planet Action Coalition, which we also like to call HPAC. Now, yesterday, we faced some very overwhelming realities about tipping points and the many changes in Earth systems that are changing the way we need to think about solving the climate crisis in light of non-linear exponential warming. I want to acknowledge that the very real challenges we are currently facing in light of the explosion of AI cannot be forgotten as well. And I want to make it clear that none of the solutions that we're presenting here should be used as an excuse for unlimited consumption. HPAC also supports a swift, just transition and an end to deforestation. We need to restore Earth's capacity to draw down greenhouse gases while also regenerating our ecosystems. This is how we're going to be able to eventually stabilize our systems. So we have to acknowledge that we're dealing with a polycrisis and that warming is exacerbating all of the issues that we're currently dealing with. So we absolutely cannot forget about cooling our temperatures to stabilize our systems at the center of any plan that we implement. So now today, I also want to focus on the many innovative solutions that need to be utilized at the scale necessary to help regenerate our ecosystems and restore Earth's capacity, like I mentioned, to draw down those greenhouse gases. Because above all else, we must find a way to change course on climate so we can build a sustainable future for our children and for our grandchildren. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dennis Garrity, HPAC's chair, to give a brief recap of what we covered yesterday. Dennis, take it away.
Thanks, Aria. I extracted 4 slides from yesterday that captured some of the most important points from our day 1 speakers. In our first slide, Leon Simons shared the latest analysis of the temperature acceleration and pointed out that temperatures are now increasing at a rate that is double their previous rate. This means that 2 degrees centigrade will be reached by the late 2030s and 3 degrees by 2060 if the current rate of increase is sustained. Now, the rate may later decrease from this trend in the future, but it also looks likely that it could be sustained or even increased due to accelerating feedbacks. Next, we had James Hansen, who emphasized that 1.5 degrees is now dead, and that 2 degrees target is going to be dead as well. In fact, it's likely within the next 15 years. That's because Earth's reflectivity has decreased dramatically since 2000 due to reduced cloud cover, reduced ice and snow, and reduced aerosol pollution. He also noted that the current UN policy approach of net zero in 25 years is now, for all practical purposes, impossible. Tim Lenton explained that several Earth system tipping points are likely to be triggered between 1.5 and 2 degrees over the next decade and a half. This would be very dangerous and could further accelerate global heating. And finally, as we talked about impacts, David Spratt gave an overview of many repercussions on humanity of temperatures above 2 degrees, including the vast areas in low latitudes where temperatures will rise to Sahara desert levels and cause incalculable suffering. So these highlights set the stage for a deeper look today at how we can and how we must mobilize to avert these impacts. Back to you, Aria.
Thank you, Dennis. Like yesterday, we've asked our experts to pre-record videos to manage the time given and the number of speakers. So now we're going to begin session 3. How do we avert 2 degrees Celsius by 2040? What's the plan? So here we want to recognize the importance of integrating a risk assessment framework as we explore the pathways to prevent 2 degrees warming, from emissions reductions and greenhouse gas removals to the role of nature-based solutions, safe sunlight reflection methods, and responsible climate intervention research. To learn how much emissions reductions and greenhouse gas removals would be needed by 2040 to prevent 2 degrees Celsius, we'll hear from Bruce Parker, a data analyst from the Healthy Planet Action Coalition. Bruce is a longtime climate change activist who has developed his analytical foundation at MIT. He created a web-based interactive tool that enables users to explore and forecast temperature changes under different emission scenarios. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Bruce.
Hello, my name is Bruce Parker, and I am honored to have been invited to speak at this conference. Understanding the possible impacts of CO2 emission reduction and removal strategies of the temperature increase by 2040 is critical for developing the policies needed to keep the temperature increase within the bounds set by the Paris Agreement of 2015. Since all the temperatures mentioned in this presentation are in degrees Celsius, I have excluded the term Celsius from my talk. Global temperatures are expected to rise by more than half a degree by 2040. This might not sound like much, but it's a big deal, because it means it'll be much harder for the world to meet the Paris Agreement goal of keeping the warming well under 2 degrees by the year 2100. We can slow down the temperature rise, but it'd be helpful for us to know, how could reducing CO2 emissions actually help? What if we could also remove CO2 from the atmosphere? Would that make a big difference? And if we do both, will we be able to avoid a 2-degree increase by 2040? Since the analysis is complex, I will begin with my conclusions and then explain step by step how I came up with the numbers. Based on my analysis, I've reached the following 4 conclusions. First, efforts to reduce CO2 emissions will only have a very small effect on the temperature increase by 2040. For instance, a very aggressive CO2 emission strategy might be able to reduce CO2 emissions by 30% by 2040. But the corresponding temperature reduction would be only 0.3 of a degree, not very much. And under optimistic assumptions, we might be able to get 4 billion tons per year of carbon capture and storage. Cumulative emissions through 2040 would then be under 20 billion tons, and an optimistic temperature reduction for carbon capture and storage is then less than 1/100th of a degree. Second, the expected decline in Earth's albedo will be a major factor determining the temperature increase by 2040. The continued albedo reduction could increase the global temperature by as much as 1/3 of a degree by 2040. That's more than the effect of just CO2 emissions. Third, without proactive climate intervention, the temperature increase by 2040 will likely be over 2 degrees. Since the temperature increase from greenhouse gases will be over 1.8 degrees, even if CO2 emissions are reduced by 60%, and the temperature decrease from albedo will be likely over 0.2 of a degree, the total temperature increase will likely be over 2 degrees. Fourth, since the consequences of exceeding 2 degrees would likely be very severe, we need to start planning now for proactive climate intervention. In summary, we can't count on emissions reductions or carbon removal. We need to worry about albedo. Proactive climate intervention is needed, and we need to start planning. Now let's look at the process that I used to reach those conclusions. I simply created a table with temperature increases estimates for a variety of both CO2 emissions pathways and decreases in Earth's albedo. Before I get into the details, let me show you what it can be used for. For example, if 2040 emissions are 80% of 2025 emissions, and albedo decreases a bit, like 0.5 of a watt per square meter, the temperature change in 2040 will be a little over 2 degrees. Before I go step by step through this example, I'd like to review my 5 major assumptions. Number 1, a temperature increase of 1.5 degrees for 2025 was selected because it is a mid-range value from a World Meteorological Organization graph of temperature increase forecast for 2025 to 2029. Number 2, the IPCC expects that the temperature will increase by about 0.00045 degrees for each billion tons of CO2 emissions. Number 3, non-CO2 factors such as methane, nitrous oxide, and aerosols will contribute about 25% of the warming that CO2 causes. For example, if CO2 causes a 1 degree temperature increase, then the non-CO2 factors will cause a 0.25 degree temperature increase for a total of 1.25 degrees. Number 4, the contribution from carbon feedbacks will be minimal, about 0.2 of a degree, 0.02 of a degree. Number 5, the decline in the Earth's albedo in the past 15 years was the equivalent of about 1.7 watts per square meter of radiative forcing, and it might continue at the same rate in the next 15 years. Since the value for 2040 is not certain, this analysis provides a range of values from 0 to 1.5. And just out of curiosity, I checked my temperature increase calculations with those calculated by the En-ROADS climate simulator, which many of you are familiar with, for the same cumulative CO2 emissions. In all cases, the results are almost identical. So if I had used the En-ROADS for my data analysis, the results would probably have been exactly the same. Now let's go step by step through my example. The first column is easy. I explained the value 1.5 earlier. We will assume that 2040 emissions are about 80% of 2025 emissions, or 34 billion tons. Cumulative emissions will then amount to 598 billion tons. The graph at the upper right of the slide shows the emissions pathway. The temperature increase from the cumulative CO2 emissions is then calculated by using the IPCC factor I mentioned earlier. This results in a temperature increase of 0.27 degrees. One of my conclusions is based on column 2 and column 5 of the slide, which shows that for each 10% decrease in 2025 CO2 emissions in 2040, such as from 100 to 90%, results in a temperature decrease about 1/100th of a degree, such as from 0.29 degrees to 0.28 degrees. This shows that reducing CO2 emissions between now and 2040 will not have a significant impact on the temperature increase in 2040. Next, based on my assumption that non-CO2 factors, such as methane, contribute about 25% of the warming due to CO2, the values in column 6 are 25% of those in column 5, or 0.07 of a degree in this example. The temperature increase from carbon feedbacks, permafrost thawing, etc., will not likely be significant by 2040. This analysis assumes that such feedbacks only amount to about 45 billion tons. In this example, the temperature increase due to all the radiative forcing factors except albedo was 1.86 degrees. And if the albedo decreases by about 0.5 watt per square meter, the total temperature increase will be just above 2 degrees. Finally, this slide helped me reach the conclusion that the temperature increase in 2040 will likely exceed 2 degrees for any reduction of CO2 emissions because of the expected decrease in Earth's albedo, which are the yellow cells. This slide also shows that a decrease in albedo has a very significant impact on the temperature increase and likely greater than that of CO2. My conclusions. Even strong efforts to reduce CO2 emissions will only have a small effect on the temperature increase we expect by 2040, certainly less than 1/10 of a degree and likely closer to 1/100th of a degree. We need a plan to deal with a likely temperature rise of more than 2 degrees by 2040. To eventually stabilize the climate, we will need to reduce emissions drastically and remove large amounts of CO2 from the air. These efforts must happen much faster than they are now. Without using additional methods that also increase how much sunlight reflects the Earth, it is likely that temperatures will not only go over 2 degrees by 2040, but could easily keep rising quickly towards 3 degrees in the following decades. You're welcome to contact me for further discussion at this email address. And if you want to further explore emissions reduction scenarios, you can use my climate model simulator, which allows the user to explore many emission scenarios and just many of the underlying assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce, for these really important, they're very technical insights, but incredibly crucial for us to get a grasp on the situation that we're currently facing. It's so important that we've got a realistic perspective on this reality. I want to liken it to, it's like the Earth has a fever. I've noticed that there's a lot of similarities in the way that our body works and the way that Earth systems work. There is a point that if you've got a fever, you've got to cap that fever so that you allow the Earth to heal. So I just wanted to offer that as an analogy that I think we're dealing with right now. We really do need emergency intervention to help stabilize the system so that Earth can heal. Our next speaker is Professor of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering at Cornell University, with research focusing on sunlight reflection research and responsible climate intervention. Let's watch and learn from Doug MacMartin on the cooling potential and risk assessments needed to safely deploy stratospheric aerosol injection. Thank you.
I'm Doug MacMartin from Cornell University, and I am going to talk to you about an additional tool that we could use to help reduce some of the impacts of climate change. And that is to reflect a small amount of sunlight back to space, fraction of a percent. This is referred to as sunlight reflection or solar geoengineering, solar radiation modification, whatever you want to call it. The problem with climate change, of course, we're adding greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. That causes the planet to warm up. Obviously, we should cut our emissions. We should cut them to zero. Two problems. One is that's hard and it's not going to happen overnight. And second is that doesn't solve climate change. The point when we get to zero emissions everywhere on the entire planet is when we stop making climate change worse. The next thing that we need to do is pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. Lots of ideas in that space. Is still nothing remotely close to the scale we would need to be doing that at. So we can hope, but hope is not a strategy. This carbon dioxide removal is fundamentally a hard thing. It's going to cost a lot of money to do. It's not going to happen tomorrow. And of course, on top of this, all of these things are uncertain. If I tell you how much carbon dioxide we're going to add to the atmosphere, we don't know how much the planet's going to warm. For a given temperature, we don't know what the climate impacts will be. There's uncertainty in future policy. There's uncertainty in future technology. And different people might have different levels of optimism about this. But regardless of how optimistic you are, we do not have a guaranteed strategy to avoid significant climate damages. So the additional thing that we could consider is reflecting a small amount of sunlight back to space, right? So Earth gets energy from the sun, radiates energy back to space. As long as those two are equal, we're in equilibrium. If we make it harder to radiate energy back to space, the other thing we could do is reduce the amount of energy we absorb from the sun. The idea that's best understood would be to put aerosols into the stratosphere. So small droplets high enough up into the atmosphere where the air is stable and those can stay there for an order a year or so. We know this works because nature does this for us every now and then in the form of large volcanic eruptions. Picture here is Mount Pinatubo that erupted in the Philippines in 1991. and put 15 to 20 million tons of sulfate into the stratosphere, that cooled the planet by something like 1/3 to 1/2 a degree over the following year or two. Very robust effect after every large volcanic eruption. Physics is well understood. Basic idea would be you fly airplanes up to the stratosphere and release sulfur dioxide or something like that would form sulfate aerosols. We know that would cool the planet. We don't know everything else it would do. The next idea that is discussed, I'm not going to spend much time on, marine cloud brightening. The picture here is ship tracks formed, basically clouds formed because the pollution in the smokestack of a ship provides cloud condensation nuclei. You can have the same effect by spraying salt water. The challenges here are this is much more poorly understood. There are other approaches as well, but the idea that is most near term in terms of the ability to make a significant difference in cooling the planet would be stratospheric aerosol injection. So back to this picture, same picture. If you want to consider sunlight reflection, the question would essentially be, is it safer, less risky, fewer climate impacts to follow this blue pathway versus the green pathway? A couple of challenges with this figure. I deliberately have not put anything quantitative on the axes. The length of time you would need to do that depends on how much cumulative emissions you've put in before you get to net zero and how fast you can pull CO2 out of the atmosphere. That could be centuries. And climate impacts, if you warm the planet with one mechanism and you cool it back down with a different one, you don't get back to where you started again. So 0.2 on this figure is not the same as 0.3. So if you, for example, hold global mean temperature the same, that does not mean that all climate impacts stay the same as well. The final thing I want to point to on this plot is that I have drawn this deliberately so that as if the decisions are independent, right? We do the best we can of cutting emissions, we do the best we can of pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere, and then we decide whether or not to do some additional sunlight reflection. The concern, the number one concern, I think, with thinking about sunlight reflection is whether the decisions interact and whether a choice to do some amount of sunlight reflection might lead to less mitigation. I personally don't share that concern, but that is certainly a widespread concern about this method. If you want to think about this trade-off, of course, we need to weigh all of the impacts and risks of climate change against the impacts and risks of deploying some amount of sunlight reflection. It's useful to subdivide that into a number of categories. So first, if you were imagining a responsible deployment, so that means that you are gradually ramping up, you're not doing anything sudden, and you're doing something in a reasonably hemispherically balanced way, same amount in each hemisphere. There are still physical climate effects. It will be changes in acid rain, there will be some small changes in ozone, changes in the climate response, I'll show in the next figure. In addition, that does not mean that that is the way a technology would actually get used. If the deployment was not well managed, the extreme case of this would be if you're relying on this to cool the planet, and after some period of time you simply stop, then over the next decade or two, the temperatures go back to where they would have been. That's referred to as the termination shock. There's the moral hazard or mitigation deterrence that I already mentioned. And then finally, if some set of countries are doing this, we as a species, we don't agree on anything. You will never have every single country on the planet agreeing to deploy. If you wind up with a drought in some country or what have you, it will probably get blamed on the deployment. So those last three, those all involve governance and thinking about how can one design governance better to minimize those risks. The first of these categories, the physical effects of a reasonable deployment, is something that we can address by using climate models. Same climate models you use for looking at climate change. Here's an example. This is one climate model, but reasonably representative. The figure in the top left is the pattern of temperature change that you get from climate change. And then below that is if you use the same amount of emissions into the greenhouse gas emissions, same amount of warming, but you offset that with stratospheric aerosols, you cool everywhere. The gray shaded areas are the places that are not even statistically significant. There are some residual changes, but they are small. And the bottom line here would be any climate impact that is driven by temperature. So that includes things like sea ice melting, heat extremes, permafrost thaw, and so forth. Then this will do a pretty good job of compensating. On the right is the precipitation or rainfall patterns from climate change on the top, and that same amount of climate change offset by some amount of stratospheric aerosols on the bottom. For this, the compensation is not as good. It's also more uncertain, different between different models. A lot of those larger changes happen over the ocean, but there are still at least a few places over land where there is a statistically significant change in this model. That basically means that if you're trying to assess the relative impacts of this with climate change, then there are some impacts like extreme rainfall or droughts where you need to be a little bit more careful in looking at the details. If you want to dig into this more yourself, I'm involved with this organization called Reflective. You can go to their website and there's a simulator tool that you can click on that you can go play with this yourself, change the scenario, change how much cooling you're doing, when you start, and so forth, and play with what the effects would be. If you look at those climate model results, it would strongly suggest, I think there's still a few loose ends, of course, on the uncertainties and a few things we have not looked at, but it would strongly suggest that some limited deployment would probably help reduce climate impacts. Fair question, what are the uncertainties? So we are attempting to be more quantitative in this, looking both at how large a particular uncertainty might be, how wrong might we be, and also how consequential that is. In principle, this includes not just uncertainties in the climate model, but also things like how hard is it actually to deploy? I don't think it's too difficult to deploy, but there's work that needs to be done. What do we need to have in place to observe it? The reason that's an issue is that those observing systems will take time to put in place. In terms of the actual climate modeling, the largest uncertainty, I think, is associated with the aerosol microphysics. Basically, the issue here is that we calibrate our models by observations of volcanic eruptions. But if you are going to fly airplanes up into the stratosphere and release material, the volcanic eruption may not be a good analog for that. And we may wind up, there's uncertainty in how large the aerosols will grow, and therefore how much cooling they'll produce, or rather how much you need to inject to get a given cooling. Excuse me. So we are not at a place right now where there is a question on the table of whether or not to deploy. The most immediate question, we're currently in a phase where we're doing climate modeling, we're looking at observations of the stratosphere, climate change is gradually getting worse, and the question on the table today essentially is not to deploy, but whether to move to the next larger phase of activity. That would be a small experiment, fly one airplane up to the stratosphere, release material, look and see what happens, and confirm our uncertainties about aerosol microphysics, validate our models of that. If the aerosol size distribution that we see is reasonably consistent with models, great. If it's not, it'd be really good to know that now rather than later. And you would then go back and you'd say, what did we get wrong? And revisit that again and decide whether to move forward again. If we did get a reasonable agreement with our models, the next thing you could consider doing would be take that same airplane or a few airplanes, fly it day in, day out over the course of a season. This is still tiny, has no impact on surface climate, but that would be large enough to validate things like the aerosol transport throughout the stratosphere and the aerosol lifetime. It's really only at that point that there's a decision on the table of whether or not to increase the injection rate and actually deliberately try to cool the planet. Even there, so first of all, a number of uncertainties would have already been resolved by then, but even there, we are currently warming the planet at something like 1/4 degree per decade. If you're holding temperatures constant using stratospheric aerosols, you'd then be cooling by 1/4 degree at the end of a decade. And if you decided, actually, we want it colder than it was when we started, maybe you'd be as much as 1/2 degree cooling at the end of a decade. We will know a huge amount more at that point than we do today. And for that reason, the things that we need to be thinking about today are not what would happen if we were doing 1 degree of cooling or 1.5 degree of cooling. We can decide that much later. The decisions on the table in the near term would more or less be whether to start moving down this pathway. Always stop. In terms of timeline, I would say, I don't know for sure, but my guess would be that if one was really aggressive on a purely technically driven pathway, this might take about 10 years before you're starting to cool the planet. So maybe 2035, but you could then ramp up from there towards significantly reducing climate impacts. So let me just wrap up at that point. We are clearly not on a trajectory that avoids significant climate risks. We know that we have tools that would cool the planet and would almost certainly reduce many climate impacts, provided that they were used in a reasonable way. The hardest challenge in all of this is going to be, how do we ultimately decide? But a decision about deployment is not the decision that's on the table today. The decision that's on the table today is simply moving towards the next stage of research. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Professor MacMartin, for your clear-eyed insights and perspective on SAI. It's so crucial that we do have tools in our toolbox that we can deploy to lower temperatures while we decarbonize, so we can prevent 2 degrees as we move forward. Now, our next speaker will also expound on the plausible pathways to deployment. Mr. Wake Smith is a climate researcher, an author, and adjunct professor at Yale and Harvard. He's also an author of Pandora's Toolbox and one of the world's leading voices on the technical, ethical, and governance aspects of solar geoengineering. Here's Wake Smith.
Wake Smith, and I'm a researcher at Yale and Harvard, where I study the aeronautical tactics and financial requirements necessary to implement stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI. I had a prior roughly 30-year career in commercial aviation and aviation finance, which gives me an unusual degree of insight into these practical aspects of deploying such a program. I'm going to start my talk by quibbling with the title and subtitle of this conference, if I may, Preventing 2C by 2040. If it turns out that we are on a path to roughly 2C by 2040, that will likely be because our climate sensitivity to our past emissions turns out to be much higher than we thought it was. If that's the case, I don't know what could prevent us from reaching 2C by 2040. I think that I was invited to speak here to answer the question of whether SAI might be able to prevent that. The answer is likely not. Not because it would be physically impossible to do so, but because it's a highly unlikely policy outcome, and moreover might be very unwise. SAI is often portrayed as a break glass in case of emergency intervention, but I think that's a naive characterization of it. There are loads of scientific and engineering uncertainties which we haven't yet unraveled, and therefore we're not ready to break the glass. There are industrial speed limits to how quickly we could stand up such a program. There are funding requirements to which no one has proposed to step up, and there are governance constraints. So for a variety of reasons, I think SAI would require a great deal of preparation before it could be implemented. To get into some of that preparation and the speed limits related thereto, in order to be effective, SAI must be deployed in the stratosphere, the second layer of our atmosphere. And in order to create a global veil that would protect the whole Earth, we would need to deploy at roughly 20 kilometers or 66,000 feet. This is much too high for existing aircraft or for balloons, guns, rockets, any other existing platforms. Instead, we would need to develop a new aircraft type to undertake such deployment. Now, we could do that, and we have all of the components that would be necessary to do that, but developing a new plane type takes roughly a decade, and that got us one plane. If we need a fleet of them, which we would, that would take yet additional time. It would also require roughly $5 billion to get that first plane, and no one is yet ready to step up to that funding requirement. Now, the good news is that what I've just described is likely not how we would start. Rather, we would likely start at the poles, because that's where the need is greatest. The poles are heating at 3 or 4 times the rate of the planetary average. The ice and permafrost that are melting at the poles threatens sea level rise over the entire planet. And the most worrying of the tipping elements that are often theorized about resides at the poles, that being the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, or AMOC. Because very few people live in these regions, this is also the lowest risk way to start, as it would be a much smaller program overhead of far fewer people. But even that program would take at least 5 years to get in place from the time that there was a funded green light. The decision to deploy, moreover, should be preceded by a decade or two of field trials. And the number of field trials that have occurred in the stratosphere related to SAI remains 0. It's not clear what material we would use, how much of it would be required in order to get a given temperature response. It's not clear how high we should in fact ideally deploy, or what airfields would be used in what countries. It's not clear how to disperse the material out the back of an airplane, and it's not clear what unintended physical effects such a deployment might have. So all of that would need to be researched via field trials before it's plausible to get a funded green light to develop the deployment infrastructure. I'm designing the infrastructure for such a field trial right now, but my hope is that we could commence that field trial by roughly 2030. So if we commence field trials in 2030, and we do them for a decade at least, and then it requires 5 years to get the infrastructure in place to deploy at the poles, that's a 2045 commencement at the poles, maybe a 2050 or 2055 deployment commencement in the tropics. And deployment commencement means starting small with a tiny year one program that would ramp up over decades. It is unlikely that we would turn on SAI like a binary light switch. A plausible target, for instance, might be to stop warming as of 2050 with a slowly ramping program that increases as concentrations continue thereafter to increase. So what I've just described is a program that would provide temperature stability after the start year, but not temperature reductions. Now, could we in fact reduce temperatures with SAI? Everything we now know says that we could, but hitting the planet with a big hammer such as that would be risky, and moreover, humanity may by that time have adapted to the warmer temperatures that exist and may not want us to turn the temperature clock back. There is, moreover, a problem regarding attribution. If we start with a small program that ramps up over a couple of decades, and there is weird weather that occurs thereafter, it will be very difficult to understand whether that weird phenomenon was due to the SAI program or to the ongoing buildup of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere or to unrelated natural climate variability. That attribution may take 10 years, during which time public support for the program may wane. So there's sort of a valley of death that may exist before we're sure that the SAI program is doing what we want it to do. Most daunting regarding the onset of SAI is, once again, the lack of a governance structure as it now exists. It's not clear what body would undertake that governance, and we have by no means started to build consensus around such a program. So the punchline of all of this is that to have an SAI program ready by mid-century, we would need to begin field trials roughly by the end of this decade. Moreover, that mid-century start is likely a slow one that starts at the poles, moves to the tropics, covers eventually the whole planet, but at a very slow ramp-up rate. SAI, based on everything we know, could be very effective in reducing future climate harms, but it won't stop warming in 2040 if that's what's required. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wake, for these really important insights. Funding and more research is absolutely needed to help assure that we have the ability to respond appropriately to avoid 2 degrees Celsius warming. Now, in light of our urgent situation, governance should be a truly essential part of our solution to help minimize risk. Now, our next speaker is Professor Hugh Hunt, a professor of engineering at the University of Cambridge. He's known for his engaging communication style and research on mechanical systems that could support temporary climate cooling measures while we reduce and remove greenhouse gas pollution. Let's watch and learn about a nature-based technology that would also increase sunlight reflection called marine cloud brightening.
Hello, my name is Hugh Hunt and I'm from the Centre for Climate Repair in Cambridge. And I would like to talk to you about marine cloud brightening and can we avoid 2 degrees warming? Now, I think the subject of marine cloud brightening is very interesting because it's all about reflecting sunlight. And there's lots of things out there, lots of ways out there to reflect sunlight, but the particular one we're interested in today is marine cloud brightening. The question I was asked is how much albedo enhancement can be expected by 2037 by deploying marine cloud brightening, and what effect could that have on averting 2 degrees? Well, these are difficult questions. And, here at our Centre for Climate Repair, we like difficult questions. The first thing we are very keen on is deep and rapid emissions reductions. We're also very keen on greenhouse gas removal, carbon dioxide and methane, because we've got to deal with both of those before we really even think about the geoengineering side of things. And we're very interested in our Climate Repair Centre on the Arctic, refreezing the Arctic, because we kind of know that that's where the Earth is warming the fastest, and stopping ice from melting is clearly an important thing. I do like John Shepard's napkin diagram from back in 2010. I've got a napkin diagram here. And it talks about the absolute necessity to be doing emissions reductions as a priority, carbon dioxide as a priority, but we're still left with this overshoot, if you like, that just because neither of emissions reductions nor carbon dioxide removal can be done fast enough, we need to be reflecting sunlight. And that's where marine cloud brightening comes in. But let me first say just a personal thing, I guess, is that I'm often flying from London to Melbourne, and I've got family there. And when I'm flying, I do ask myself the question, how much CO2 is my responsibility? So this kilogram, a 20 kilogram suitcase of CO2, I imagine arrives on the carousel. I want to know how many of them I have to pick up. Well, you should do this sum for yourself. It's not that tricky. You kind of work out the fuel consumption of the plane and the length of the flight and the number of passengers and the how much carbon dioxide does a kilogram of fuel produce, and then you do the calculation, and then you get a bit of a shock, because I have to pick up, just me, all the other passengers have to do the same, a hell of a lot of suitcases. But actually, this is what I see, and who cares about the carbon dioxide? No one tells us about it. It's not a worry. So that's why I think the emissions reductions alone strategy is going to be pretty tricky. So that gets us into this thing, marine cloud brightening. First thing to notice is that you go onto the internet and you look at this fantastic work that people do on marine cloud brightening, but you soon discover that cloud physics is very tricky. Just look at some of these words: collision, coalescence, below cloud scavenging, entrainment, updrafts, hygroscopic growth. Well, look, fortunately for those of us who are not really into that stuff, there's a kind of a simple way of looking at it, that when the sun reflects off clouds, and about 30% of the sunlight coming into the Earth is reflected off clouds and so on, the whiter a cloud is, the more reflective the cloud is. And we can make clouds whiter by producing smaller cloud droplets. And all of this marine cloud brightening stuff is about, can we spray sea salt aerosols? Nature does this in storms, waves breaking and producing these aerosols. But can we spray smaller aerosols to make smaller cloud droplets to make the clouds whiter? Now, we kind of know that this happens. Ship tracks, we see satellite pictures of ships leaving behind these clouds. So that kind of works. And we've done some experiments. This is some work going on in the Great Barrier Reef, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But I do want to a shout out for Stephen Salter, my good friend who died last year. He was an engineer through and through. And before any of us were thinking about the actual numbers, he was. Back in 2012, he gave some evidence to the House of Commons in London. And he wasn't just talking about clouds, he was talking about machines that could brighten clouds. And he was looking at power consumptions and pressures and spray rates. And look, full marks, Stephen. You were ahead of the game by a decade or two, and we're just catching up. So where are we now? Well, on the left here, I've got Stephen's sums for, from back 15 years ago. And these are some figures which I've gleaned from the Southern Cross University work on the Great Barrier Reef. I've jotted them down from conferences and things, so I can't vouch for their 100% accuracy, but they're somewhere about right. If you look at the power consumption of this boat down the bottom right and the droplets they're producing, pressures they're running at, it's all kind of around the area that Stephen was talking about. But the one thing that we're low on is the amount of stuff coming out of this boat. And that's a bit of a problem because for a given amount of power, we're just not producing anything like the number of droplets that Stephen had envisaged. We're out by a factor of 30 or more. And so what are we going to do? Well, okay, let's think scaling up. The Stephen Salter sums were fantastically simple. Go and look them up there. You can find them easy enough. But basically you said, well, look, you start from how much energy is coming in from the sun, and you reckon that 30% is reflected by clouds. And if we had a 1% increase in that reflectivity, then that would make a difference. He worked out that that would make a real difference. But then he worked out that does mean we have to pump 1 billion tons of seawater per year to get that global cooling. So you think 1 billion sounds like a lot, but for comparison, global desalination plants globally, where they're producing about 40 billion tons of drinking water per year, which incidentally is about 1% of the world's supply of drinking water. 15 gigawatts of power required to do that. So, oh, look, you know, we only need 1 billion and they're doing 40 billion. Well, just bear in mind that these plants are on land, and the power consumption that we're looking at, if we scale up, is like 100 gigawatts, and we'd have to do it at sea. And we've got to distribute this around 300,000 of these vessels. Well, you know, this is a serious challenge. And it's not just this challenge. I mean, we think of other things like water filtration. Well, these desalination plants have figured out water filtration, but the filtration units are huge, and they're on land. So think about doing these on boats. You know, we've got to get rid of the crud in the seawater. That's just the way it is. Now, seawater is pretty variable. Surfactants make a big difference to the sort of droplets that you produce. And also, not all clouds are susceptible not all regions are susceptible to making clouds by marine cloud brightening. So we've got to think about where we do this marine cloud brightening. Is it going to work? And then we've got opposition to outdoor experiments. So that's where it's quite good to think about regional intervention. So the Great Barrier Reef, people like the Great Barrier Reef and they want to do something about it. So maybe we need to go down that route rather than thinking about global cooling, at least to start with. But we still have the issues of governance, ethics, and public perception, even on these regional scales. So I better wind up. Marine cloud brightening scaled up to 2 degrees is certainly possible, but where we're at now is the power requirements are prohibitive. And that's what we're working on in Cambridge, to try and get the power requirements down by a factor of 10. I mean, the idea that we need 300,000 barrier reef boats running continuously is a bit eye-watering. I don't really think that any of this is likely by 2037, but we can't be despondent, and the research must go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hunt, for sharing your insights on marine cloud brightening to help lower temperatures in the most critical areas. I also wanted to share my appreciation to the late Stephen Salter. He was an HPAC member who dedicated the end of his life to contributing vital research and discoveries on marine cloud brightening. I was very glad to see him spoken about in the presentation. Now, this takes us to our final speaker for session 3, who will share even more near-term cooling methods. For this, let's watch one of HPAC's co-founders, Ron Bayman. Ron is a radical, progressive, heterodox economist with a long career in academia, state and local policy, and in the private sector. Okay, take it away, Ron.
Hello, my name is Ron Bayman, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to present at this very important conference. What I'm going to talk about here is SAI deployment and human civilization. The question is no longer if, but how, when, where, and by whom. I will skip through the beginning of this slideshow. I'll talk through it very quickly, hopefully, in order to get to the second part where I will discuss alternative ways to get near-term cooling besides the stratospheric aerosol injection that I believe you've already heard quite a bit about from the other presenters. So as you know, the how is the climate triad, cool, reduce, and remove. We need the cooling to be able to have time to reduce and remove. That will take decades, if not centuries. We have an emergency ahead of us. We're going to hit 2.2 degrees Celsius by 2040, and we need to do whatever we can to not go through that threshold. Now, the question is, how do we do that? In order to do that, as other speakers have said, stratospheric aerosol injection is by far and away the most efficient, the most uniform, the cooling method that gives the greatest amount of global cooling, like as Mount Pinatubo, the volcano, did in 1991 when it cooled the entire globe by about 0.5 degree Celsius for over a year. And in order to do that, though, to be able to start doing that by 2040, to be able to cool, we need to actually begin to pilot and test that. That means engineering testing. We know it works, so we need to test and optimize it as early as possible. And the only places that we can really do that are in the poles. And so some kind of test, and I hope that well, I assume at least that Doug MacMartin and Wake Smith have talked quite a bit about this, including the kind of experiments that might be most useful to conduct in those polar regions. You start in the North Pole, then you go to the South Pole because you need balance, and you do it in the summer in both areas, and that the localized SAI will fall out. If you put it in the spring, it falls out in the fall, so that you can actually measure that local impact. Now, so I want to just make that point that if we're actually serious about peak shaving at 2 degrees by 2040, we need to start working on this right now. Now, what are the other things we can do to get that kind of near-term cooling? This is where this is a governance way to how that would work. And you should read this slide if people haven't already talked about all these possible scenarios for doing that. But what I wanted to focus on really is the other possibilities. So we at the Healthy Planet Action Coalition Urgent Climate Cooling Response Working Group have come up with that. We have been studying this for quite a while now, and we've come up with a set of 12, 8 of which methods, near-term methods that could provide, we think, near-term cooling by 2050 or earlier. And would provide and ordered them. We've rank ordered these by the following, by their ability to reduce tipping point risk, by their scale up time to global deployment, by their natural science risk compared with non-use risks, and by the magnitude of cooling. And if you look at this carefully, and I don't expect you to do this now, but when you get a chance, you can see that all 4 with the possibility substantially reducing tipping point risk are in this first group. And then we have a group here of possible ability to reduce tipping point risk. And these substantial are all ones that have at least 0.5 magnitude at global scale cooling. And these other ones at least 0.2 if they scale up, possibly magnitude of global cooling. And then we have a couple at the bottom that we don't think would be able to do this within the by 2050. And then we rank them. We rank them by their ability to reduce risk. Then within that, we rank them by how fast they could do that. So you see the ones at the top are quicker, and the ones here at the top are sooner. And then what are the risks compared to non-use? Because the question always is when people raise all the risk is, well, what's the alternative? Not to do it. Well, then we know we're facing calamity. So, you know, it's really a risk thing. And in this, then we make that point. It is very important to note that in this table, all of the methods have links to references, and all of the column headings also have links to descriptions of how of the values in those columns. And you see we coded them very green if they're more favorable to near-term cooling, and less green if they're less favorable. So when we did this, we came up with this these 4 at the top, and these 4 in the second group, and these 2 at the very bottom. Now, one of the things that's interesting here is reducing methane emissions is actually a near-term cooling method, because methane emissions fall out very quickly within, say, 15 years. And therefore, when you cut their emission very quickly, within 15 years, you should be getting a cooling effect. You know, it's not like carbon dioxide where it's a stock problem. So when you cut carbon dioxide, all you're doing is lowering the rate at which things are getting worse, because it keeps accumulating. It doesn't fall out. It takes for much of it, you know, thousands of years to fall out. So by cutting emissions, you can get near-term cooling. You might also be able to do that with catalytic reduction of atmospheric methane. This method it has not been studied a lot, so it's a little bit more hypothetical, but if it could be done, you might be able to get 0.5 cooling from taking out the existing methane that's in the atmosphere. Of course, a lot of methane is produced by natural methods, so you won't be able to get rid of all of that. But you know, the livestock, the rice fields, the oil wells, and so forth, that would be human sources. You've got to cut those, and you have to continuously get as much as you can out of the. I mean, you have to get as much as you can out of the atmosphere, both human and natural, and you might be able to get some real cooling out of that. One of the more interesting methods here in the second tier that is potential to have a modest global warming harm reduction and tipping point risk reduction is easing International Maritime Organization shipping fuel regulations. Now, we at HPAC have produced 2 peer-reviewed papers in the Oxford Open Climate Change. One of them was on 14 methods for urgent direct climate cooling. One of them, well, including solar stratospheric SAI, global stratospheric SAI and polar stratospheric SAI, but also we did another paper that was on relaxing shipping fuel regulations, IMO regulations, that have caused a real termination shock, a warming termination shock, a spike in warming. And we're saying, based on an earlier study, you might be able to get the cooling benefits from the tropospheric aerosols, from the aerosols from the sulfate from the dirty bunker fuel that the ships used to use that was actually causing cooling. You might be able to get that just by letting them do that in the high seas, and so relax the regulations of the high seas and keep them in force near human habitation. We have a peer-reviewed paper that went right through with many studies supporting the notion of a warming termination shock, but we have not been able to get the IMO to act on this. Black carbon emissions reduction is another way to get short-term cooling. Again, they fall out very quickly, so if you cut them, you should be able to get some cooling. Non-fossil fuel generated benign tropospheric aerosol, that's the kind of aerosols in the troposphere. Again, that is one of those 14 methods in our other paper in the Oxford Open Climate Change. So some way to do this without sulfates, with something that wouldn't be harmful to human health, because those regulations were well intended, they just didn't take the warming impact into account. And finally, marine cloud brightening is another way you could possibly use the ships to shoot up salt into those stratocumulus clouds in the high seas, and get some cooling from the new fuels that do not have fossil fuels that we fully support. But we're saying, if you're going to use the new fuels, try and find a way to substitute for the sulfate aerosols that the old fuels had. So that is where I'm going to have to stop. Please take a look at this matrix, go through these methods. at your leisure, and hopefully you will find them helpful to understand all the different ways that we can achieve near-term cooling that we really need to do by 2050. Thank you all, and I hope this has been helpful.
Thank you for your research and dedication to the work, Ron. These are some significant contributions to the scientific community, but I'd like to add that we also have a lot of really low-hanging fruit when it comes to sunlight reflection, from planting trees and painting rooftops white, various reflective panels. These are all things that we can start today. But we do need to keep it going with the research about the wide-scale solutions that are available to us in the future as well. But absolutely, there are things that we can do that really acknowledge the impact of albedo that are available to us right now. So now, to wrap up session 3 on how we can avert 2 degrees by 2040, we'll move to our panel discussion. And to moderate, I want to welcome Trisha Patel. Trisha is a climate change expert from the African Climate and Development Initiative at the University of Cape Town, with research on stratospheric aerosol geoengineering. Thank you, Trisha. So glad to have you be here with us.
No, thank you so much for the handover, Aria, and hello, everybody. It is an absolute privilege to engage in this critical discussion with you all today. Before we dive in, I do want to apologize about my voice. It seems to have gone on a holiday without me today, so please bear with me as we move through. So we have just heard 5 very compelling talks. Firstly, Bruce reminded us that even strong emissions cuts alone are unlikely to hold us below 2 degrees Celsius. And then Doug and Wake walked us through how reflective interventions like SAI could technically work. And then Hugh and Ron closed on the realities of scaling marine cloud brightening and other near-term cooling approaches. And I think together they've left us with a clear question. If mitigation and removals are essential, but not enough to avert near-term overshoot, then what else, governed responsibly and fairly, might help buy us time? That said, I am delighted to introduce our 3 distinguished panelists who will explore this question a bit further now. So may I please ask you all to turn on your cameras and microphones. First, we have Dr. Jyoti Singh. Jyoti is a postdoctoral scientist at the Center for Climate Systems Research at Columbia University, specializing in crop climate modeling or analyzing satellite data for climate and agricultural applications. Second, Mr. Andy Parker, founder and CEO at the Degrees Initiative. Andy's background is in climate policy, and he led the 2008 production of the Royal Society's Geoengineering the Climate Report. And third, Dr. Brian van Hertzen is the founder and executive director at the Climate Foundation, with the vision and the mission to regenerate life in the ocean using marine permaculture technology. So I think let's begin there in the ocean, where so much of Earth's excess heat is stored and where some of the most promising carbon removal opportunities lie. Brian, your work on marine permaculture using deep water upwelling and seaweed cultivation to restore ocean ecosystems speaks directly to what Bruce and Ron noted earlier about the role of large-scale carbon removal and ocean-based solutions in averting 2 degrees Celsius. That said, my question to you is, the oceans are considered to have major potential to sequester and store much greater quantities of carbon by scaling up ocean permaculture and ion replenishment. What is your assessment of that potential, and how much of it could realistically be realized over the next decade and a half?
Thank you for that question. That's a very important question to answer. And, I think I'm reminded of a saying I've heard several times people say, in some ways, the ocean is the climate, because not only does it represent most of the planet's habitable volume, but also it has such a strong determinator on the determination of the terrestrial climate. And so it ends up being a really important question for us to answer. With respect to the question of the potential for the ocean for removing some of the carbon in the atmosphere, it's certainly done quite a job already. I would say a quarter to a third of the carbon, 2,400 gigatons, I think, of carbon that had been emitted by human events. About a quarter to a third of it, of the 2,400 gigatons, has been stored in the ocean on the way up to, where are we now, 425 parts per million. And, on the way down, as we do remove carbon from the atmosphere, it's quite likely that some of that ocean and terrestrial carbon will come back to the atmosphere. So it's not 1,000 gigatons, but perhaps 2,400 gigatons that'll be necessary to get back to pre-industrial levels. I think there's enormous potential. The ocean today stores 40 times more carbon than the entire atmosphere. And so literally, I mean, if you took all the carbon in the atmosphere and distributed it uniformly throughout the middle and deep ocean, it would change the total amount of carbon in the ocean by 2.5%. And we're not looking at that. We're looking at perhaps 1/3 of the carbon in the atmosphere. So it's actually less than 1% change in total carbon. Historically and geological timescales, the ocean has stored much more carbon than it stores today. So there is enormous potential. But the key thing is to understand for the ocean that most of life in the ocean is in the epipelagic zone. That's the top 100 meters of the sea. And the ocean is on an average about 4,000 meters deep. So it's the 3,900 meters. That's the middle and deep ocean where there's a lot less life. And really, the problem of ocean acidification is largely one of the surface ocean in the top 100 meters. So we have to look to the biologic pump and other natural processes, including kelp forests and other algae forests, to be able to fix that carbon in the top 100 meters of the ocean, effectively put it into solid form, and to enable the biological pump naturally sinks that carbon to the middle and deep ocean. So there's a huge potential to sink that carbon, and the important thing is to ensure we have the marine ecosystems that can safely remove that carbon through natural processes, including natural marine snow, as they call it, and sequestration of macroalgae as well. And so those are key elements to getting back to a healthy carbon level. That said, it's pretty clear based on our past behavior that the emissions to zero and 2,400 gigatons of carbon removal will take decades, if not centuries, for us to actually accomplish. And we don't have centuries to actually solve this, getting back to a healthy climate. So it's pretty clear that some form of climate repair will be needed while we get our carbon budget back into balance in the atmosphere. And thus, I believe that we need all three legs of the climate triad, and that is emissions to zero, 2,400 gigatons of carbon removal, and some form of climate repair in order to have a climate that can enable our civilization to continue. Thus, the importance of this conference to study the climate repair approaches. And I believe that there's an opportunity for us to begin with transparent local and regional climate repair solutions that can be done initially, including marine cloud brightening, as discussed by Hugh Hunt and others. If these things are done in a transparent way with buy-in of the communities who are willing to lead the way towards healthy local climate, healthy regional climate. These kind of climate repair approaches can be studied locally and regionally before being applied more broadly. So with that, I'll turn it back to you. And I think, you know, the future's here today. It's just not broadly distributed yet. So let's move forward and find responsible and ethical ways to understand how can we get our planet back to healthy conditions. Thank you very much. Back to you, Tricia.
Thank you so much, Brian. Do you know what, Brian? We have 2 more minutes, I think, for a quick follow-up. Many discussions on carbon dioxide removal focus on technical feasibility or cost, but not so much on resilience. From your perspective, what lessons from marine permaculture research or demonstration projects stand out about building systems that can endure ecological and social change over time?
Well, thank you for that question, Tricia. We can speak from firsthand experience. Our marine permaculture platform in Cebu, Philippines, experienced a Category 5 hurricane in December 2021, and we were seriously concerned. Well, to give you some example of the severity of the hurricane, our shoreline facility had 5 concrete buildings and a large rock jetty that hung out. We actually strapped down and applied guy wires to our weather station on top of the jetty, aiming to be able to see how strong the winds would actually get. Well, I think we did we were focused on the wrong aspects, the best laid plans and all that, because when we returned after the hurricane, there was no jetty. The jetty had been washed away. And 4 of the 5 concrete buildings were erased as well. We had storm surge of 5 meters, seas of at least 5 meters, 120 knot winds. But I can say this, we lowered our marine permaculture platform just 5 meters below the surface of the sea. And not only did the platform survive, but the seaweed, most of the seaweed was still on the platform intact, and we were growing seaweed the day after the hurricane. And we actually, were able to grow seaweed, and a quarter of a year later, distributed a quarter ton of seaweed to our neighboring communities to enable their seaweed cultivations to be restarted. So we are very happy with that. So the submerged platform did great. We had some fairly large surface platforms for raising and lowering. They would not have survived that hurricane effectively on the surface. However, our little milk jugs survived just fine. Very small buoys. So we've since decreased our surface platforms from 6 by 9 meters to 1 by 2 meters, and they're continuing to shrink. And thus, I can say with confidence, we're much closer to having the surface platforms that can safely raise and lower the platform and survive hurricanes just fine. So we're thrilled to say that I think we're most of the way towards surviving hurricanes on the surface and below. And the best way to outrun a hurricane is to go down. And so we're doing that, accessing nutrients and really addressing the nutrient value chain gap, because with ocean warming, and 90% of the global warming is going into the ocean today, there is a increasing energy gap from the surface algae and the nutrients that are down just 100 or 150 meters that the algae need to survive. And that, as the ocean warms at the surface, that gap is getting larger. So marine permaculture enables accessing deep nutrients and surface carbon and ensuring that we can keep that essential primary production alive, starting on the front lines in the tropical oceans today, but going to seasonally temperate oceans in the future. Thank you, Tricia.
Well, thank you so much, Brian. I think having that little bit of insight can always go such a long way in helping people wrap their heads around the work that's actually being done. And I think that's a hopeful start and a reminder that carbon removal has social and ecological dimensions as well. But I think for now, let's move from ocean systems to land systems and from carbon removal to sunlight reflection. So I'll turn to Jyoti. Your work looks at how both global heating and sunlight reflection could affect crop production and ecosystems. Doug and Wake both touched on how SAI might technically cool the planet, but we've not yet discussed what that cooling might also mean for livelihoods. So to bring your perspective in, Jyoti, what are your studies and those of other researchers telling us about how food production risks will be influenced if heating continues to accelerate, and alternatively, if we were to deploy sunlight reflection to alleviate that heating?
Thank you, Trisha, for the question, and I would like to thank the organizers to invite me to be in this panel. Just to give a context, how I started my research in SRM space is like, I had this question posed by my advisor in my PhD, like so I was studying the apple orchards in Himalayan, and they were already like replacing their orchards with fruits or even vegetables that require less chill, because the winters in Himalayas are becoming less and less cool. So he said that there is a method called solar radiation management. You can apply this in the crop model and see how it impacts the apple. I said, yeah, good, why not? And I was there for the field work, so I wanted to do this because I see how I was interacting with the farmers. So I did this. I used outputs from GeoMIP, and then what we found is, yes, definitely it was saving the orchards, and the farmers doesn't have to replace it. So it became very interesting. And in my postdoc as well, I came to study this in United States. But the next question was, what kind of variable was I taking from the climate models? As Doug already mentioned, that first thing that we have to make sure is to focus on the uncertainties. So I was just taking temperature, and when I came to study about other factors like what happens, how the snowfall changes, how rainfall changes, how the vapor pressure deficit changes, what happens then? And so the next question was to look into more like climate variables. And so when I started taking more climate variables, especially rainfall in context of India, the next question came that GCMs do not simulate like monsoons very well. So that's another uncertainty. And so the next question was to look in some other changes that will happen under SAI. And it came like the quality of radiation will change. That is the ratio of diffuse versus direct sunlight will change. The ozone concentration might change. UV radiation might change. So how do we simulate these impacts on crops under SAI if the crop models do not have these processes? So this is my research that I do. I first try to improve crop models to include these processes, like what happens if there's surface ozone above threshold, it will impact crops. What happens if there's flooding under cooler climates? Like if there's for example, nature of flooding will change, it will change from the global the warmed climate to the SAI climate. And what we found is like there's definitely some benefits from the cool temperatures on crops, especially in global south, where approximately 80% of the population lives. So very important region to consider. But then there are questions as well, like what for example, diffuse radiation might benefit from the lower leaves of the canopy. But if the overall amount of radiation will change, it will decrease the photosynthesis. So this is my research, and they are mixed. Just to start with, like, there are mixed results. And the most important point is to improve crop models so that we can get better projections, not just under climate change or global warming, but under SAI climate as well. And secondly, taking more and more complex climate variables, not just temperature, but also humidity, also rainfall, also snowfall, to see much more realistic impact of climate change. Sorry, SAI.
Yes, thank you so much, Jyoti. I do have a small follow-up for you then. If policymakers in a region like South Asia asked for clear near-term insights, like what could happen to rice yields in this area under SRM versus no SRM deployment, what would you say it could take scientifically and practically to give them credible decision-ready answers?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Yeah, if I have to give, of course, we have to use what we have right now, right? So the crop models that we have right now, the climate projections under SAI that we have right now, and then use that. But if we have to say so rice basically benefits a bit more from diffuse radiation rather than, other compared to other plants. So there will be definitely some gains if we just look in terms of light and temperature, because in South Asia regions, the crops are there, the temperature are already above or near threshold at which rice can do optimal production, have optimal production. But the thing will be like how monsoon is impacted. Because for now, we see devastating floods in India, almost all parts of India and in Pakistan. And the reason is because of change in withdrawal of monsoon. Not just withdrawal, but also, of course, erratic. In August, like there's so much rainfall, which should be basically the withdrawal period. And also how it overlaps with the Western influences or disturbances, which basically gives the rainfall in India in colder seasons. So they are also overlapping in a way which should not be done. So I think that will be the biggest uncertainty apart from what we can give to the policymakers to improve those outcomes and improve the models to give those outcomes better.
No, thank you so much, Dorothy. I think that perspective, it does bring us back to people and to how science could translate into daily realities. And of course, all of these outcomes related to carbon dioxide removal or sunlight reflection methods, they are directly influenced by who leads research and formulates rules. So I think that brings us to our third panelist, Andy. SRM research has historically been dominated by Global North institutions, but through the Degrees Initiative, you've helped build a new model supporting over 150 researchers across 27 low and middle income countries to study what SRM could mean in their own regions. Could you please share a bit more with us about what the role of the Degrees Initiative is in supporting developing country researchers to investigate the implications of SRM versus no SRM deployment in their own contexts?
Yeah, happily. So the Degrees Initiative is a non-profit. We're based in the UK, and it's our mission to build the capacity of low and middle income countries to evaluate SRM, ultimately to make their own minds up as to whether it's a good or a bad idea. And we're neutral on SRM. We have no position on whether it should be used, how it should be governed, but we do think the world will be in a better position to make informed and equitable decisions if there are SRM experts, SRM research projects all around the world, and particularly in the regions where this matters most, so climate vulnerable regions of the global south. So we started out with in 2011, 14 years ago, we started out running workshops in developing countries, introducing the topic. That's a useful first step. We connected with lots of Southern climate experts who were interested in learning about SRM, but it was pretty clear pretty quick that it's necessary but not sufficient. So in 2018, we launched the Degrees Modelling Fund. This was the world's first SRM research fund aimed at developing countries, and that supports researchers who want to understand what SRM might mean for their regions. We provide grants, independent peer review, independent grants decision committee, and now we support 37 odd teams in 23 lower middle income countries, scientists asking their own questions, working out what SRM means for extreme rainfall in South Africa, or agriculture in Southeast Asia, or extreme temperatures in South America. Researchers get to ask their own questions, all of this stuff. The workshops, the research fund, this is not just about science. It's not just about a belief that one of our teams will write the definitive paper on SRM. That's not how it works. But by supporting research builds experts, and experts go out there into the world and they influence policymakers, they inform policy processes, they ensure that there is this confident representation that the Global South needs to make good decisions.
Thank you so much. Thanks for speaking into that a bit more. I think you did that so succinctly. We can head to a follow-up question. A fun one. Given what you've heard today about different possible cooling methods, from SAI to marine cloud brightening to marine permaculture, all of these can be somewhat controversial. So are there any myths that come to mind that you'd like to retire for good?
Any myths to retire for good? Well, there are,
Yeah.
Tricia. Yeah, pleased you asked. I mean, the biggest myth around SRM, or at least the biggest misunderstanding, is the idea that SRM can be evaluated just by listing the risks. It's like someone deciding whether to undergo chemotherapy by just examining the risks of chemotherapy. And of course, the risks of chemotherapy are many and they are significant. It's an unpleasant idea. It's got all sorts of nasty side effects. You would never seriously consider undergoing chemotherapy unless you thought the alternative might be worse. And so it goes for SRM. It's unpleasant. It's clearly very risky. No one in their right mind would do it unless they thought the alternative, a 2 or 3C world, would be worse. And it's one of the biggest ongoing frustrations of working on SRM. How much analysis is what our statistician friends would call one-tailed, only asking the risks of SRM and then concluding on it, saying, we've looked at it, we know enough, we don't have to research it anymore. We have gazed into our crystal balls and we know that this is something that we can afford to reject. No, good analysis of SRM, as framed for this entire session today, follows a risk framework where the large and unpleasant risks of SRM are weighed in the balance with the large and unpleasant risks of a world without SRM. And that's where the world is today. We are trying to work out the relative risks, whether SRM makes it better or makes it worse or just redistributes risks, and for where and how. No one knows at this stage whether it would be more or less risk to use solar geoengineering, but that's the one change I want to see, the one myth I want busted, that you can evaluate a complex new technology by listing the risks and calling it analysis.
Nice one. That's a strong one. Well, there are a couple more minutes, so if you have another myth you'd like to talk about, or Georgie or Brian, if any of you would like to speak into that, something comes to mind, the floor is yours.
Just one point, like, do not judge SRM by average temperatures. Judge how you secure the food systems, whom and where it impacts, and also not like training and providing funding to people, especially the regions who are impacted the most, so that they can understand what is going to do. They have the say on the table. And as someone who is like studies the impact of SRM and climate change on agriculture and other areas like water, I would just say that as a scientist, it's not my say to if SRM should be implemented or not, but definitely my responsibility to produce more and more knowledge so that it can be at least understood that it's a good idea or bad idea.
Yeah, that's great, Jyoti. I really appreciate what you've said about food security. We're working with many local and indigenous groups who are living really on the front lines of climate disruption, not only with sea level rise, but with increased hurricanes and higher temperatures. And I think food security for 10 billion people and 8 million species is absolutely vital in a climate disrupted world, and that we need to really consider local and regional approaches initially that can be tried at small scale, at small intensity levels, that can provide essential data for researchers around the world to validate a lot of the techniques that, quite frankly, have not been tested. And I think we need to move beyond a reticence to do small-scale research and trials. The funding is insufficient, really, right now for the kinds of climate repair approaches that we need to consider. And I think as we go forward, we need to build the social acceptance for transparent local and regional approaches that can address the food security challenge, as well as the climate repair options that we'll need in the coming decades. to continue the environmental conditions upon which our civilization has developed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Jyoti, for your inputs. And thank you, Andy. It is encouraging to hear how the research network you've created is opening space for different perspectives and priorities in the field. And now I would love to bring in the audience for Q&A. So I'll turn to John to please read out our first question.
Yes, thanks, Tricia. We're getting a lot of questions in from the attendees in the chat as well as in the Q&A window. We've got, I think, 27 questions already answered. So we'll reopen a couple of questions that I've been particularly engaged with. The first one being from Patrick Worms. There seems to be little attention being paid to the potential of OIF, or ocean iron fertilization. Why is that?
That's a great question from Patrick. I'm sorry. And I think there are a couple of reasons that it may be less emphasized. And I'm assuming Patrick's referring to this conference, but we can also discuss it in a broader context as well. Ocean iron fertilization was proposed by Professor Martin, I believe, in the 1990s or 80s. And he commented, give me half a tanker full of iron and I'll bring you the next ice age. And it refers to the fact that there's some places in the ocean where the ocean really, from a nutrient standpoint, is iron limited in terms of its productivity. And thus, by providing replete levels of iron, algae can grow and perhaps fix more carbon than it would otherwise. And some of that carbon would sink to the middle and deep sea. There's been a fair amount of controversy over the years as to whether that should be done or not. That direct method, if the iron is directly provided to the surface ocean, represents an approach that could potentially address carbon removal, which is the second leg of the climate triad. It would probably have less of an effect on temperatures directly, but it may be able to help us in removing some CO2 from the atmosphere and distributing it into the middle and deep ocean. So that's part of it. I think there are some approaches that are more controversial and some approaches that are less controversial, and that may determine the order of acceptance. In this conference, I think we're looking at some approaches that might, if applied at scale, have a impulse response time scale, or effects can be seen in months. One example is when the International Maritime Organization curtailed ship track aerosols. We saw responses in the North Atlantic and the Mediterranean oceans that measured in months rather than years or decades in terms of temperature changes. Now, that was in the negative direction, but it's very clear that the Earth system responds in a matter of months, weeks to months, when it comes to aerosols in the atmosphere. So it may be that we have to identify some approaches that provide this kind of temperature interventions while we're actually getting our carbon budget back into balance with legs 1 and 2 of the climate triad. Thus, ocean iron fertilization is very important, but it may take decades, years to decades, to actually get to a point where we can actually observe a change in the CO2 removals. That's part of it, and also in some cases there's a strong reticence to actually interfere further in the ocean. I say further because if you look at the concentration of methyl mercury or methyl lead in the oceans, that's been a huge perturbation that humanity has done, not to mention the profound effects of 90% of all global warming of the last century or two has gone into the oceans and dramatically altered it. So I think getting the oceans closer to where they were pre-industrially, and that includes restoring the primary production lost in the tropical and subtropical oceans, is essential. Ocean iron fertilization has a role to play particularly in regions that are iron limited, and that includes high latitude Southern Ocean, perhaps the Bering Sea. And so considered, transparent, and with consent, activities that would work to restore primary production in those regions could be considered. I think there's a place for it. It should be discussed, but I think we need to identify approaches where consent can be built, local and regional consent, earlier, and ocean iron fertilization in some cases may take longer than some other approaches. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Brian. Let's go to the next question. There's a question for Jyoti. What data sets do you need to improve your crop soil models? Are you relying mostly on global data, or are you acquiring local data sets that capture microclimates?
Well, when we start improving a particular process, you definitely need experimental data. For example, if I'm trying to improve how crop responds under flooding conditions, I will need experimental data where I know what kind of crop cultivar is there, how many days is the flooding, how are you measuring the various aspects of the plant, for example, the leaf area index, the root length, and etc. So first thing we definitely use experimental data set, because that's how we translate the knowledge into the crop models. But then definitely if we have the most important aspects that definitely change the experimental data set is the management practices and the soil types. And these do impact everything that crop model does. So the management practices in global south is very diverse. The crop sizes are very small. So it depends that from where we are using the data and for what scale we are developing the models. So I understand the question is like, yes, local field data is very important, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to have the experimental data from all around the world so that all the regions are, represented well. Still, it's not enough because, again, the management practices, which are very diverse in Global South, makes it very difficult to, model the improvements in the crop model data. But the more and more data, the better it is. And so, yes, we do use both global data sets and local and experimental data.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Jyoti. There's a question for Ron. Is Ron on the call? Please briefly explain why afforestation and reforestation, and I assume carbon credit offsets, have no or only minor impact on global cooling. What is the science or evidence for this assertion?
The problem with the carbon removal, as Andy Parker and many other people, in fact, all of the climate models that I'm familiar with have shown, is that it just takes a really long time. I mean, it's absolutely essential. We have to do it because we also have an ecological crisis, not just a climate crisis, and reforestation and natural regeneration is essential. So the basic problem is that it just takes too long. It's something we have to do. It's essential. We want to regenerate nature. We have to draw down. We have to go to zero and draw down many tons of greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide mostly. But the reforestation is not going to be able to do that in the next 10 or 20 or 30 years, which is the urgent period in which we need to immediately cool to avoid the great risk, the calamitous risk that we are facing at breakneck speed of climate change, tipping points and other massive disruption to or harm to humans and other species. So that's the answer basically.
Oh, thank you so much. There's a question over here which Brian is typing an answer to, but maybe Hugh could speak into it as well if he'd like to.
I think there was a question about carbon reporting, monitoring, reporting, and verification, and to what extent LiDAR and drones and other technologies may be important to doing the large-scale interventions that are likely to be needed in the oceans. One thing we can say is that our commercial scale for marine permaculture is just 1 hectare. We're at a quarter hectare right now, and we have raised funds to build a full hectare next year, and we're looking forward to reporting on that, and are presently raising funds to operate that hectare for 3 years and demonstrate the economic sustainability. But what's very significant is we just recently got a small grant from the Bezos Earth Fund to actually develop drone monitoring that can match our underwater monitoring and actually monitor the daily growth rate and the daily fall off rate of seaweed from these platforms. And actually, we're going to be setting up a machine learning benchmark that will correlate the drone images that we can obtain daily as a training set for measuring and estimating the daily growth and daily fall off of seaweed from the platform. And so what that would enable are drone flights that could lower by an order of magnitude the cost of monitoring, reporting, and verification in the sea. And drones are your friend. I did an analysis once where, crop dusting, which has been used for decades, costs about $10 per hectare to apply to terrestrial crops. But if you use a drone to do the same kind of crop dusting, if you will, it can be as low as $1 per hectare. So if we apply that to the kind of monitoring, reporting, and verification that might be needed in coastal and offshore regions, that kind of drone technology has the potential to lower the cost of this kind of monitoring, reporting, and verification by at least an order of magnitude. And that makes practical and affordable a lot of these approaches that otherwise would be prohibitively expensive. And the daily monitoring like this is so important because we find that wave and wind and storm events erase a lot of the growth that otherwise would be resolved. If you're not monitoring daily, you'll miss some of that growth and miss some of that fall off. And that's why it's so important to be able to measure this on a daily basis. So we're looking forward to reporting on those results and ultimately working with the whole industry to build normative methodologies for carbon removal as well as climate repair in the future. And I do want to take just a moment to mention that these algae are critically important in producing biogenic aerosols that can contribute to marine cloud condensation nuclei. And thus, the role of algae, both macro and micro, is actually, I think, should be considered in climate repair strategies because they produce natural compounds such as isoprene, mercaptan, and dimethyl sulfide that play a critical role in the formation of cloud condensation nuclei that produce healthy clouds and rebrighten our coastlines in hundreds of kilometers inland. And thus, let's look to those lost ecosystem services. We've lost over 90% of the kelp forest from the coast of California to the tip of Tasmania to Western Australia, just to mention 2 countries where over 3,000 kilometers of seaweed forests have been lost. And this represents an opportunity to regenerate our sea forests, if you will, at the same time that we are working to reduce emissions through agricultural seaweed products, contribute to carbon removal by measuring the quarter of seaweed that falls off these platforms during growth, and ultimately measure the natural biogenic aerosols that can play a pivotal role with nature-based solutions to rebrightening our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. I'm going to direct the next question to Hugh. Ray asks, what direct effect will marine cloud brightening have on ocean water temperature due to the evaporative cooling effect caused by spraying a mist of ocean water into the air?
Well, that's a great question, and it's a complicated question. We need to do the modeling and want to make sure that, clouds have a blanketing effect, and clouds have a reflective effect. Well, look, I don't know the answer to that, and it's the general desire, of course, is to cause a cooling, and the timings, what time of year and what time of day. It's all very important. So I wish I had an answer to that question. More work is required.
And thank you so much, Hugh. So if we're all feeling good and happy and mushy inside, then I think we can end the session. Are there any last minute questions?
I think a few of the questions fall into the answered category. If you'd like to highlight some of those explicitly, that would be an opportunity. So let us know if you'd like to bring any of those forward at the forum as well.
Trisha, this is John again. There's one question that would be great for Doug MacMartin if he's available. Okay, excellent. The question is, how much temperature could be reduced with SAI?
In principle, lots. I don't think there is undoubtedly some ultimate physical limit from the fact that if you put more and more aerosols into the stratosphere, they eventually clump up and get bigger. But I think that's a really long way away. So if you wanted to cool the planet all the way back to pre-industrial physically, you could. I don't think it's a good idea necessarily.
There's a question here which Doug has answered, but maybe Wake could also speak into if he'd like to. The question is, what would be the opportunity costs for putting aerosols in the air? And indeed, do we know what side effect there would be? And would putting just water in the air possibly with a calcium adhesive?
I guess I'm not sure I understand the question. What would be the opportunity cost? What do we imagine SAI? That seems to imply that doing SAI would crowd out something else, and I'm not sure what that something else would be.
Doug's answer reads, I actually think there's not much downside on the physical climate side to doing a little of SAI and learning as we go, but there would today be massive pushback. Water vapor is roughly always in equilibrium with temperature, so you can't change that. And besides, it is a greenhouse gas. There are other aerosols that would work. They just aren't understood as well.
There are certainly an active area of SAI research is alternative aerosols. Sulfur-based aerosols are what Mother Nature uses, via volcanoes and other earth outgassing. So it's a devil we know, but it is a devil. It causes, respiratory illness and acid rain and so on. So while the unintended consequences of utilizing sulfur for SAI are better understood than other things. There's certainly a lot of research about the prospect of finding aerosols that may be better at reflecting sunlight, but in all events may be safer and have fewer downside risks.
I think there's another question that you're quite well placed to answer, I think. Enormous amounts of aerosols would be required, and the use of many planes would also be a warming factor. How would they be produced and lofted without causing other unwanted effects?
The flying activity would indeed contribute to global warming. That would be a negative offset. The relative to the proportion of other flying that the world currently does, this would be a tiny fraction, well below 1% of the aviation traffic that currently exists. But that's not nothing, so that is a downside. I'm unaware, however, of other lofting methods that would be preferable. We have looked at that, balloons and guns and rockets and tethered hoses, as Hugh is an expert in, and so on. None of those seem competitive with aircraft as lofting methods in the next couple of decades, in the foreseeable future. Someday somebody will invent some better platform. Aviation itself could also become less emissive as we look at electric and hydrogen and other things, but those two are some ways off for the sort of high payload, high altitude aviation activity that would be required here. So for the next couple of decades, it's airplanes.
Right. Wake mentioned the volcano, and I'd just like to add that some high latitude volcanoes in Kamchatka and elsewhere around 60 degrees north demonstrated introduction of aerosols at high latitude, which confirmed a Brewer-Dobson circulation towards the poles. And with interest, I noted that those aerosols only went a couple degrees south and tens of degrees north in the subsequent months, and thus high latitude trials in the lower stratosphere could have be an approach that would enable limited timescale and limited regional distribution of stratospheric aerosols thanks to the Brewer-Dobson circulation. So that presents an interesting opportunity for at least regional application before larger scales were attempted.
We are focused on exactly that. Doug and I and others involved here are looking at exactly that sort of research approach and potentially initial deployment approach.
Oh, wonderful, Wade. Glad to hear that. Thank you. Back to you, Tricia.
You know, there's a question about SRM again. Say we were to use SRM and it were ramped up and the AMOC collapsed anyways. Has anyone modeled that? What might happen to Europe, etc., with the additional cooling after the AMOC were to collapse?
We know, roughly speaking, that if you were to do SAI in the Northern Hemisphere, that would help with AMOC. How much I know the sign of the effect. I don't know how much it helps. I don't think anybody really has an idea of how close AMOC is to any sort of more catastrophic decline. I think it's safe to say that even if you were to start SAI today and hold temperatures at 1.5 degrees, AMOC will continue to decline, but it would do less of a decline than it would if you were not doing it. How's that for a non-answer?
No, thanks. I think we've got time for one more question, and this one's directed to Brian. Many species have survived periods of heating in the past. In your field work, are you selecting seaweed species that have a greater chance of survival in a heating ocean? And are you in contact with any groups that study the genes of species to find the most durable ones?
Yes, I have. There are 14,000 species of seaweed globally, and most of those species can grow on the marine permaculture platform. Thus, it's possible to choose local and regional native species that are particularly climate resilient. In addition, there's a lot of active research over the past decade in choosing individuals within a species, such as giant kelp, Macrocystis, that are more thermally resilient and more thermally tolerant. What's interesting is that we've found that by restoring the level of nutrients to some of these thermally tolerant and other seaweeds, it's possible to get up to 4 degrees of extra resilience for survival of these kelp forests than with baseline trials. So there is a great opportunity for individual variation and selective breeding that would ultimately enable more resilience in the future. But I think the more critical gap is to ensure that as the ocean warms, we can still have the levels of nutrients reaching the surface that'll be needed. We've seen this before. If you go back to the Permian mass extinction, a carbon pulse resulted in enormous warming of the surface ocean that ultimately resulted in reduced primary productivity, reduced oxygen levels, stratification of the ocean, and a subsequent loss of 96% of all marine species just 251 million years ago. Our challenge and our opportunity is to, now that the carbon pulse has already been emitted, to actually sustain the levels of primary production in the ocean by ensuring those nutrient supply chains can be continued with the availability of deep nutrients and surface carbon. Seaweed and other algae can continue to grow and supply food and habitat for thousands, if not millions, of marine species to keep our oceans alive. And I think it's only by keeping life in the ocean and life in the soils alive that we can keep our civilizations alive and continuing to function. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. I think it's time to say goodbye now. So I'd like to thank our audience for such thoughtful questions. And thank you so much to our wonderful panelists, Brian, Jyoti, and Andy, for sharing your insights so openly. I think the exchange during this session has been meaningful and eye-opening in that keeping warming below 2 degrees Celsius is about technological choices just as much as it is about people, decisions, and how we bring it all together. And I thank you all for being part of it.
Thank you, Trisha, for hosting such an insightful panel with some really wonderful panelists that really highlighted the importance of our soil and of our oceans, and that there are so many nature-based solutions that can also help sequester carbon dioxide. And really starting there, I think, is really is where we need to start with so many of these solutions when it comes to sequestration. But we absolutely cannot compromise our bottom line. So we have to be able to really include everything that's necessary to get the job done. Now, there are so many solutions that we need to be implementing at such a larger capacity, I think, is really the bottom line of this conversation. And the more that we focus on the solutions to these problems, the more I think we'll be able to really engage the public to have them support the cause as well. Now, our final session centers on collective action, how governments, organizations, and communities can work together to deploy a truly integrated global climate plan. Our next speaker, Mr. Pascal Lamy, is chair of the Overshoot Commission and former Director General of the World Trade Organization. He brings unique experience and insight on intergenerational, international cooperation and global governance for climate stability. Pascal Lamy has an important message for us on building a coalition of climate vulnerable countries. Let's go ahead and hear what he's got to say.
The following video is the remarks given by Pascal Lamy last May 2025 in Cape Town during the Degrees Global Forum 2025.
I'll start with the obvious, which is that the Climate Overshoot Commission has a larger spectrum than the Degrees initiative, as our mandate was and remains to review all options available to fight against global warming, from mitigation to adaptation, and from carbon removal to climate engineering. Hence, the thrust of our 50 recommendations, which were published in our report, and which fit into what we call this CARE agenda, C-A-R-E, C for cutting emissions, starting point, the unavoidable first option, A for adaptation, R for carbon removal, and E for exploring climate engineering, mostly focused, as you do it, on SI. The Climate Overshoot Commission is composed of a bunch of old monkeys of my kind, some of them a bit younger, not that much, but still, coming from 5 continents, gender balanced, and north-south balanced. And when I composed the Climate Overshoot Commission, I made it a principle that this body should be equal north and south, and it was, in fact, the first global body devoted to climate issues, which was totally north-south balanced. Now, of course, as we know, the Degrees initiative in this forum is sort of more south-focused, with the idea that we need a larger input from developing countries. When I composed the Commission, I wanted it to be parity north-south for equity reasons. If I had to compose it today, I'm happy to say that I would not put it balanced north-south for equity reasons, but simply because in the meantime, the research capacity of developing countries is now large and widely recognized. And this is one of the big differences in the SRM ecosystem between the moment we started this endeavor, or started thinking about this endeavor, which was 3.5 years ago, and now. And I think this is something I really want to acknowledge and recognize today. The other thing we have in common, of course, is that our work and your work is about fostering open exchanges on topics which were previously considered as, in many ways, too challenging politically, morally, ethically, economically, to be discussed, including SRM. So where are we in the Climate Overshoot Commission on this issue? As could be expected, our discussion on SRM were long, complex, sometimes nearly heated, because the members of the Commission started from very different viewpoints. After a 1.5 years of deliberations on this issue as well as on the other ones, but mitigation, adaptation, even carbon removal were understandably less controversial. Yet, after this 18 months, we landed in a consensus, which represents a sort of a diplomatic center of gravity meant to offer a starting point for broader international discussions. What are the core tenets of this consensus? For the sake of brevity, I will only mention 4 of them. And you might recognize some sort of parentality with your own principles. Number 1, it would be imprudent, risky, not to investigate SRM, as it could complement existing approaches to reduce climate harm, help delay very severe impacts, or even counteract feedback loops. Number 2, that being said, we need to reiterate at each step that SRM is not a substitute for urgent emission reductions adaptation and should never be considered as such. Thelma, you will recognize very much of our discussions. Number 3, the current lack of scientific understanding and governance around SRM increases risks of premature or ill-considered deployment. Conversely, outright premature rejection could deny vulnerable nations a potential complementary instruments to manage overshoot risks. And finally, we need to fix as much as possible, but this is a necessity, the absence of any solid international legal or governance framework for SRM research and deployment. So that's roughly the corridor of principles within which we've landed the SRM discussion, and this leads to three more operational consequences. One, we need to know more, and we call for significantly strengthened international research efforts in a transparent, inclusive, non-commercial, and independently evaluated research. Very much an echo to what you are doing. In the meantime, we propose the adoption of a moratorium on the deployment of SRM technologies and of large-scale outdoor experiments insofar as they pose significant transboundary harm risk. This moratorium is designed not to hamper necessary research, but to ensure it proceeds responsibly. And third and last, in terms of operational conclusions, we need to launch international dialogues to explore governance frameworks for research and potential future deployment. So, our core proposal is to catalyze SRM governance with this moratorium by mobilizing a sort of a first mover coalition, 5-6 different sovereign nation states from different geographies or political bloc. These first small group would take a unilaterally balanced public stance on SRM, benefiting from the exploratory work we have done and the overall balance we have found, which is detailed in the COSC report. The rationale for this approach is rather simple. An immediate universal agreement would be totally unrealistic. Any sort of negotiation in a very open space would be doomed to fail, and we've heard that this afternoon, again, so to say. And we should rather anchor discussions in a balanced position, supported by a diverse group, which would help discouraging extreme stances, either pro or con. So what we are advising is a sort of small coalition of the willing strategy. The idea being that if we succeed in this, then the question for other sovereigns, and as you know, there's quite a lot of that in the UN system, would be, what's your stance? So the political reasoning is you put something on the table that creates a debate in conditions which takes place on the platform you have created. So you frame what you believe is a reasonable position, and then people have to react to that. So this is where we are going. Of course, there is an obvious connection with the degrees initiatives and your forum mission in building capacity for SRM research in the Global South. And we are, with my colleagues, members of the Commission and the small secretariat we have, which is within the Paris Peace Forum, we are now actively working to try and identify governments and partners which would be the best position to engage in this effort, particularly those who want to champion the needs and concerns of the Global South. So that's my conclusion. The reason why I'm here is that we obviously, at least in our view, need to talk together. And let me sort of very much welcome the opportunity to connect with this very large group, which I take as a much larger sample than a few years ago of people, stakeholders, representatives of institutions who share our objectives in pioneering a diplomatic effort to these complex issues and doing it in a scientific and responsible way. This is why I'm expecting from our conversations today a bit more in our bag of possible modalities for this proposed moratorium. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Pascal Lamy, for that inspiring message of unity about the importance of international cooperation in developing a new, more holistic plan for a safe climate. Too many communities are suffering right now because we need a global climate emergency strategy to help stabilize temperatures before we pass the point of no return. I also want to add that it's going to be extremely important for us to get buy-in from the public. We're going to need to get their help to ultimately change our systems and support the policies necessary to solve the problem. But we need to find more accessible ways to reach them and deepen their understanding. And on that note, I want to share that there is absolutely work being done in this area as well to help elevate climate issues in the media. There are people starting to integrate more of these issues into TV and film who are being supported by organizations and events like the Hollywood Climate Summit, which meets yearly in LA. And on my end, I've actually been developing a TV series as well, a dramatic, romantic, political suspense called Revolution Earth, which I originally created with a Golden Globe award-winning writer, producer from Cheers and the Golden Girls. And I've been pitching it to producers. So there is hope. I just wanted to highlight that to give you guys a sense of what can be done. And there really are a lot of opportunities to help light a fire under the public, and which is absolutely necessary. And I want to encourage people who are working on these issues also to reach out to Covering Climate Now. They are an organization of journalists that's been elevating these issues in efforts to get more coverage. And there's also a lot of independent YouTubers and journalists focusing on climate issues who could also use a lot more support. And on that end, I'll go ahead and give a shout out to my friend Betsy Rosenberg, who's been covering the Green Beat for some time. We're really going to need to work together, the public, to support the kinds of policies that are going to be necessary to address the scope and scale of this problem, and also to change the systems. Thank you. Now, I want to go ahead and welcome the Chief Scientist for Climate Change Programs at the Climate Institute, Dr. Mike McCracken. Mike has led climate change modeling studies at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory and also the Office of the U.S. Global Change Research Program, and is a contributing author to the IPCC assessment reports. He's also a long-standing and very valued HPAC member. Let's go ahead and hear what Mike's got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. A third of a century ago, the international community agreed to the Framework Convention on Climate Change, which pledges to avoid dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. Since then, however, global emissions have about doubled, and they're still going up. About the same time, scientists provided convincing confirmation that human-induced emissions were indeed, as projected 100 years earlier, increasing the global average temperature. Now in 2025, the global average temperature is about 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial, and the rate of rise seems to be growing. Warming is now projected to reach 2 degrees C by around 2040, and to reach roughly double the present level of warming later in the 21st century. These seemingly small temperature changes really hide, however, how these changes will affect the Earth's environment and the people around the world. With a global average temperature being the result of averaging over the last 10 years, over land and ocean, over winter and summer, over daytime peaks and nighttime minimums, all through the year, this average metric is about the most innocuous one that one could choose. It is what people experience day to day and even hour to hour that really matters. While scientists, in talking about extremes, tend to focus on tipping points to come, what matters for most people and for the environment is what they're facing each day as things go along. In low latitudes, a critical issue is the rising wet bulb temperature, especially during heat waves, when wet bulb temperatures are reaching up toward 30 degrees C. Such conditions essentially wipe out the possibility of working outdoors to produce the food that is needed to live. It is becoming harder and harder to survive for long out without having air conditioning, which those of us in developed nations can afford, but it is an unaffordable luxury in many of the most vulnerable regions. In low latitudes, where the annual average temperature increase can seem modest, most of the trapped energy is going into evaporation from the oceans. And the result is that precipitation episodes are becoming more intense. And they can be especially overwhelming when atmospheric rivers encounter mountain ranges, as has happened in India, Pakistan, Texas, California, creating unprecedented floods and devastation. Taken together, impacts in low latitudes are likely to lead to hundreds of millions of environmental refugees over coming decades, far outstripping the numbers today that are creating international tensions as these people head to mid-latitudes. For those of us living in mid-latitudes, the average temperature increases can be double the average global increase. And if you're in high latitudes in polar regions, it can be even 4 times as much. These higher temperatures are reducing sea ice and the snowpack, thawing permafrost, intensifying soil moisture loss, and creating ideal conditions for invasive plants, pests, and ultimately wildfires. Precipitation and water sources are also being critically impacted. There are longer, more intense periods of heat and drying, then these are broken up by periods of drenching rains that cause flooding. Existing infrastructure and water channels are just not designed for such conditions. For those living on low-lying coastlines and islands, the rate of sea level rise is increasing and tropical cyclones are intensifying. The consequences are coastal flooding and higher storm surges. Building higher seawalls may sound plausible, but projections are for much worse conditions ahead as glacial streams flow faster and as the ice from those calves into the ocean. Both the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets are losing increasing amounts of mass. As a final example, greater variability in extreme weather is causing problems for farmers and threats to international supplies of major field crops, such as rice, maize, wheat, soybeans, and so on. Roughly speaking, 90% or more of most of these crops that are marketed internationally and imported by 100 countries tend to come from only a relatively few, 5 countries or less. History has made clear that a major shortfall in just one of the few exporting regions can cause an increase in international prices. Increasing extreme weather conditions, however, increase the risk of simultaneous crop failures in multiple growing areas. Even with agricultural science increasing yields per hectare, the increasing occurrence and intensity of extreme and disruptive weather seems likely to increase risks of food shortages. And in addition to the famine that can develop, repeated crop failures can lead to sustained high prices, and that will pull money out of the international commercial sector, potentially leading to economic slowdowns or even worse. What is very clear is that accelerating climate change, which seems inevitable given present trends and approaching tipping points, has the potential to be catastrophic for ecosystems and national economies. Very few nations seem likely to be immune from major impacts, and so more intensive efforts to gain control of climate change are urgently needed. Today, the primary focus has been on reducing global emissions of CO2. While all nations seem to be trying and renewables are becoming less costly, most nations are finding it difficult for economic reasons, for practical reasons, sometimes for political reasons, to rapidly transition to a non-greenhouse gas emitting energy system. While more can and needs to be done and should be done, given the limited progress, there's slow progress at least, it really seems time to face the reality that it's going to take until well into the second half of the 21st century to get close to net zero. And over the decades it takes to do that, ocean overturning is likely to slow, permafrost thawing will emit more CO2 and methane into the atmosphere, forests and oceans will probably take up less CO2, and these will all tend to sustain or even accelerate the pace of global warming. A growing number of us, especially those of us with the Healthy Planet Action Coalition, have come to the conclusion that the catastrophic consequences of warming past 2 degrees Celsius are simply too risky and should be unacceptable for society. Indeed, even continuing conditions at the aspirational peak warming level of 1.5 degrees called for in the Paris Accord seems like too much warming. So what additional efforts might contribute to a credible plan for staying below 2 degrees C and setting the stage for improving approaches over time and, if determined to be needed, moving toward warming of 1 degree C or even less by the mid-21st century and beyond. Previous speakers have talked about some potential approaches for moderating the increasing risks of catastrophic consequences, approaches that research shows are likely to be net beneficial or at least less detrimental than the path that the world is currently on, with temperatures rising into a domain that we just have no experience with. Lessons from the study of Earth's climate history make clear that the goal needs to not only keep warming below 2 degrees Celsius, but to also pull it back toward 1 degree, perhaps, and then, depending on a comparative risk analysis, something we adjust and figure out along the way, likely back toward less than 1 degree C warming over following decades. So what might a credible and comprehensive implementation and deployment plan include that would focus particularly on offsetting warming over the next 15 years and be able to help in the period beyond? Well, first, as noted earlier and is being pursued, ongoing mitigation efforts need to be accelerated, especially those that can have very near-term effects. So what are these? Well, first is reducing emissions of short-lived greenhouse gases. It's a relatively hidden opportunity. UNEP report a decade ago showed that it could probably help pull temperatures down by about 0.5 degree C. The focus needs to be on cutting emissions of methane and the nitrogen oxides and volatile hydrocarbons that lead to air pollution and tropospheric ozone. Cutting coal mine and gas line leakage is pretty straightforward. Capturing emissions from waste disposal facilities, sewage systems, and agriculture also all present significant opportunities. Something not much talked about is matching reductions in coal plant and freighter emissions of SO2 with reductions in emissions of black carbon that darkens snow and ice surfaces. And there's potential for doing this, and it will help reduce health and other impacts. I'll talk in a moment about perhaps adding SO2 back or some bright reflecting aerosols in as a climate intervention approach. Another thing that would be important and needs prioritization is reversing deforestation and promoting reforestation. This is not just to reduce CO2 emissions and concentrations, but also to sustain the natural uptake of CO2 by forests. We really don't want to get on a path where a greater fraction of CO2 is remaining in the atmosphere. And then, of course, we still certainly want to reduce CO2 emissions, and the best way to do it probably is facilitating growth of renewables to replace the existing system. This is also essential, of course, for reducing ocean acidification. But facilitating growth of renewables is important. One way is perhaps better transmission lines. So virtually all of these and some other approaches are underway, but to really pull down near-term radiative forcing, more attention is needed on the approaches beyond just cutting CO2 emissions. The second general area, which is being looked at a little bit at least, is to look at pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere. Now, the least expensive way to keep CO2 down is to just keep the fossil fuels in the ground. So we really want to try and push for that. But all the viable scenarios that are talked about for limiting climate change are based on pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere. And the energy needed to do this is a critical challenge for these approaches. The only potential cost-effective approaches at the moment now take advantage of nature. So nature having used solar energy to capture CO2. It may have captured it in forests, and so you can use forest and agricultural waste products. It may be used to capture, grow plants in the ocean. And then what is done is to convert the products into biochar. And this can have a beneficial effect for farmers by enriching the soils and helping agricultural production. So help pays for what is being done. Another potential area that needs some intensified research is whether ocean fertilization can actually pull up CO2 out of the atmosphere and sequester it in the oceans, in the deep ocean preferably, for centuries. A key question then for both types of sequestration, is if they work, can they be scaled up rapidly? And this is just not known. What has to happen is emissions have to come down dramatically to make these a real contribution to cooling instead of just reducing warming. And then the third approach, and no countries are out there wanting further warming or more extreme weather or drenching rains or faster sea level rise. The only near-term approach to exerting a cooling influence to counterbalance further warming is climate intervention, or sometimes called solar radiation management or just geoengineering. There are a range of approaches, so I use climate intervention. Presently, this is not really included in the international set of policy options, even though there appear to be several possibilities with near-term potential. The most researched approach and most talked about approach is stratospheric aerosol intervention, which in a controlled, smooth, and ongoing way tries to imitate how major volcanic eruptions exert a cooling influence. Now, people talk about how much solar reduction is needed. Offsetting the present rate of warming would require reflecting only about 0.2% of solar radiation for each decade that these present high rate of emissions continues. So it's a relatively modest effect that would be hard to see for the average individual. Model simulations and present technical capabilities suggest that with an intensive engineering effort, SAI could be started in the mid to high latitudes, at least by the early 2030s, and that this would lead to a relatively well-distributed reduction in warming. The cooling that is extra in high latitudes due to ice albedo feedback would tend to pull heat out of lower latitudes. Starting such an SAI effort as soon as possible, I think, is what is really needed. And then we would learn and adjust as experience develops, and that this would seem to have fewer risks, fewer uncertainties and fewer adverse impacts than proceeding on the current path without climate intervention, which, as I noted, goes into warming levels not experienced by civilization. Other potentially high leverage approaches, which seem plausible for getting some cooling, have really only been tested and examined in the laboratory. And so they need intensified examination with climate models and through some modest field experiments. These approaches sort of include injection of aerosol catalyst to accelerate the chemical destruction of methane, injection of sea salt aerosol to brighten clouds, which is an approach being used right now to help protect the Great Barrier Reef, and approaches that can increase the reflectivity over the clear sky areas of the ocean. That might be by injecting nanobubbles in the upper layer of the ocean. It might be by inserting some sunlight reflecting aerosols into the atmosphere above. So that's sort of perhaps replacing the sulfate aerosol effect we have. There are also a number of approaches that appear to be capable of counterbalancing warming on local to regional basis. These include reflective films, mirrors, light-colored paint, other ways to increase the surface albedo, brightening clouds locally again, and revegetation of some regions, which might increase evaporative cooling and possibly increase cloud cover. In putting together a credible plan, it is really important to recognize that none of the three major approaches, neither mitigation nor carbon removal nor climate intervention, or alternatively neither reduce, restore, nor reflect, can adequately keep global warming below 2 degrees C on their own. And no one of the approaches can take global warming back to less than 1 C on a sustained basis. We really have to have a comprehensive three-pronged effort to do that. In the talk just before mine, Pascal Lamy, chair of the Climate Overshoot Commission, proposed an approach for getting the reflection component of the effort started as a complement to other efforts. He suggested beginning with a coalition of vulnerable nations and peoples, especially those in low and very high latitudes that are facing extreme warming that is disrupting their communities and their health in some cases. As a first step, the structure needs to set up a scientific and energy expert analysis of possibilities, and for representatives of the impacted nations and peoples to generate, review, and present a plan for taking truly effective mix of actions in the 2030s. As this is going on, the developed nations, which can pay attention to that, but the developed nations in mid-latitudes need to focus their efforts on shifting their massive CO2 emitting energy systems to low-cost renewables, proving that it can be done. The outcome of this is just essential for ensuring over the long term a livable Earth for all future generations. So the future is ours to determine. If the community of nations does not become more active than pursuing all available approaches, the narrowing opportunities that we do have may be lost. So the question that a number of us have been asking, if not the three-pronged effort now, then when? And if not now, why not? As otherwise, Earth's climatic history, theoretical analyses and models, and the inadequate pace of present trends in cutting emissions suggest that catastrophic consequences lie ahead without it. It really is time to get acting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, for your really important insights on what would be needed in a new climate plan, and for the importance of sticking with a holistic approach. Now, let's turn our discussions about how we may go about building a coalition for a safe climate plan in response to the exponential warming we're currently dealing with Here with us live is Joshua Elliott, a theoretical physicist doing computational climate economics and energy systems modeling from the University of Chicago and Argonne National Lab. Please welcome Joshua Elliott from the Climate Emergencies Forum and Renaissance Philanthropies. Welcome, Joshua.
Thanks so much. I'm so glad to be here. So I'm going to try to go through a bit of a whirlwind of some of the programs and projects that we're working on at Renaissance Philanthropy to try and address catastrophic risk. So I apologies in advance that this is a bit of a rapid overview of a lot of different things. I'm going to skip a lot of the background and context because I think you guys have already heard a lot about catastrophic climate risks and climate tipping points and overshoot and all those sorts of things, and really try to dive right into to some of the specific topics, to some of the risks, and particularly to some of the early and translational stage R&D that we're trying to advance at Renaissance Philanthropy to try and create some options for society for these risks. So first of all, Joshua Elliott. My days as a economic and climate economic and energy systems modeler is a very long time ago. So thank you for that blast from the past from about 20 years ago in my academic years. These days I'm the chief scientist of Renaissance Philanthropy and in particular direct two of our critical programs, which is our Advanced Research for Climate Emergencies program and our Climate Emergencies Forum. So just the briefest of background. So at Renaissance, really our approach to the climate space is first and foremost rooted in the acknowledgement that we are not even close to being on track. Not on track for 1.5, and we're not even on track for 2. 1.5 is literally physically impossible at this point, particularly when we consider that the sulfur from our fossil fuels is actually masking 0.5 degree of warming that will be realized as we decarbonize. And even 2 degrees at this point is, I think, highly implausible. The smart money out there is actually now betting on a 3-degree C world or worse. Big banks are quietly stress testing their portfolios for it, and investors are betting that climate agreements will fail. But the good news is that air conditioning stocks will go through the moon. So in a 3-degree C world, the risk of catastrophic and irreversible and even cascading climate impacts is very high. Confronting these climate emergencies really has been at the core of Renaissance since even before we actually launched the organization. We do that through 2 different programs. So one is our Advanced Research for Climate Emergencies Fund, which supports translational R&D in order to expand the space of society's options for being able to address these risks. And then the second is the Climate Emergencies Forum, which we co-developed with the UK's Advanced Research and Inventions Agency, that really is trying to build the institutional framework, the coordination layer, the layer that's required for awareness across governments and nonprofits and scientists and other stakeholders in order to be able to make effective decisions about research and about scaling interventions like solar geoengineering. All right, I'm going to dive into some projects. So I'm gonna go really quickly through a number of different efforts, and hopefully this isn't too much of a fire hose, but I want to actually start out with CDR because for us to have any chance of a safe climate future, carbon dioxide removal must succeed. It simply must. There's no other option, period. But doing so, succeeding at carbon dioxide removal means building a new heavy industry that's literally basically the size of the global oil and gas sector, and doing that in just the next 25 years, even at the same time as carbon credit markets are actually significantly lagging, and investment from venture is collapsing. The big idea here in this program I'm developing with ARC fellow Noah Deach is to reframe climate destabilization as really a core national security threat, with carbon dioxide removal as the appropriate response. If NATO nations dedicate even a small share of their rising defense budgets to CDR, it could unlock tens of billions of dollars annually. It can signal investors and move entire markets. And interestingly, it's about the right order of magnitude to be able to largely offset NATO's military emissions. So it's a twofer, and there's plenty of good reasons to do it. We think this is ambitious based on the folks that we've talked to, but at this stage, really every viable option for saving the CDR sector is ambitious, and we have no choice. I actually spoke about this last week at the NATO Climate Change Conference, and I got mixed results, some very positive, some very skeptical results. But the idea for this actually goes back to my days as a program manager at DARPA in the US government, where I saw really firsthand how national security institutions can rapidly mobilize resources once they identify a strategic threat, whether it's the failure of our critical mineral sector to supply a resilient domestic supply of critical minerals, or it's the failure of our CDR sector to give us the opportunity for a safe and stable climate future. However, even if carbon removal does scale, we're nowhere near safe. We already live in a near 2-degree world. We are going to cross 2 degrees imminently within the next 5 to 10 years. But we are masking about over a quarter of that warming through an accidental form of solar geoengineering that's caused by sulfur pollution. Burning fossil fuels emits sulfur that forms aerosols. Some of that dry deposits to the surface, where it kills an estimated 7 million people a year annually, as PM 2.5. The rest of it floats up where it brightens clouds and cools the planet, staying up in the troposphere for usually about a couple of weeks. Reductions in sulfur since the 1970s actually explain roughly half or maybe even more of the regional warming that we've seen in Western Europe and the northeastern United States. And most of you are probably familiar with the 2020 low sulfur shipping rule that created by the International Maritime Organization that has been estimated to alone have caused enough warming equivalent to about an additional 3 years of global CO2 emissions. And by the way, is estimated to have saved approximately 4,000 lives a year from reduced pollution. Global sunlight reflection, you've probably heard a lot about, so I won't go into it in depth. It really may soon be necessary in order to buy time for decarbonizing the atmosphere and potentially to replace the cooling that was once provided by that dirty sulfur pollution as we decarbonize. The science for this, especially for stratospheric aerosol injection, is fairly mature, and there's actually already multiple startups that are working on this space. At least one of which is actually extremely well funded and promising a deployable technology could be on the market in just the next few years. The scaling of solar radiation management is a massive infrastructure challenge, so I don't want to say that we're going to be, doing global SRM at scale in the next 3 years. There's still a huge amount of infrastructure that needs to be built out. But more importantly than that, it's a huge global commons and thus a huge international governance challenge. And yet, despite that, we're still debating whether or not we're even allowed to discuss this in polite company. Last year, we helped to support and launch an organization called Reflective that's trying to build the policy-ready knowledge that's going to be necessary to build that governance layer in order to address the very sticky sort of global public commons challenges that come along with global SRM. And we're also working through our Climate Emergencies Forum to try and sort of seed and shape the institutions that are going to be necessary for responsibly scaling and deploying the technology. Now, even if global SRM is deployed and it's deployed quickly and it's deployed effectively, unfortunately, it's not a silver bullet at all. It's not going to slow the risks that we've seen in the ocean and that we heard about earlier today, since it can't remove the massive amount of heat or acidity that's already been built up there. And the cryosphere, and particularly the ocean ice interface, is perhaps even more concerning. The Arctic, which is warming, as most people know, 4 times faster than the global average, is really the canary in the coal mine of climate change. We've already lost about 75% of the sea ice in the Arctic by volume. And this triggers feedback loops from exposing darker oceans underneath that can accelerate permafrost destabilization and emissions, and accelerate freshwater releases, particularly from Greenland, that could disrupt Atlantic currents. Cooling and stabilizing the Arctic at this point is simply essential. for the survivability not only of the Arctic, but really of the entire planet. Approaches to this range from thickening sea ice to actually rewilding the permafrost with long-lost species. But we're particularly focused in the near term on a technology called Arctic cloud seeding or mixed-phase cloud thinning. This is the exact same technology that's been used at ski resorts in the United States to like make it snow more. It's cloud seeding. It's something we've been doing for 80 years, but when it's applied to the Arctic, where clouds are actually net warming rather than net cooling during most of the year when the sun's not shining or shining very little, it has the effect of thinning clouds to outgoing infrared radiation, and it's estimated to be able to cool the region by about 1 degree Celsius overall averaged over the year and at a very low cost. The Arctic Climate Emergency Response Fund is backing the first observational campaign for this winter and doing deep regional engagement and a stage-gated process in order to build up to potential perturbative experiments in 2027-28. Okay, I'm now going to really go through a lightning round. So last spring, we helped launch the Avert Glacier Initiative, which is developing methods to stabilize Antarctica's Thwaites Glacier by removing or refreezing the meltwater that's lubricating its flow into the ocean. Thwaites is often called the Doomsday Glacier because its collapse could directly trigger a meter or even 2 meters of global sea level rise and could potentially unleash the broader West Antarctic ice sheet behind it. Even if glaciers are stabilized, it's likely that sea level rise this century will remain sort of unacceptably high, particularly for much of the sort of low-lying communities in the low and middle income countries. So just ahead of New York Climate Week, we published a study that we've been working on for the last year. It's a first-of-a-kind report that was produced by a fantastic professor, Amir Agakuchek from UC Irvine, that's exploring the potential to reflood or flood inland depressions in order to literally create new seas, to drain some of the waters off the oceans, thus lowering the sea level directly by creating new seas. This also has secondary benefits of generating hydropower, helping to restore the damaged ecosystems, boosting local rainfall, and potentially becoming a source of new tourism revenue. The potential is real, but much more work needs to be done, and I'm happy to share the report, the link to the report with folks if they're interested. We're also worried about biotic tipping points like coral reefs. Australia's marine sky brightening trials on the Great Barrier Reef have shown the potential for local cooling, but a lot more work needs to be done, particularly in thinking about how do we sort of scale these things effectively. So we're supporting a project called Undercurrent, which is a team of engineers that's developing a wave-powered buoys that generate long-lasting nanobubble blankets that can shield corals during the hottest parts of the day and the hottest parts of the year. And then finally, given the multitude and urgency of the risks like tipping points, it's essential that we also focus on improving the resilience of frontline human systems like agriculture and water and coastlines, to reduce the potential that large-scale impacts could cascade through vulnerable human systems and really destabilize entire regions. So we've developed, along with partners called Deep Science Ventures, which is a venture studio based in London, something we call the Climate Emergencies Resilience Lab, which started out by mapping cascading risks in the human system from hundreds of different ideas and narrowing that down to 10 highly scalable, venture-backable opportunities to be able to reduce human fragility to extreme climate shocks. We also produce many more high social value opportunities that might be a much better fit for governments or philanthropy. We released a report on that during New York Climate Week, and again, I'm happy to share the link if folks are interested. So I want to just talk for a second about how we think about how to prioritize these risks, because with all the sort of risks and the catastrophic risks in the system, I often get asked, like, how do we actually decide what to focus on? So we're actually in the process of writing up some of the frameworks for how we think about these things and how we sort of prioritize these things. So the first one is we think about sort of an impact, urgency, neglect, and tractability framework. And in the interest of time, I won't go into much depth on this, but we've evaluated this across the set of systemic risk categories that we track. And what you can see is that pretty much everything scores a 4 or a 5 on impact, urgency, and neglect, but then scores very low on tractability. Largely because these things have been neglected for so long in terms of funding and awareness, and so very, very, very few people are working on them. Over the next few months, we're going to be taking this analysis deeper and launching an interactive tool so that people can take a look at this. To put this a little bit more into context, we've also looked at funding streams from published estimates across a number of the sort of different potential pillars of climate action. So in the more conventional pillars of climate action, looks something like this. Mitigation is very mature. It gets about $2 trillion a year, mostly from market rate investment. And the returns, the published estimates on returns are that it costs about $30 to $50 per ton of CO2 avoided. Adaptation gets hundreds of billions a year, largely from multilateral development banks or nations, and it's estimated to give returns of about $4 to $10 in avoided damages for every dollar spent. Carbon renewal is newer, with investment in the billions, though as I mentioned earlier, that appears to be slowing at the moment. By contrast, climate emergencies work really gets only a few $1 million a year. Mostly from just a handful of philanthropies. Even though conservative estimates suggest that it's sort of return from investing in this space, if these ideas turn out to be valid, are likely to be 100 or 1,000 times higher than other climate investments in terms of avoided warming and in terms of avoided impacts. So this has led us to going to sort of one layer deeper into this analysis, looking actually specifically looking at different technologies and approaches for reducing risk rather than just evaluating, ranking the risks directly. We gathered evidence on sort of potential, what you could call ROI, if these technologies succeed, and then also worked backwards from there to really gauge the neglectedness and potential return for early philanthropic investment, considering the likelihood of the timelines to success of translational R&D, and what other levers really need to be pushed besides science and technology to be able to advance these technologies. So here's just a few examples, and we're going to be publishing a full analysis in the coming months. But the results are pretty striking. Tens of millions now invested in ice sheet stabilization could prove out technologies that could then cost tens of billions to deploy and avoid tens of trillions from catastrophic sea level damage. Similarly, early investment in Arctic cooling could validate methods that for hundreds of millions annually might cool the region by up to 0.4 degrees C, cutting global warming at a cost of literally mere pennies per ton of CO2. And then finally, global SRM, which has actually received the most funding, has probably received about $300 million in funding over the last couple of decades, almost exclusively from philanthropy and more recently from investors. So it's so far much less neglected, but the potential is very real. We estimate that doing SAI to block 1 degree of warming over 20 years would probably cost the world something like $100 billion. Whereas for CDR, doing that same thing with CDR, even at optimistic prices, would cost 1,000 times more. So finally, I'll just end with this. The UN's climate framework has 3 legs. It has cut emissions, adapt society, remove carbon. Anything that cannot be avoided in that framework gets put into a ledger item called loss and damage. Loss and damage is projected to cost the world $400 billion a year over the next decades. But in reality, loss and damage means like entire island nations lost. It means, coastal megacities redrawn. It means ecosystems destroyed and millions of people displaced. Treating this like a line item in a ledger, it really is the real moral hazard, not researching potential geoengineering approaches that could actually save lives and livelihoods for the most vulnerable populations. At this point, any decent chance we have at a safe and fair climate for the future needs a 4th leg, and that is prevention of catastrophic risk and protection of the most vulnerable people in our population. So our mission at Renaissance is to make sure that within the next decade, humanity has credible, science-based, and socially legitimate options to prevent or respond to climate systems failure, turning catastrophic risk into something that we can actually manage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joshua, for these really important insights, especially in regards to how crucial the situation is in the poles and in our oceans. It's so important that we understand where we can have the most impact. This work is paving a path for the kind of coalition building that we need to properly respond to the nonlinear nature of our current climate crisis. Now it's time for another panel hosted by Dennis Garrity. And for more responses to the comments in the Q&A section, Dennis, go ahead and take it away.
Well, thank you, Aria. And what a delight to have this kind of a discussion going on as we close the conference. So let me welcome our panelists for some deeper discussions on developing and deploying new and more comprehensive climate approaches. We have with us today as panelists, first, Sasha Post. Sasha directs Outlier Projects, which is a climate philanthropy that accelerates frontier research to predict and prevent catastrophic climate risks. So his work has a lot of relation to what Joshua has been talking about just now. And second, we have Paul Gambill. Paul was the co-founder of Nori, which was the first carbon removal marketplace. Paul has been building financial infrastructure for scaling carbon removal, and he writes about lessons learned in carbon removal and on nearer term climate interventions. I know Sasha is limited in his time availability, so Sasha, let me get you started with a quick question. As a fellow leader, along with Joshua in the climate philanthropic world, can you give us your reactions to Joshua's remarks on how society can mobilize to plan for the growing threat of catastrophic climate system risks?
Certainly, and thank you so much, Dennis, for the invitation to join you all here today. As Dennis said, I direct a philanthropy called Outlier Projects. Our mission is to accelerate research to predict and to prevent catastrophic climate risk. So very aligned with the work that Joshua and Renaissance Philanthropy is doing. We believe that there are lots of arguments to be had about questions of deployment. There are lots of uncertainties about when and if we will cross various thresholds to trigger various tipping points and so forth and so on. Lots of potential pros and cons to various approaches you might imagine taking to address these sorts of risks. But what seems to us inarguable is that it is a better future if we are able to make decisions about how to proceed with the benefit of knowledge about both what those baseline risks are and what sorts of responses are going to be available to us to safely manage those risks. And so better to make decisions in the face of knowledge rather than ignorance, right? That's basically the long and the short of it. Of course, how you go about trying to understand these difficult questions is hugely important. So we've talked here today about the need to, for example, fund researchers not just in Europe or the United States, but in the global South as well, to address questions that are of high importance and salience, not only to people in the global North, but in the global South as well. We've talked about the importance of ensuring that research is not only generating new knowledge, but doing so in a way that is comprehensible to a variety of different constituencies and audiences and is credible to them as well, right? This is a huge issue of legitimacy, a huge issue of trust. And so we need to be really attentive to that. Another thing, speaking as somebody who works on the philanthropic side of the aisle, another thing that I think that is really important is not to lose sight of the need for governments to also ultimately be leaders in driving and orchestrating and funding and moving this research forward. It can't just be wealthy individuals, foundations, philanthropies that are funding and supporting this work. It really needs to be democratically accountable governments that are helping to drive this as well. And so I think everybody here has a role to play in doing that, whether you're a scientist, whether you work for a government, whether you are somebody in philanthropy, whether you are somebody in civil society or in the policy realm, no matter where you come at this problem from, what angle and what expertise, I think we all have a role to play in helping to make that happen. And I'm hopeful that that is something that we can accomplish. And we've talked here today also about how in the past we have expanded the envelope of strategies that are considered to be part of the respectable conversation on climate. Once upon a time, adaptation was seen as extremely controversial. It was seen as capitulation, and it was seen as moral hazard. That changed. Once upon a time, carbon removal, CDR, was seen in the same way. Once upon a time, short-lived climate pollutants, super pollutants like methane, were seen as a distraction from the main event, from decarbonization. And so we've seen over time this steady evolution in what is considered to be necessarily on the table for us to have a serious climate conversation. And I think we're going through another one of those moments today. And I think that the key in all of these previous evolutions, and I think the key today as well, is going to be that we treat these new ideas not as substitutes for decarbonization and all the other things that we know are urgently essential, but as supplements to them, right? And I think as long as we are kind of operating with that humility and in that vein, I think we have a really good conversation in front of us. So I'm going to unfortunately have to depart now, but thank you so much, Dennis, for the invitation, and it was wonderful to join you all here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Sasha. And sorry you have to leave early, but we'll have our conversation continue with Paul and the speakers.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
So turning to you, Paul, after listening to the proposed approaches of Pascal Lamy and Mike McCracken, how do you see their recommendations striking you and in the context of your evolving ideas on this topic?
Yeah. Well, I'll say a little bit of background, which is that I got involved in carbon removal in 2015 and founded NORI in 2017, which was a marketplace for carbon removal that we unfortunately had to wind down about a year ago. Due to exactly what Joshua was referring to with kind of pullback in the voluntary carbon market. But the idea was back then, I believed that we could solve these problems through carbon management alone. And I totally agree with what Sasha just said about we've gone through these transformations of first adaptation was kind of a new boogeyman, and then carbon removal was. And the same sorts of moral hazard arguments that we hear about SRM and sunlight reflection today are the exact same arguments that I heard 10 years ago with respect to carbon removal. People would say, oh, this is just cover for oil and gas. And so what I wanted to do back then was try to help create the financial incentives that would make it possible for large-scale carbon removal. And I used to think of geoengineering as this kind of like far out thing, maybe in the 2040s, 50s, or beyond, which to me, I was still in my 20s at the time. That just seemed like so far away. And after we wound NORI down, I started reflecting on like the state of the carbon removal market and really, frankly, looking at it like it's basically a cottage industry. We haven't really done much at all. And there are a variety of reasons for that I won't go into today. But kind of zooming out and looking back on it, Mike was referring to this and others were referring to this earlier this morning. We cannot possibly scale it fast enough to make any sort of real dent in temperature. And that was another shift for me, and something that I don't know if you're aware, Dennis, because I haven't told you this before, but in the carbon removal world, in that private sector, a lot of times, and the IPCC will talk about it this way too, we're talking about like carbon management. So, you know, the IPCC chart that has like emissions on the y-axis and then the pathways of negative emissions and then time on the x-axis. That's not the right way to think about this anymore. that the napkin diagram and showing like peak shaving is a much more useful framework for evaluating this. So it's about temperature, not about like atmospheric carbon ppm in the near term. In the long term, it is about atmospheric ppm, right? But in the near term, because of the risks that we're facing, extreme heat, tipping points, risks to food systems that we've heard about, and then a couple other factors that I haven't heard people mention yet. One is as temperatures get much warmer, our ability to draw down CO2 through nature-based systems will decrease. And so the very tools that we are going to be relying on for this long-term project of pulling out over 1 trillion tons of CO2 are going to be degrading over time with higher temperatures. So that's another reason why it is important to bring the temperature down. And then another one too is we've been mostly focusing on the science. There's been a little bit of discussion around like the socio-political aspects of this, but like, I mean, I think we can all look around at the state of the world, understanding the rise of populism and economic insecurity and so on. Like, I look at this and think, it's not like our social institutions are going to get any better under worsening and warming conditions. So if we want to create the socio-political systems that we need in order to actually solve climate change, we're going to need temperatures to be cooler as well. And so I don't see SRM, like the framing of it as insurance, I think is incorrect. Because as we heard from Wake and Hugh and others earlier, it's going to take quite a bit of time to scale up any deployment. And that means that we need to start preparing today, right now. And this is all about buying time for many of the projects that Mike was describing. One of the other factors that I think people should be aware of is within different climate communities. I mean, my experience in carbon removal as that was kind of a burgeoning industry getting off the ground, we've talked about like there's mitigation, there's work in adaptation, there's work in carbon removal. People working in those different fields tend to be almost myopically focused on their particular aspect of it. And humans are tribal. And so there's this need for zooming out and looking at this bigger picture, which I think this conference has done a very good job of taking into account of the broader system of projects that all need to be going on. And we need to be thinking about this from like a project management perspective. So if you're familiar with a Gantt chart, the notion of like laying out all the different tasks that need to be done in order to do this and visualizing like how long they will take, how many resources will they require, what are the blockers and dependencies that exist for these things? That is the proper way, I think, at this point that we need to be managing this crisis. And so when you do it that way, I would look at SRM in particular as like the critical path dependency. It is the thing that has to happen in order to make everything else that we want to do more possible. Because if we don't do it, then we're facing an uphill battle that seems nearly impossible to solve.
Mm-hmm. Very well thought out, Paul. And I think that in the interest of time, we'll move on to our Q&A segment and get you involved there. And I hope that Mike and Joshua are still with us. I'm not sure. But as we get started, I note that we've had well over 50 questions asked by participants today, and that our speakers and panelists have been very active in answering the large majority of them, four-fifths of the questions. So I encourage even more questions for the speakers as we go forward. But starting off, we have a question from Jonathan Cole for Mike. Are you aware of any observed negative effects after the Mount Pinatubo 1991 eruption that released 50 megatons of aerosols into the stratosphere and which fell out over the next 2 years? Mike?
I guess first I should say I apologize for not being there the whole time live. I'm on a cruise of the Baltic Ocean. And actually, it's actually very relevant to actually what the conference is up to, because what is absolutely amazing about many of the countries here is their low elevation. and they're going to suffer tremendously from significant sea level rise. At least for the developed nations which have air conditioning to keep them cool during hot temperatures, something that is not true in the low latitudes. The sea level rise can be a very important issue for nations that are in the mid latitudes and island nations and a whole host of nations. And the Joshua's suggestion that the people are looking ahead to the temperature going to 3 degrees, it's just sort of unbearable if you look at what the sea level sensitivity is from coming out of the last glacial maximum 20,000 years ago to 8,000 years ago. The temperature warmed 6 degrees while sea level went up 120 meters, and that melted 2/3 of the ice on land. There's another 60 meters or so of sea level equivalent to go. So if we go up 3 degrees, we're going to be on a path to huge sea level rise of many tens of meters, and the countries aren't going to survive it. I mean, what I just got thinking about intervention things we should be thinking about is both damming the Straits of Gibraltar and damming the passages between Denmark, where the Baltic Sea and the Atlantic Ocean are connected. Because if that much sea level rise comes in, there's going to be tremendous impacts from sea level rise. On the question that Jonathan asked, well, there are going to be some effects from cooling, but it's sort of well within the normal variability. What society has tended to do is adapt itself to not just the mean, but to some variability around the mean. And so in most situations, adapting to a volcanic eruption and something, if it's not really catastrophic, and we've had ones in the past that have been, but we're not talking about SRM anywhere near those levels. It's gonna be adaptable, and I don't think there were any really significant effects other than sort of close into where the eruption was and things were happening. I'll sort of leave it there, but I don't think there were any really significant effects, and there were presumably some actual beneficial ones from the cooling, and the light scattering that occurred actually got light down into the forest canopy and probably promoted some extra growth and pulled a little extra CO2 out of the atmosphere.
Okay. Maybe a follow-up question related, Mike. Do you see the need for a highly credible international scientific assessment at this point to support the effort to develop a new comprehensive climate plan?
Well, I think we know a great deal. I think, there's a lot of discussion about governance, but the nations of the world really agreed. In the Paris Accord, they didn't want to go over 1.5. And so, we sort of have a sense from them of that. And if you were to start SRM and were to start it gradually, the goal would probably be to stay in the range of 1 to 1.5, which is what was starting to prompt impacts. And one might eventually, based on a more thorough analysis, decide if you want to go lower. You don't want to go back to pre-industrial. Society is pretty well adapted to conditions that are up to the mid-20th century, or perhaps so one probably wants to be in the range somewhere between 0.5 and 1.5. And if one starts in the polar regions, which seems feasible in the near term, that would help to pull heat out from not only that region, but pull heat from lower latitudes. And the critical, what's sort of missing, the key issue in the tropics, and why you really want to have some effects down there, is the absolute humidity keeps growing. And if you get the wet bulb temperature up as high as it's going, the heat waves are going to cause tremendous numbers of deaths or tremendous numbers of environmental refugees fleeing to the mid-latitudes.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mike. And let me turn to Paul with a question from John Dixon. He says you had a very good overview and mention of the silos of reduce, remove, and reflect. What are the main synergies between implementation of emissions reduction, carbon removal, and reflection?
Yeah. Okay. So this is kind of going back to that project management approach that I was describing. And think of this like you're playing a strategy game. Like, what is the most important thing that you need to deal with in the moment right now first, so that you can buy more time for dealing with the other things later? Because we never have enough time, and we never have enough money or energy or other physical constraints to do everything that we want to do all at once. And so when it comes to this, like, I would be prioritizing reflection first and foremost for all the reasons that you've heard. It's going to take time to scale this up. There's a lot of experimentation to be done still. There's a lot of governance design and other sort of like justice concerns to be considered. And so that takes time. So we're looking at 5 to 10 years before we could actually like really start doing anything at like a global SAI type scale. Smaller, more local and regional implementations like marine cloud brightening could certainly get going faster. You do that while you're trying to scale up CDR. CDR has been going in kind of two different directions for a while now, which is sort of interesting. There's been, and it's kind of a schism inside the industry between nature-based solutions and more technological solutions. This is driven by the fact that as a voluntary carbon market, purchases are almost entirely made by large corporations as part of their marketing and sustainability efforts. When they're doing this, they are accounting for these are carbon offsets. So they're saying, we're creating emissions based off of fossil fuel burning. And so we want to buy carbon offsets that are going to negate the radiative impacts of the emissions that we created. Therefore, we only want to buy carbon removals that are going to be durably removed from the atmosphere for at least 1,000 years or more. I don't think that that's the correct approach from a scalability perspective, because we have nature-based solutions through soil carbon, through afforestation, through wetlands management, not to mention the less explored options like ocean iron fertilization, ocean alkalinity enhancement, and so on. So enhanced rock weathering, direct air capture, and biochar are the ones that end up getting purchased most often. So I think we need to be shifting that into much more like what is scalable today. And then emissions reduction, this is not just energy transition, but it's also food system transition, it's land use reform, it's manufacturing reform, like steel, cement, all sorts of different base components that go into our global economy. Emissions reduction and carbon removal, that's the work of like the next century or more. It's not going to happen in a very short period of time. Now, where are the synergies? And there was another question that was asked about what role does solar energy play in this? And I do think that the energy transition matters here, because when you look at the charts of the share of different types of energy sources as they've been changing over time. Yes, we have expanded greatly the amount of renewable energy, but the amount of fossil fuel energy is still basically the same as it has been for a long time. So I don't see much of that changing until we start getting large-scale nuclear deployment. I think that's the only possible solution for this. And then that's also relevant to carbon removal, because I am advocating for more nature-based solutions. And again, setting aside OIF, which has large potential, but also open questions. If you're looking at the maximum capabilities of carbon storage through soil carbon, through planting trees, through macroalgae, we're capping out somewhere maybe around 15, 20 billion tons per year. And that's like at the absolute maximum. So we're not going to reach that number. So the rest of it will have to come from other more industrial types of approaches, and that is going to take an enormous amount of energy. I've seen estimates that if you were to do this all with direct air capture, which I would not recommend, but if you were to, the amount of energy that would require is somewhere between 2 to 10x the total amount of global energy output today, just for direct air capture. Like, we don't have that. And the only way to get to that level is with large-scale nuclear. So those are how I see those things kind of relating over time and for the rest of the century.
Very good. Very good. We have questions related to a democratic approach for voting on this issue of deployment of SRM and other methods with the global population. We also have an interesting question from probably a journalist who was asking what journalists can do to support more public awareness in this area. On this latter area issue, I know, Paul, you are very interested in the ways that public knowledge can be enhanced to understand and engage in dialogues and political action on new climate intervention approaches. Maybe you could make a comment about the journalist's question on that, and then we'll probably move to closure.
Looks like Mike wants to say something too.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I guess one comment I would make is that every article that is written about SRM seems to talk about huge uncertainties and serious adverse impacts. The model results don't show that at all. It's sort of something that's been added, and it's become sort of a mantra that has to be said in every article. There are actually, in my view, much greater uncertainties heading into the unknown without SRM than there are with it, because we have experience with volcanic eruptions, and our models have dealt with those, and so the models are fairly good, and we're also more in the domain of the weather and climate that we're used to and have experienced than into a domain that we haven't experienced. 3 degrees, it's going to go back, whatever, 5-10 million years or something like that, and for which we have really no experience with the weather. And the situation with respect to IPCC assessments has been that each succeeding assessment sees more and more problems than were anticipated as one gets warmer. And so I think this notion that the things are just totally uncertain and there's going to be all sorts of impacts just is getting repeated very idly by reporters without investigating. If you think about extreme events, just for a moment, Dennis, and what might happen with SRM, at first, what's going to happen is it's going to continue to be dominated by global warming. And so the extremes that are happening will be a result of what's happening right now. And all that we're hoping for with SRM is to start pulling those back. And so the question really is SRM going to create new exceptions and extremes beyond what we already have and make things worse, though that's where we're headed anyway, and stuff. And so it seems to me that a whole host of issues are overstated in virtually all articles. The nations of the world have sort of agreed what the temperature should, where it should be, less than 1.5, okay, maybe 1 to 1.5 as a sort of range to be, and we can start at it that way. The atmosphere tends to spread things out, so it's unlikely that this is going to really create sort of new extremes. Hopefully it will lessen them some. The model results show that the initial effect of SRM is generally to reduce the strength of the hydrologic cycle, because it's a lot of the energy that comes in from the sun goes to evaporating moisture and putting it in the atmosphere. And so if you reduce the amount of solar radiation coming in and are reflecting a little bit from the planet, you'll get a little bit less evaporation. So hopefully that will reduce some of the precipitation extremes. So I think there's been a great deal of overstatement, and it comes from what Joshua was sort of talking about, the sort of fear, and Paul was talking about it too. I mean, first there was the threat of we're not going to have any impacts. The first U.S. national assessment was criticized for thinking there were going to be impacts because everybody was going to get convinced mitigation would be fast enough that there wouldn't be any impacts. So why study impacts? And then they started studying impacts, and the same thing has sort of happened with respect to adaptation. It's going to be hard to do that too with all that's coming. And so we really do need to, as it's been stated, get to focusing on what is sort of the last option in the barrel, which is to go to climate intervention of various types.
Excellent points, Mike. Paul?
Yeah, I think that they're going back to the question from the journalist of like, how should journalists cover this? I think there are two different aspects to the story to tell. And one of them is about the risks. And not just like the extreme tipping points, although I think it's important for people to understand that, but where things are today, the very impacts of extreme heat. It is too hot in many parts of the world for people to be working outside, and that's increasingly happening more and more places. So that is a huge deal, and that's going to, no matter where you are and from whatever like air conditioned room you're sitting comfortably in, like that's going to come for you as well. And then the other side of that, so that's, I mean, people have talked about this for a long time. Like, do you talk about climate change from the fear motivation perspective, this like doomerism, and you don't want to go too far into that, but the risks are real, and we need to know about them and talk about them. But the other side of the story too, then, is precisely what Mike was just talking about. Like, we have options on the table that could make life better for people. We could reduce suffering by implementing some of these options. And there are some really interesting stories to be told, I think, especially around when you consider, like, one of the things I've been doing all year long has been trying to explore, like, okay, as I've been coming into the SRM space from CDR, it's been trying to understand the landscape of the people involved. And I was especially surprised to learn about how strong of an opposition to even experimentation with SRM there is from within a large contingent of the climate science community. That's a really interesting story. Someone should be talking about that, because that has impacts all the way up to the IPCC. Like, our policymakers, I want to recommend a book to everyone called 5 Times Faster by Simon Sharp. And in that book, he does a fantastic job of talking about like how this actually works at the policy level. And like, ultimately, policymakers are only reading like the 1 or 2 page executive briefings that make it out of like each different chapter from the IPCC assessment reports and so on. And then there's like a whole process for how the authors of the AR chapters are chosen and all of that. And there's debate on like what gets included and what is not. And so it really matters that there is this interesting like schism divide between different contingents of climate scientists. Like, there is much debate over what we should do. And the other thing I think that's worth considering in this too is scientists are not the only, especially like climate or atmospheric scientists, are not the only group of people that should be consulted on what is like proper about this. And I think back to how different countries of the world responded in the pandemic. And I'm American. In the US, we had policy dictated almost entirely by epidemiologists, but that's not the only factor. You need to be considering sociology and economics and other areas of policy, because there are other different types of impacts that go beyond just what happens in the Earth system, precisely what Mike was just talking about as well. So I think that there are some very interesting stories to be told around the way in which this conversation is evolving, who the different players are, and why, and like, let's examine their beliefs and put them out in the open. So it's not just science paper responding to science paper, because that only gets read by scientists. The common public does not know about this.
Very interesting points, Paul. I really wish we could continue this conversation a lot longer, but we're out of time. So let me extend my thanks to you, to Mike, to the other speakers and panelists, and turn over the gavel back to Aria.
Thank you, Dennis. That was an amazing conversation to really help bring the interconnectivity of these issues into perspective. I think it's so important to acknowledge that there are so many systemic issues that came together to create the situation that we're currently dealing with. And it's going to take many solutions acting synergistically together to respond at the scale necessary to heal and regenerate our ecosystems, and ultimately to restore a safe climate. The heart of this work is absolutely vital to saving lives and ecosystems around the world. And I think that should be central to our message, and that's something we should never lose sight of. So that wraps up our fourth and final session on deploying a new climate plan. It's been a pleasure to serve as your host. I'd love to keep in touch. And I'm getting ready to launch a podcast to have more of these conversations in a way that I hope will help make the science more accessible while bringing people together across political divides, called Saving Planet Us. Please feel free to reach out and please let me know what you're working on. You can go to savingplanetus.com to learn more and fill out the form so I can let you know when the first episode launches. And I think there's so many people who've been part of this discussion who I'd love to continue the conversation with as we move forward. It's been a pleasure. Please hit the applause button for our amazing panelists. It's been really wonderful. Thank you so much, Dennis. And to summarize our next steps and to officially close out the conference, I'll hand it back to Dennis, our HPAC board chair. Thank you.
Hey, very good. Well, as we close this conference and these discussions, we wanted to leave with you on the table what are the components of the way forward. And just to remind ourselves that in this session alone, we have seen some important points and some important proposals laid out for further work and further mobilization. So first, as Monsieur Lamy has proposed, let us assemble a first mover coalition of climate vulnerable countries. Indeed, this is a concrete step that can be developed through dialogue with these countries that are most concerned about the global heating impacts that they are experiencing. And this is a diplomatic process that we in the Healthy Planet Action Coalition have been engaged in for some time now. And we are looking to collaborate on that high-level diplomacy. Second, Mike McCracken dwelt at length about the need to get started in developing a new comprehensive global climate plan that integrates reduce, remove, and reflect. This would involve an intensive effort involving scientists, policymakers, and many parts of civil society. And finally, Joshua Elliott, as well as a number of other speakers, emphasized the need to accelerate R&D on all of these solutions. And finally, as we move forward from now, we need to intensify the conversations and dialogues across the globe, especially with the countries and peoples of the global South. So these are the way forwards that we see as begging for the attention of governments, the scientific community, and civil society. Now, as we bring this conference and forum to a close, I want to make some heartfelt thank yous. First of all, thanks to all the speakers and panelists for sharing their valuable time and insights with us. Second, thanks to my colleagues at the Healthy Planet Action Coalition and affiliated organizations that helped to plan and execute this event. Third, a special thanks to our conference management team for their energy and flawless navigation of Zoom technology that made this event go so smoothly. That's Greca Sarmiento, Althea Abesamis, and John Garrity. Fourth, a shout out to our conference host, Aria, for serving us so ably and graciously during the entire event. And finally, thanks to all of you for joining us and for the important work that you are doing at this very crucial time. We've had over 800 participants engaged in this event. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we are on a journey together. We've passed 4 milestones during this conference, designated by the 4 sessions of the event, but we have a long, long way to go. We are in a strange and scary territory, and it's going to require unprecedented imagination and dedication to get us through. We hope that you will consider joining the Healthy Planet Action Coalition to further strengthen us as we pursue our mission to championing the need for a new comprehensive climate plan. It's simple to join and there is no membership fee. You can contact me about this at the email address here. And important reference materials are available at the Healthy Planet website and the preventing2degrees.org website. And the recordings are going to be up by next week, and they will be sent to all registered participants, as well as being posted on both of the websites as well. We will be following up with more opportunities to learn together and to collaborate together to moving forward toward a new global climate strategy for humanity. We welcome your partnership and engagement as we move forward to build a safer climate for all, particularly for our children and grandchildren. Do connect with us and engage us on the road ahead toward a healthy, thriving, and more just planet for us all. With that, I officially close this Global Heating Emergency Conference. Thank you all. Onwards.
So when the man comes, there will be no